Chapter 836. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet and spun around as he soared into the air. The moment he rose, a black snake tail swept under his feet. If he had been any slower, he would have suffered this strike. The snake tail sweep was the strongest move of snake-type spirit beasts. This sweep of the black flame sovereign snake, which was as strong as a superior-grade martial sage, was sufficient to severely injure Xiao Chun. The howling of a strong wind resounded in the sky. It sounded like a hurried whistle, spreading in all directions and scattering the white clouds. With one sweep, there were no clouds for 5 kilometers around. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. No wonder the expressions of the people on both sides immediately changed when they saw the gigantified black flame sovereign snake. With such explosive power, it would be terrible if one got hit. A strong fishy smell wafted over. Xiao Chun looked up and saw the black flame sovereign snake twisting its body in the air like a flood dragon. Then it opened its huge mouth and launched itself at him. A huge suction force came from its mouth, and a whirlwind continued to form, spinning continuously. Fortunately, Xiao Chun dodged quickly and was not pulled by the suction. He tilted his body down and glided down like an eagle. Then he turned his head back and fired another arrow. The black flame sovereign snake's mind was filled with rage. It roared and spat out a 3,000-meter-long black flame from its mouth. The snake's head danced. The pillar of flames danced in the air, looking very mighty. As Xiao Chun glided down, he moved about nimbly, dodging the flames, not letting any sparks come into contact with him. As the chase continued, the spirit beasts and cultivators of the savannah panicked and fled for their lives. The difference between a superior-grade martial sage and an inferior-grade martial sage was an insurmountable chasm. Xiao Chun was not arrogant enough to kill the other party. However, he was very confident of luring this black flame sovereign snake away. Xiao Chun looked up into the distance and saw a pillar of light descending from the sky. That was the target of everyone here, the treasury hall. After dodging a few times, Xiao Chun slid swiftly towards the ground. When he was close to the ground, he lifted his body slightly and landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chun took a few steps forward, alleviating the momentum from inertia. He stopped dodging and raised his head to look at the black flame sovereign snake in the air. When the black flame sovereign snake saw that Xiao Chun was no longer running for his life, it charged down violently, its huge body directly descending. 9 roaming dragon transformations. A loud rumbling sound rang out as the black flame sovereign snake landed on the ground. The entire ground shook violently and cracks even appeared. The black flames on his body ignited the surrounding weeds. As the flames swept out, a large patch of ash was created. 9 figures surrounded the black flame snake and soared into the air. The real and the fake were hard to distinguish. The black flame snake spat out flames and destroyed the clones one by one. By the time the black flame sovereign snake destroyed the 8 clones, it had already given Xiao Chun too much time. Xiao Chun's true body was already a kilometer away. Xiao Chun formed hand seals, and the 72 universe flags flickered with spiritual light. They quickly entered the ground and formed a strong restriction that spanned 5 kilometers. The restriction covered all directions, including the sky and the ground. Once the black flame sovereign snake was trapped, it would not be able to escape. However, to others they would not be able to discover anything. Furthermore, the restriction had a simple illusion effect. Xiao Chun's white robes fluttered in the sharp air as he looked at the restriction below. He smiled faintly and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he dusted off his hands and carefully flew back. 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chun stopped in the air. He supported his chin with his right hand as he watched carefully. While avoiding the 2 departed spirit fruits, the ghost race and corpse race fought each other to the death. The battle was very intense. All sorts of soldiers and demonic corpses fought. A cold wind blew and black chi spread out. As dust flew up, the sounds of fighting rang out endlessly. The scene was chaotic. On the battlefield, 3 demonic corpses covered in green demonic flames attracted Xiao Chun's attention. These 3 demonic corpses were clearly different from the other demonic corpses. First, they were about 3 meters tall, far taller than the other demonic corpses. Then there was the green demonic flame on their bodies. Xiao Chun thought about it. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like the legendary Yellow Springs underworld flame. Among the inattributed flames, The Yellow Springs underworld flame was second only to the lunar true flame. It was on the same level as the Scarlet Blood Frost flame. Like the Scarlet Blood Frost flame, it was also a top-grade evil flame. Its special effect was to burn the soul, which was a strong counter to Een soldiers. However, these three demonic corpses, which should have been the nemesis of Een soldiers, met with a difficult opponent. That white figure held a long scythe in its hand. It was about 10 meters tall, much taller than the flaming demonic corpses. The white figure fought 1 against 3. Although it was clearly not a match for them, it managed to delay the 3 demonic corpses, preventing them from sweeping up the Een soldiers elsewhere. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, clicked her tongue and sighed. The fight is really intense. Unexpectedly, the corpse race's underworld fire demonic corpse and the ghost race's soul reaper Een soldier are both brought over. Underworld fire demonic corpse and soul reaper Een soldier. Xiao Chun did not understand the martial techniques of these two races. However, he could tell from their auras that they were not easy to deal with. This strengthened some of Xiao Chun's thoughts. He continued to watch. Qing Chong and the others all had their own opponents and could not get away. The battlefield entered a stalemate. Both sides originally thought that they could end the fight quickly. They had not expected it to be so difficult. If one observed the situation carefully, one would discover that the corpse race held the advantage. This was because the other side had an extra person, Kue Do. Kue Do's current opponent was a black figure holding a scythe as well. According to Ao Jiao, this was also a refined Een soldier called Soul Reaper Een soldier. The black-robed Soul Reaper was at a complete disadvantage against Kue Do. The energy that Kue Do's physical body burst out with contained an aura of extreme yang, which dealt significant damage to Een soldiers. Kue Do's punches landed on the black figure, giving off loud bangs. The black figure was forced back, and the light on its body slowly dimmed. As long as this black-robed Soul Reaper was defeated, Kue Do would be free to deal with the white-robed Soul Reaper. After that, Kue Do would not need to make a move. The 3 underworld fire demonic corpses would be able to sweep through the place. With just a slight change in the balance, the other side would immediately crumble. Qing Cheng, who was currently fighting with Wei Hua, had an anxious expression. Occasionally, she glanced in the direction that Xiao Chun had taken, anticipating his arrival. Yellow sand filled the air, and thick smoke churned. When Xiao Chun saw both sides fighting at full power, he sighed in his heart. This was the other side's true strength. With such a large team, no matter which side Xiao Chun faced, he would not be a match for them. If he worked with them individually, he would not be on equal footing from the start. After that, if the other side wanted to bite back, there would be no room for negotiation. Xiao Chun had never liked this kind of cooperation. He also did not believe that there would be fairness in a situation where one's strength was not equal. The initiative still needed to be in his hands. Even if it was a little risky, it was worth it. Xiao Chun took a deep look at the place where the departed spirit fruit was. Then his figure flashed and he landed on the ground. Xiao Chun took out the puppet snake and entered its belly. Then, he controlled the puppet snake to go deep underground, arriving right below the departed spirit flower without anyone noticing. Normally, a spirit vein's origin wrapped in a special stone membrane would be right below the departed spirit flower. Xiao Chun sent out his spiritual sense and searched carefully. He did not spend much time before he found the spirit vein's origin wrapped up. The puppet snake opened its mouth and bit down on the spirit vein's origin. Then it rolled into Xiao Chun's hand, easily obtaining the spirit vein's origin. The group of people above fought to the death. Even in their dreams, they would not expect that Xiao Chun, who lured away the black flame sovereign snake, had already returned. Furthermore, he managed to obtain the peak spirit vein's origin without much effort. Xiao Chun had never believed that Qing Cheng would let him leave after obtaining the spirit vein's origin. It was not just because of the spirit vein's origin. The death throne that Xiao Chun possessed was sufficient for Qing Cheng to make a move without any reason. A light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. He was not in a rush to leave. Instead, he controlled the puppet snake to rise in a straight line. Up, 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 up. Bang! The 3 departed spirit flowers on the ground suddenly burst apart. Countless bits of soil flew everywhere as the 3 departed spirit flowers flew into the air. The black puppet snake opened its mouth and bit down. Then it swallowed the 3 departed spirit flowers at a speed that no one could stop. This mysterious phenomenon startled the ghost race and corpse race cultivators at the critical moment of the chaotic battle. They could not help but stop what they were doing. Damn! In the next moment, the cultivators of the 2 races reacted and started cursing angrily. Death energy gathered in their bodies and a strong wind blew. All sorts of horrifying martial techniques rained down on the puppet snake. Do you still want the departed spirit fruits? If you want it, then stop. Xiao Chan used the dragon tone art to transmit his voice from the puppet snake. This simple sentence immediately froze everyone's movements. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chan walked out of the puppet snake's mouth holding 3 departed spirit flowers. As Xiao Chan looked at the stunned crowd, he smiled gently. The show was just beginning. Of the 3 departed spirit flowers, Xiao Chan picked 2 of the departed spirit fruits and played with them in his hand. Formless death chi spread out. Xiao Chan frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The main reason was because of his mental state. With his protective quintessence, this death chi could not cause any substantial harm to Xiao Chan. When Qingchang, Ji Shizhan Bai Su, and the others saw Xiao Chan suddenly return, they rejoiced at first. Then their expressions changed. Something was wrong. The expressions of Wang Can, Wei Hua, and the others of the corpse race became uncertain as well. They did not know what Xiao Chan was trying to do. Xiao Chan, what are you trying to do? The departed spirit fruits are useless to you, right? Do you think you can run after offending both the ghost race and the corpse race for these 2 departed spirit fruits? Wang Can asked coldly with a sullen expression. Standing above the puppet snake, Xiao Chan smiled and said, "Haha! It does not matter whether it is useful to me or not. It is fine as long as it is useful to you." The ghost race woman, Qing Chang, also showed some anger on her snow-white, soul-stirring face. She had not expected Xiao Chan to be so bold. Not only did Xiao Chan obtain the peak spirit vein's origin, but he even snatched away the departed spirit fruits before the many experts of the corpse race, ghost race, and ghost race. Chapter 837. She should have known that this fellow would not be so kind as to lure away the black flame sovereign snake. He clearly wanted the 2 races to fight while he took advantage of the situation. Or rather, from the very start, Xiao Chan did not believe in Qing Chang's promise and had made up his mind long ago. Qing Chang said in a cold voice, "Young Master Xiao, unexpectedly, you are also someone who goes back on your word." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said to Qing Chang, "Miss Qing Chang, you know very well who you are keeping these black and white soul reapers to deal with. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. There is no need to be so pompous. I, Xiao Chan, have never said that I am a gentleman. If I really help you deal with these people, will you let me go? I am not a 3-year-old child. Whether it is right or wrong, there is no need to say too much. Right now, I am in control of everything. Whether you admit it or not, the departed spirit fruit that can help you advance quickly is now in the hands of me, Xiao Chan." There were more than 100 martial sages of the 2 races and countless demonic corpses and Yin soldiers. If they all attacked together, even a superior grade martial sage would not dare to be too unbridled. A gentle wind blew and Xiao Chen's white robes and hair fluttered. As he stood on the puppet snake's head, he looked at the group of experts without any fear. His expression did not change at all. Why is he speaking so much nonsense? Attack together and take his life. Does he really think that he is incredible just because he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor? Someone roared in rage. The rest of the people chimed in. The demonic corpses roared and the Yin soldiers howled. In that instant the winds and clouds changed, and a cloud of dust kicked up. Who dares to take a step forward? Xiao Chan said calmly, unhurriedly. Electricity surged in his hand as though he was going to destroy the 2 departed spirit fruits. Stop! Don't move! Wang Can and Qing Chang both berated them, stopping their subordinates. Departed spirit flowers were hard to find outside. They only existed in the underworld river, an underground forbidden land. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to enter that place. The value of the departed spirit fruit itself was already very high. The value of the fruit was even more immeasurable. Inferior grade martial sage was also the realm that could bring out the best effects of the departed spirit fruit. If they did not have a certain value, The corpse race and ghost race would not have brought out their trump cards and started fighting before reaching the treasury hall. Wei Hua, who had been silent all this while, said, "What do you want? Just say it." Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "It seems that there are people who understand. Since all of you want this departed spirit fruit, I naturally can't give it to just anyone. You guys can bid for it. Whoever offers the most astral coins will get it. Of course, spirit vein origins, sage-grade secret treasures, secret techniques, and medicinal pills can also be added. In short, I want all treasures. I am a very open-minded person." When the cultivators of the two races heard this, their expressions changed. They wondered if they had heard wrong. This fellow, who was surrounded by more than 100 inferior-grade martial sages and could die at any moment, actually boasted shamelessly and raised the price. Wang Can waved his right hand and smiled coldly. "What qualifications do you have to raise the price? Do you really think we are fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered? At worst, I will just give up on this departed spirit fruit. You don't want it." The corner of Xiao Chen's lips curled up as he tossed out a departed spirit fruit. Then he flicked his finger, and a strand of purple saber chi shot out. The saber chi shattered the departed spirit fruit with a loud bang. Black death chi immediately surged out, forming boundless thick clouds that spread out in all directions. The originally formless death chi now turned into thick, dark clouds that spread for a kilometer without showing any signs of dissipating. Kase! The hearts of the countless corpse race and ghost race cultivators shattered at the same time as they looked at the shattered departed spirit fruit. This was a departed spirit fruit, not a rock. It was worth cities and could not be measured. Yet, Xiao Chun destroyed it without batting an eye. You. Wang Qing gaped, flabbergasted. He stammered for a long time, unable to say anything. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Brother Wang Can, didn't you say that you don't want it? Why are you so agitated?" "Screw you. I was just saying it. Just saying it, and you really King destroyed it. Yet, you still ask me why I am so agitated." Wang Can could not help cursing in his heart. However, he did not dare to say anything more. He feared that if Xiao Chun was upset, he would destroy the only remaining departed spirit fruit as well. A murderous intent flashed in Wei Hua's eyes. He lowered his head and sent a voice projection to a certain person. Then, without changing his expression, he stepped forward and said, "I offer 100,000 black astral coins and 5 rank 3 spirit veins. To you, this is a very fair price." At this moment, Xiao Chun already held the upper hand. Qing Cheng was very reluctant, but she had no choice but to accept this reality. She clenched her teeth and said, "I offer 100,000 black astral coins and 10 rank 3 spirit veins as well. 200,000 black astral coins and 15 rank 3 spirit veins." Wei Hua did not hesitate to raise the price again, clearly determined to obtain the departed spirit fruit. When the two arrived earlier, they must have brought the younger generation to search for departed spirit flowers and obtain some spirit veins along the way. Xiao Chun did not say anything. He looked at Qing Cheng, his meaning clear. If you do not raise the price, this departed spirit fruit will be the other party's. How hateful! Qing Cheng was now gnashing her teeth in hatred, feeling so much regret that her intestines turned green. Originally, she thought that by working with Xiao Chun with so many of her clansmen and some trump cards, she would definitely be able to suppress Xiao Chun. After the matter was over, she wanted Xiao Chun to spit out everything with interest. Who could have expected such a situation to occur? What kind of person did he invite? Everything was fine, but he actually dug such a big hole for him. However, not raising the price now was out of the question. After putting in so much effort, she had already lost so many people before reaching the treasury hall. If she still could not obtain the departed spirit fruit, she would suffer a great loss. 200,000 black astral coins, 15 rank 3 spirit veins, and a sage grade essence increasing pill that your human race needs. Both sides were bidding, neither giving way. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and watched the two sides compete. The more vicious the competition, the better. 500,000 black astral coins, 20 rank 3 spirit veins, a sage grade inner vest, and a sage grade essence increasing pill. Finally, Wei Hua's heart sank, and he named a price that Qing Cheng could not raise. At such a price, Qing Cheng's expression changed. After hesitating for a long time, She did not continue bidding. Such a price already surpassed the value of the departed spirit fruit. It was not worth it at all. Wei Hua was practically using up half of the resources she had. She did not know what Wei Hua was thinking. When Wei Hua saw that Qing Cheng did not say anything, he smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, what do you think of this price? Hand over the departed spirit fruit." Haha. Naturally, I Xiao Chun am very satisfied with such a price. However, I will have to delay the transaction for a while. The smile on Xiao Chen's face faded. At the end of his words, his expression turned cold. With a flip of his hand, he placed the departed spirit fruit in his universe ring. Then he instantly turned around. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending tenfold combat prowess. A divine light descended from the sky and entered Xiao Chen's body. His aura soared infinitely, and the resplendent light on his fist was as dazzling as the sun. Bang! When Xiao Chen punched, his fist immediately clashed with Kuei Dou's full power strike. This Kuei Dou took advantage of the moment the two sides raised the price to sneak behind Xiao Chen. When Wei Hua announced the final price, Kuei Dou thought that Xiao Chen would relax, so he immediately launched a sneak attack in the time it took for a spark to fly. However, Kuei Dou did not know that with Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, he could see everything that happened around him in his mind. Not only had Kuei Dou noticed Xiao Chen long ago, but he had also sensed the plot between Xiao Chen and Wei Hua, and had been waiting for a long time. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the place, deafening many people for a short period of time. The instant the two fists clashed, Kuei Dou immediately suffered a great loss. For the sake of maintaining the speed of his attack, he could only use 60% of his vital qi. However, Xiao Chen had been storing up power and waiting for a long time. Not only did the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist merge his vital qi, mental energy, and heavenly laws, but it also increased his combat prowess tenfold. Kuei Dou vomited a mouthful of blood. Kasie. The bones in his right arm shattered. This arm would definitely be crippled for the time being. Kuei Dou's body flew back like an arrow and smashed into the ground, creating a large pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. With the tenfold combat prowess gone, Xiao Chen's boundless aura vanished as well. His white robes fluttered. Aside from a special sharpness, there was nothing special about him. Xiao Chen swung his slightly sore arm without anyone noticing. He felt startled in his heart. A cultivator with a pure physical body was truly horrifying. Even if Kuei Dou only used 60% of his strength, it was already frightening enough. If it were another person standing here, that person would definitely be smashed into a meat patty. However, Kuei Dou ran into Xiao Chen, a well-prepared Xiao Chen. Kuei Dou could only blame himself for being unlucky. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and ignored the shocked people around him. He put away the puppet snake and somersaulted in the air, leaping out of the encirclement of the two races and landing firmly on the ground. "Come out and trade," Xiao Chen said calmly. Wei Hua looked at Kuei Dou, who fell into a deep pit and stood up in a sorry state. His lips twitched involuntarily as he silently flew out. The two faced each other and placed the items they wanted to trade into a spatial ring before their eyes. Then they stretched out their hands and pushed. They each controlled their own spatial rings and pushed them towards the other with the speed of an old ox pulling a cart. The cultivators of the two races stood in a row behind them. They did not hide the killing chi in their eyes at all, clearly eager to try. The two spatial rings brushed past each other, and the two sides immediately pulled over the other spatial rings. "Kill him," Wei Hua said through clenched teeth. He did not even bother looking at the departed spirit fruit in his spatial ring as he retreated at his fastest speed. The ghost race and corpse race cultivators did not need Wei Hua to say anything. They were already filled with rage. The instant Wei Hua retreated, attacks rained down on Xiao Chen. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen, who had been prepared for this long ago, gently pushed off the ground and moved backward. A light flashed in his eyes. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame chased each other, forming a magnificent flame diagram. The 8 trigrams for divisions and yin-yang condensed into a world of its own, blocking all the attacks. Boom! In just an instant, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram turned into a golden light and disappeared. However, this short moment was enough for Xiao Chen to do many things. Chapter 838. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Change! Change! Xiao Chun shouted and his body split into 9. Then the 9 figures changed again, turning into 81 figures. Under Xiao Chun's control, each figure spun around quickly, kicking up gusts of wind and forming 100-meter-tall tornadoes as they flew forward. Immediately, sand and rocks flew in front. When one looked around, the 81 tornadoes carried countless leaves and dust as they surged forward. The hidden Xiao Chun became even harder to distinguish. After him, naturally Wei Hua, Wang Can, Qing Cheng, and the others would not let Xiao Chun off so easily. 100 inferior-grade martial sages led countless demonic corpses and Yin soldiers in pursuit. Bang! 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 The tornadoes were shattered by the powerful attacks, and the clones inside were instantly killed by the Yin soldiers and demonic corpses. The ghostly Yin soldiers howled in the wind. Since they did not have physical bodies, they flew the fastest. They kept chasing relentlessly, bobbing up and down in the clouds. The tornadoes shattered one by one. When there were only 8 tornadoes left, Xiao Chun made a prompt decision. He whistled and the strong wind stopped. The 8 figures merged into one in the air. Xiao Chun tilted his body and dove down, widening the distance between him and the group behind him. When Wei Hua and the others saw that Xiao Chun's clones were all destroyed, joy flashed on their faces. Then they increased their speed again. The group slowly closed the distance. Just as they were about to catch up to Xiao Chun suddenly stretched out his hand. 72 beams of light flashed from the ground. When the beams of light merged, the universe banner appeared in Xiao Chun's hand. Then he smiled gently, and electric light burst out from under his feet. His speed suddenly doubled. When the black flame sovereign snake, which had been locked up for a long time, discovered that the restriction had disappeared, it immediately soared into the air and spat out black flames. Miserable cries resounded. The cultivators of the 2 races that had chased after Xiao Chun were immediately unlucky, becoming the target of the black flame sovereign snake's rage. Arrows still remained in the black flame sovereign snake's body, causing it to bleed continuously. Furthermore, it had been locked up for such a long time. Its rage and rage were easy to imagine. Black flame sovereign snake. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. Wang Can shouted, trying to gather the corpse race group together and retreat. However, the situation was chaotic. The black flame sovereign snake charged forward ferociously. As it opened its mouth, it shot out flames, completely disrupting the ferocious group. Fortunately, this was the Sage Mark Monument's inner world. If one died, one would only be sent out. Otherwise, one would suffer great losses. When Qing Cheng saw that white figure leaving calmly in the distance, her eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand and beckoned. 8 spirits carrying a white palanquin appeared. Qing Cheng pushed off the ground and flew into the palanquin. Ji Chun and Spirit by Chan, Spirit, Shizhan. Corpse Ji Ghost Spirits by and Star Race Ji Qing Cheng instructed. The 8 ghosts lifted the white palanquin and quickly moved forward. Ji Shizhan and Bai Su sighed speechlessly. Ever since Qing Cheng made her debut, she had never failed like this. She had been schemed against so many times. First, along the way, the various spirit veins' origins were plundered. Then Xiao Chun used them to fight the corpse race. Finally, the situation was even worse. When Xiao Chun retreated, he directly released the black flame sovereign snake. The group immediately lost more than half its members. When they went to the treasury hall, they would not be able to compete. More importantly, after putting in so much effort and bringing along 2 soul reapers, they still could not obtain the departed spirit fruit that they thought they would obtain. Everything had failed. Given her pride, she would definitely not be able to accept this. After Xiao Chun put away the universe banner and released the black flame sovereign snake, he left in a much more relaxed manner. A berserk black flame sovereign snake was not easy to deal with. It would already be pretty good if the 2 races could clean up the mess. Even if they could spare some effort to chase after Xiao Chun, there would not be too many people. If there were only a few people, there would be no need to fear him. Xiao Chun's harvest this time could be said to be very fruitful. Right now, he had 7 million astral coins and 600,000 black astral coins. In total, he had 13 million astral coins. With such wealth, he was no weaker than any noble clan scion or sect inheritor. Wei Hua's sage-grade inner vest was not much. However, it was better than nothing. It was an additional layer of defense. As for the lunar cassia tree and dragon mark fruits in the immortal spirit ring, with so many spirit veins helping them mature, Ao Jiao smiled happily and busied herself. After Xiao Qian left the sage mark monument, he would see the lunar cassia tree blooming. The 5 dragon mark fruits would also be more than 800 years old. After expending so many spirit veins origins, it was all worth it. Suddenly, Xiao Qian's footsteps stopped. He looked up and saw a dim light suddenly hovering in front of him. When the light stopped, Xiao Qian squinted and looked carefully. 8 wandering spirits carrying a white palanquin floated quietly in front of him. Young Master Xiao, good move. Qing Cheng really underestimated you. As the ancients said, suffering a loss is a blessing. Qing Cheng will remember today's loss for life. Qing Cheng's cold voice came from the palanquin. There was not much sorrow or joy in it. It seemed extremely calm. Xiao Qian carefully sized up this white palanquin. He had long felt that this palanquin was extraordinary. Now, it looked like it had some extraordinary speed at the very least. However, he did not know if it had any other functions. When Xiao Qian heard Qing Cheng's words, he did not react. His expression remained calm as he said, Miss Qing Cheng is too serious. Actually, between you and me, if we ignore the death throne, there is no unresolvable conflict between us. No wonder you are so careful. It turns out that you knew long ago that the secret of your throne was exposed. Even though I cannot obtain the departed spirit fruit, I have to obtain the death throne today. Qing Cheng formed hand seals in the palanquin, and 2 cold winds blew. The 10-meter-tall black and white soul reapers arrived before Xiao Qian in a flash, holding cold black sais. Black and white soul reapers, according to the legends of the immortal epoch, are one of the 10 great Yin masters of the underworld. They have many incarnations. Before an ordinary person dies, they will draw their soul into the underworld river to undergo the 6 paths of reincarnation. Naturally, the black and white soul reapers that my ghost race refined cannot compare to the legendary soul reapers. However, they are still as strong as medial-grade martial sages. I advise you not to resist or think of fleeing. Your speed cannot compare to the 8 ghost palanquin. Qing Cheng, who was in the palanquin, enunciated every word extremely coldly. Xiao Qian sized up the black and white soul reapers and smiled faintly. What strange confidence! Have you not thought about why I dared to leave with you even though I knew you had trump cards? Even if that black flame sovereign snake had not appeared, you would not have been able to obtain the departed spirit fruit and the death throne. This is because I will never take the initiative to enter a dangerous situation if I am not confident. Xiao Qian opened his hand, and an ancient lamp appeared in his palm. Then, he bit the tip of his tongue and sent a mouthful of essence blood containing a large amount of mental energy into the wick of the lamp. The flickering flame lit up, and the ancient lamp drifted gently into the air. Rings of light appeared behind the ancient lamp. The mysterious inscriptions on the ancient lamp gave off a jade-green light. An illusory figure became increasingly clear in the light. The immortal Tao honors life, boundlessly rescuing people. Once I recite the scriptures, all the great sages praise me. Twice I recite the scriptures, and withered bones come to life. Immortal Qi shrouded the illusory figure as it recited the mysterious scriptures. The scriptures contained the ghost Tao of reincarnation, the power to deliver all living things from suffering. Clumps of light quickly drifted away from the black and white soul reapers' bodies. The light on their bodies slowly weakened. Person cleansing scripture. Qing Cheng exclaimed in a fluster from the palanquin. Then she quickly formed hand seals and called back the black and white soul reapers. In just a short while, the black and white soul reapers had lost 50 to 60% of their strength. With a swoosh, the white palanquin directly fell from the sky. The palanquin overturned and tilted. The 8 strands of wandering souls that were carrying the palanquin were directly expiated by the expiation scripture. Xiao Qian revealed a smile on his face and calmly put away the ancient lamp. Then he took a big step forward, stepping on electric light and disappearing from this place. Qing Cheng leaped out of the palanquin with an extremely unsightly expression. With a flick of her hand, she released the 8 wandering souls and lifted the white palanquin again. Qing Cheng looked in the direction that Xiao Qian had taken. After a long time, she did not give chase in the end. This time, her defeat was simply too embarrassing. She had already lost miserably in the first place. In the end, she had even foolishly charged forward and allowed herself to be trampled on. Xiao Chan had obtained the ancient lamp from where the evil king died. It was a king-grade secret treasure. Clearly, a half-sage would not be able to refine it completely. After Xiao Chan advanced to martial sage, he took some time to refine it on his way to the Kunlun mountain range. Although he could not bring out the full might of this secret treasure with his current cultivation, after using it for a while, Xiao Chan gained a rough understanding of the effects of this lamp. However, he could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. This lamp was called the reincarnation lamp. It was made from the fragments of a magic treasure from the immortal epoch. After mending the formations and adding in new materials, it was refined into a secret treasure suitable for cultivators. In reality, most secret treasures above sage grade were made from the fragments of magic treasures from the immortal epoch. First senior sister Shui Lingling's purple bow and Ing Qiong's heavenly downpour umbrella were like this. The reincarnation lamp continued the main function of the original magic treasure, summoning the souls of immortals to chant the Taoist cleansing scripture, to purify the evil energy of remnant souls. A perfectly good king-grade secret treasure became useless just like that. Aside from having some restraining effect on the ghost race, it was not very useful to cultivators of the other races. It was somewhat unfortunate that this was a king-grade secret treasure. Any king-grade secret treasure in the Kunlun realm would fetch a sky-high price in an auction. Only emperor-grade secret treasures were stronger than king-grade secret treasures. However, emperor-grade secret treasures were normally used by the various sovereign sects and clans to protect their headquarters. They would not take them out easily. Without Emperor Wu's cultivation, one would not be able to bring out the might of an emperor-grade secret treasure. For people of Xiao Chen's cultivation, king-grade secret treasures were the most suitable secret treasures. However, perhaps after refining it completely, the reincarnation lamp might have some other uses. After all, it was left behind by the evil king. Xiao Chan raised his head and looked at the distant pillar of light reaching into the sky. Anticipation flashed in his eyes. He wondered what kind of surprise the treasury hall would have. There were still 5 more days before Xiao Chan would be sent out of the Sage Mark Monument. He had to rush over. Chapter 839. Xiao Chan muttered to himself for a while before descending from the sky and sitting cross-legged on the ground. He started recovering his energy. He intended to use Thunder Dragon Steps to rush over after he recovered to his peak state. Xiao Chan circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, and the surrounding spiritual energy slowly poured into the 300 heavenly sage laws in his body. The heavenly sage laws hungrily absorbed the spiritual energy of the world. The color of the heavenly sage laws slowly turned denser and fuller. The electric light around Xiao Chan spread out uncontrollably, forming a faint light screen. After a while, Xiao Chan opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. After advancing to martial sage, his recovery speed was much faster than before. The amount of energy he could store was also incomparable to before. Electric light burst out from under Xiao Chen's feet. He did not hesitate to execute Thunder Dragon Steps and dash through the air. With a raise of his leg, he crossed 5 kilometers. The wind howled by his ears. As he moved like a meteor chasing the moon, Xiao Chan could clearly feel a resistance restricting his speed. He did not feel this resistance when he burst out over a short distance. However, once he moved a long distance, he could feel it easily. This was the void barrier of the Kunlun realm. Unless he shattered space and entered the void, he would find it hard to increase his speed. If he forcefully increased his speed, he might even injure his physical body. Xiao Chan thought for a while and discovered that with his physical body, he should be able to endure another 20% increase in speed. However, this was already his limit. Even if he wanted to increase his speed, he would not be able to do so. Xiao Chan moved at full speed without any worries. He moved like a bolt of lightning shooting through the sky. The people below could only see 2 lightning dragons flickering in the air. They could not even see the figures on them. Soon, Xiao Chan left the vast savanna behind. The pillar of light in the distance became increasingly clearer. A look of joy appeared in Xiao Chen's bright eyes. At this rate, he should be able to reach the treasury hall before sunset. Suddenly, Xiao Chan, who was dashing through the sky, stopped. The sounds of fighting attracted his attention. After traveling such a long distance, Xiao Chun noticed more than one fight. However, he did not stop. The reason why the battle below could attract his attention was because the protagonists of both sides were not insignificant figures. 3 deity race keepers of light led 10 odd deity race cultivators, clashing intensely with the fiend race team led by the Peacock King's descendant, Kong Yuan. Kong Yuan's side seemed to be in a bad situation. The 13 guardians of the celestial race didn't seem to be very famous within the celestial race. Their radiance was suppressed by the divine son and divine daughter. But in the outer races, all of them were extremely talented youths. With Kong Yuan's strength, he could easily defeat one of them, and he could barely defeat 2 of them. Facing 3 of them would be too much. Being able to guarantee that he would not be defeated within 1,000 moves was already an extraordinary feat. In addition, the overall strength of the God race warriors was much higher than that of the monster race warriors. Although Kong Yuan's troops had the advantage in numbers, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. It's Xiao Chun. Quickly release the signal and inform the people in other directions. The mental energy of the deity race cultivators was extraordinary. The moment Xiao Chun paused in the air, he was immediately discovered by the 3 guardians. One of them shook his right hand, preparing to release the signal. Xiao Chun frowned. Originally, he had not planned on meddling in other people's business. However, he instantly made up his mind. With a flip of his hand, the Soul Slayer bow appeared. Xiao Chun knocked an arrow and drew the string. He executed this series of actions very smoothly. All his vital qi surged out without holding anything back. It seemed like thunder rumbled in Xiao Chun's body. A formless aura gathered in the surroundings as the bowstring was drawn. The Soul Slayer bow was as mighty as its vital qi. However, Xiao Chun rarely used its full power. The damage to his arm would be too great. At most, he would only need to draw it 3 more times before his arm would be crippled. However, at this moment Xiao Chun could not care so much. Xiao Chun released his fingers, and the arrow tore through the air, disappearing in a flash. Before the guardian with his right arm could release the signal, the arrow pierced through his wrist. His wrist was pierced by the arrow, the tail of the arrow trembling, bringing with it a massive force, directly pulling him to the ground. The arrow pierced through his wrist and stabbed into the ground along with his arm. Buzz! Only at this moment did the sound of the arrow tearing through the air reach Xiao Chun's ears. The speed of this arrow had already surpassed the speed of sound by several times. Xiao Chun returned the bow to the universe ring. Just as that guardian's leg and arm were pinned to the ground by the arrow, electric light surged under Xiao Chun's feet and he quickly gave chase. Xiao Chun's speed was frighteningly fast. The guardian's heartbeat suddenly sped up. His sea of consciousness surged, and his strong mental energy turned into thousands of weapons flowing with holy light. These weapons surged out, trying to stop Xiao Chun for a moment. Dragon tone art break. Xiao Chun roared, and the sound waves turned into a dragon-shaped shockwave surging out. Kasie! Kasie! The thousands of weapons shattered, turning into boundless holy light spreading everywhere. However, they could not stop Xiao Chun at all. The deity race guardian, who had just pulled the arrow out of his wrist, endured the intense pain. Before he could get up, he saw a bolt of lightning flashing in the spreading holy light. In the next moment, a white figure leaped out. This person held a saber hilt with both hands and pointed the long saber downwards. The saber carried the momentum of lightning as it pierced through the guardian's inner vest, pinning him to the ground again. However, this time the target was not the wrist but the heart, a fatal spot for any cultivator. A light flashed and this guardian died on the spot, teleported out of the Sage Mark Monument. When Kong Yuan saw Xiao Chun make a move, he could not help rejoicing. His figure trembled and he revealed his fiend body, a huge blue peacock flickering with light. Kong Yuan firmly suppressed the 2 guardians, who were preparing to retreat, forcing them to retreat. Since Xiao Chun made a move, there was naturally no need to think about anything else. He pushed off the ground and worked with Kong Yuan to deal with the 2 guardians. Kong Yuan alone could defeat 2 guardians. With Xiao Chun's help, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Soon he killed the 2. The blue peacock gave off a berserk aura. Under its beautiful appearance was an immeasurable ferocity. After the 3 guardians died, the remaining deity race cultivators decisively scattered and fled. They did not linger or fight to the death. Kong Yuan reverted to his human form and looked at Xiao Chan, who sheathed his saber. His expression was somewhat complicated. However, he still said happily, "Many thanks for your help this time." The two had a grudge in the heavenly dew divine spring. Just as they were about to fight, Diwuk had appeared and stopped them. Now, coincidentally, they worked together because of the deity race. Xiao Chun was not that narrow-minded. He did not have any irreconcilable grudges with Kong Yuan, nor did they have any conflicts of interest. If Xiao Chun could gain another friend through this matter, it might not be a bad thing. Xiao Chun said calmly, "You are too polite. With your strength, you should be able to leave after revealing your fiend form." Kong Yuan glanced at the remaining fiend race cultivators and sighed softly. "The treasury hall is not far away. It is too unfortunate that these clansmen have stopped here. If I can put in some effort, I will do my best as well." Xiao Chun felt excited. To think that Kong Yuan could still think about his clansmen in such a situation, he could be considered a man. His status as the Peacock King's descendant was not in vain. "Let's not talk about this for now. Why are those deity race cultivators attacking you here?" Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity. They were almost at the treasury hall. What were they doing here instead of searching for treasures? Kong Yuan's expression turned sullen. He said, "Diwuk led the deity race's people and arrived here first. They guarded the passageways and blocked all the cultivators of the other races who tried to get close. What a big move. With the strength of one race, he wants to block all the cultivators of the other races. Diwuk's appetite is too big. Could it be that he wants to take all the secret treasures in the treasury hall by himself?" Xiao Chun voiced his doubts. Kong Yuan shook his head and explained, "It's not like that. As long as the cultivators who enter the treasury hall obtain 2 secret treasures, they will automatically be sent out. The treasury hall has a total of 5 floors. Each floor has a king-grade secret treasure. What Diwuk really cares about are these 5 king-grade secret treasures. His main purpose is to delay us. Of course, if we are weaker, we will be chased out of the Sage Mark Monument." Xiao Chun found this strange. He asked, "The Sage Mark Monument opens once every 10 years. It has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that the secret treasures in there have not been emptied out?" Kong Yuan could not explain this either. He replied, "I'm not sure about that. In any case, every 10 years, there will be more secret treasures in the treasury hall. There will be at least 5 king-grade secret treasures. There are rumors that the Sage Mark Monument does not exist alone. There are strong and mysterious existences in there as well. Those secret treasures were collected or refined by those strong existences." Xiao Chun thought for a while. If there really was a mysterious existence that could freely enter and exit the Sage Mark Monument, how strong would that existence be? After all, when the Sage Mark Monument opened, even sovereign martial emperors could not get close. Only inferior-grade martial emperors could enter. Could that mysterious existence be even stronger than sovereign martial emperors? However, these were just guesses. Perhaps there was no mysterious existence. "I want to meet up with the Fox King's descendant Yuan Su. Let's part ways here. If we meet in the treasury hall, we can compete based on our own abilities. How about that?" When Kong Yuan saw that the group of fiend race cultivators had more or less recovered, he prepared to take his leave. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "That would be for the best. Goodbye." As Kong Yuan watched Xiao Chun leave, his expression slowly turned grave. A fiend race old man behind Kong Yuan walked over and said, "This Xiao Chun really has some of the elegance of the Qing Emperor back then." With just a raise of his hand, he destroyed a deity race keeper of light. Such strength is probably no weaker than Diwuk's. Kong Yuan calmly analyzed. He does indeed have some of the elegance of the Qing Emperor. However, compared to Diwuk, he is still lacking. Earlier, he killed that keeper of light mostly because of the bow in his hand. In the end, his accumulations are still lacking. Even now, Diwuk's true strength is a mystery. However, Xiao Chun's potential is very terrifying. Who could have imagined that he had only been in the Kunlun realm for a mere 2 years? After parting with Kong Yuan, Xiao Chun met with several outstanding talents who had broken through the deity race's blockade. All of them rushed to the treasury hall. Chapter 840. There were only 5 king-grade secret treasures. Diwuk had already taken the lead. Who knew how long the traps and restrictions along the way could hold him back? Xiao Chun could not help but quicken his pace. After half a day, he finally arrived at the doors of the vast treasury hall. The doors were already open. The words Treasury Hall were carved on the doors, looking very charming. Several cultivators who passed by Xiao Chun paused their gazes on him for a while. Their eyes revealed an expression that could not be underestimated. Xiao Chun dared to face off against Diwuk at the Sage Mark Monument, stood at the top of the Sage Mark Monument for the first time, and kicked away the insufferably arrogant Diwuk. After this matter, the name White-Robed Xiao Chun would definitely spread. When the descendants of the Qing Emperor reappeared, they would definitely stir up a storm. Shifting his gaze away from the doors, Xiao Chun stepped in. After he entered, he arrived at a spacious room. Ancient murals decorated the walls, and there were 9 passageways in the surroundings, waiting for cultivators to choose. Choose whichever one you like. Every passageway will lead to the Great Hall where the King Grade secret treasure is. Then you can enter the next floor from there. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Back then the Thunder King had been here. Naturally, Ao Jiao was familiar with this place. Just as Xiao Chun was about to choose, someone suddenly walked in from outside, attracting his attention. That person had a horrified expression. Clearly, he had not expected to meet Xiao Chun like this. Xiao Chun glanced over. After he saw this person's appearance, he ignored him and calmly chose a passageway. Inside the spacious room, an indescribable hatred flashed in by Wu Xue's eyes. In just half a year, the other party was not even interested in looking at him. There were stone doors on both sides of the passageways. Xiao Chun entered a few stone rooms. Aside from puppet fragments, there was nothing on the ground. Clearly, someone had already taken away the secret treasures. After that, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to enter the stone chambers anymore. Instead, he continued on his way. Every now and then, he would encounter some combat puppets. He did not hold back and dealt with them as quickly as he could. After a while, he arrived at the main hall that led to the lower level. In the middle of the hall there was a stone platform with a sword box on it, flickering with electricity. Above the stone platform, sparks formed by lightning drifted down, appearing extremely strange. There was a small teleportation formation hovering in midair. It was flickering incessantly. It should be the path to the upper levels. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, rubbed her head and said doubtfully, strange, why did Diwuk not take away this king-grade secret treasure? Xiao Chun thought for a while and answered, it's not strange. Diwuk and Tianyu, she can only take 4 secret treasures together. They will definitely give up one. Aside from Xiao Chun, there were a few others in the Great Hall. They stared at the extreme thunder sword on the stone platform, revealing a strong desire to possess it. Xiao Chun sized them up and discovered that he had met most of them once before. On the west side were 2 men and 1 woman. They were the merfolk from the chaotic demonic sea. In the Great Hall, these 3 showed the most urgent expressions. On the north side was a fiend race cultivator in blue. Before he left his name on the Sage Mark Monument, Xiao Chun had noticed this person. According to Ing Qiong, this person was known as the Azure Wolf Swordsman. He was the scion of a fiend race noble clan in the Profound Domain. The Azure Wolf Swordsman's accumulations were no weaker than a human sovereign noble clans. The Azure Wolf King was the Emperor Wu of the Azure Wolf race. Although the Azure Wolf King was not a sovereign martial emperor, the Azure Wolf race had no connection to the Fiend Domain. It was rumored that the Azure Wolf King had an irreconcilable grudge with the Fox King and was chased out by the Fox King. Not far away were 3 deity race old men. Although they were not keepers, they were at least 100 years old. By relying on their deep cultivation and mental energy martial techniques unique to the deity race, they could contend with the demonic geniuses of the younger generation. The person across from Xiao Chun was a middle-aged man radiating a sharp sword intent. As he gazed at the sword box, he appeared extremely fervent. As a swordsman, his greatest wish was to obtain a good sword. This middle-aged man's sword intent inspired some fear in Xiao Chun. He even suspected that this person had condensed a sword soul. The Kunlun realm was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was not surprising that there were some hidden experts. There were also several cultivators of the various races trying to fish in troubled waters. All of them had fervent gazes. Perhaps there were experts that Xiao Chun had not noticed among them. However, this had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. He did not practice the sword and did not have any desire to possess the treasure sword in the sword box. He could only obtain 2 secret treasures here. He could not waste this opportunity on unrelated secret treasures. Outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm. I am the princess of the chaotic demonic seas merfolk race, Yao Yen. My race is currently facing a calamity. Would everyone please let us have this extreme thunder sword? This little girl represents the merfolk race and owes everyone a favor. We will definitely repay it in the future. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to leave, that merfolk race girl stepped forward and pleaded sincerely. Xiao Chun could not help but laugh in his heart. This girl was really naive. With the allure of a king-grade secret treasure, who would listen to her pleas and back out? Haha, do you take us for fools? The Azure Wolf swordsman laughed mockingly. What does the life and death of the merfolk race have to do with us? The middle-aged swordsman stared straight at the sword box on the stone platform. It was like he did not hear what this girl said. He muttered to himself. This sword is called the Extreme Thunder Sword? This name is really unpleasant. After I obtain it, I should change it to a new name. As for the 3 deity race old men, they were even more overboard. They smiled coldly and said, the merfolk race dares to come to our Kunlun continent and issue orders? Do they think our deity race does not exist? Your Highness, why the need to speak so much with them? Just directly attack. Mu Yun, with his explosive temper, could not help getting angry. However, Mu Yun's big brother Mu Lei showed a grave expression. He did not say anything. If they tried to attack, their chances of success would be 50% at best. How could it be that simple? Young Master Xiao, along the way I've heard many people talk about you. Back then, our merfolk race once helped the Qing Emperor in his conquest of the sea. As a descendant of the Qing Emperor, can you show some consideration for old times? Suddenly, that merfolk race girl's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He could not help but give her a strange look. That merfolk race girl did not avoid Xiao Chen's gaze. She continued to send a voice projection. My race is really at a critical juncture of life and death. We urgently need this extreme thunder sword to save us. If you help this little girl today, the merfolk race will definitely remember your kindness. Xiao Chun remained silent, not saying anything. He had never been a person who would let a few words affect his heart. However, at this moment he hesitated. The mysterious sword box lay quietly on the stone platform. The flaming flowers formed by electric light fell down. The outstanding talents from all over eyed this extreme thunder sword like a tiger watching its prey. Even if Xiao Chun could not use it, it would fetch a sky-high price at an auction. This sword was not some unpopular weapon. The merfolk race's princess Yao Yen showed some anticipation in her eyes as she quietly waited for Xiao Chen's answer. Never mind. If the merfolk race really helped the Qing Emperor back then, I will repay this kindness today. I only hope that you are not lying to me. Ghosts and demons roamed the world. Who was real and who was fake? How could one listen to the words of one clan? Xiao Chun took a risk and trusted the other party for now, acknowledging his identity as the Qing Emperor's descendant. After all, there were some matters of the past that he needed to face. Many thanks, young Master Xiao. Princess Yao Yen heaved a sigh of relief. With Xiao Chen's help and the 3 of them working together, they had a 70% chance of obtaining the Extreme Thunder Sword. The atmosphere was rather quiet. No one dared to make a move rashly. They all looked cautiously at the others, secretly storing up their auras. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not have time to waste here. He needed to use his lightning-quick means to obtain this Extreme Thunder Sword. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he instantly stood on the stone platform. He looked at the sword box below but did not touch it. He looked calmly at the surroundings and said, I, Xiao Chun, want this sword. If anyone is not convinced, feel free to come and fight me. Seeing that a bladesman like Xiao Chun actually became interested in this Extreme Thunder Sword, the expressions of everyone present immediately turned uncertain. Everyone saw Xiao Chen's strength for themselves. The explosive power of his Thunder Dragon steps far surpassed that of most of the cultivators here. However, if Xiao Chun could make them retreat with just one sentence, they would not be convinced. No matter what, Xiao Chan was just a lower realm genius who came to the Kunlun realm 2 years ago. What bold words! Do you really think that you are the Qing Emperor? Even Diwuk would not dare to say that, the Azure Wolf Swordsman said with a sullen expression. The Green Wolf Swordsman said with a sullen expression. He was lacking a suitable treasure sword. How could he allow others to encroach on it? The middle-aged human swordsman's gaze was like lightning, as sharp as a sword. He placed his right hand on his sword hilt, and his sword intent buzzed, kicking up sword winds in the surroundings. The 3 deity race old men felt boundless hatred for Xiao Chan. The old man in the middle smiled coldly and said, "Everyone, there is no need to say anything to him. Just attack together. Let this fellow know the consequences of being arrogant." The inferior grade martial sages of the various races who were trying to fish in troubled waters all had eager eyes. To them, the more chaotic it was, the better. Clearly, Xiao Chen's words had achieved their goal. Suddenly, a resplendent light lit up. An unparalleled sword intent blew like a berserk wind. The wind howled endlessly, spreading throughout the entire hall. It seemed like a strand of sword chi streaked across everyone's eyes. The first to make a move was actually the middle-aged swordsman. The moment he made a move, he revealed his strong strength. That berserk sword intent gave the many cultivators the illusion that he was unblockable. Don't make a move first. When you find an opportunity, take the sword yourself. Yao Yan, who was preparing to help, suddenly heard Xiao Chen's voice projection in his mind. He could not help but stop what he was doing. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, and he narrowed his eyes. He stared directly at that strand of unparalleled sword intent. The unparalleled saber chi in his body clashed with it without fear. When the light scattered, a sword appeared in front of Xiao Chan. The middle-aged swordsman had already pressed forward and brandished his sword intent. A sword light flowed, and he executed an exquisite sword technique that complemented his consummation sword intent. Sword lights flickered in 72 directions. The middle-aged swordsman's figure appeared. Every sword strike was real without any falsehood. The middle-aged swordsman was very satisfied with this move of his. He specialized in fast swords, and his sword techniques focused on speed. If one wanted to break his sword, one had to be faster than him. Chapter 841. Xiao Chan placed his right hand on the saber hilt and instantly executed the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. The middle-aged swordsman immediately felt like he had nowhere to hide. His 72 sword images were clearly attacking Xiao Chan. However, when Xiao Chan placed his right hand on the saber hilt, everything seemed to turn around. The middle-aged swordsman's heart sank, and his expression changed greatly. Relying on his swordsman's intuition, he decisively withdrew his move and retreated. The 72 sword images merged together, and his figure flashed. The Azure Wolf Swordsman, who leaped after the middle-aged swordsman, was not as lucky. The middle-aged swordsman brushed past him. However, one advanced while the other retreated. Electric light flickered, and the slender lunar shadow saber attacked from an angle that the Azure Wolf Swordsman could not have imagined. The saber light struck the Azure Wolf Swordsman's side, and the strong lightning-attributed energy exploded. The Azure Wolf Swordsman's body flew into the wall of the hall like a cannonball. In the time it took for a spark to fly, everything happened unimaginably fast. In the time that Xiao Chan used his saber to attack, one of the 2 swordsmen was forced back, and the other was knocked back. Deity's Nation, Inextinguishable Spear. Deity's Nation, Inextinguishable Sword. Deity's Nation, Inextinguishable Divine Halberd. The 3 deity race old men worked together to execute the deity race's combination martial technique that Xiao Chan had seen before. A golden light appeared behind them, materializing a boundless sea and a divine kingdom rising and falling. Xiao Chan did not dare to underestimate them. He immediately took out his greatest trump card. Using lightning-fast means, he attacked before this combination martial technique was perfectly connected. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true fire chased each other, forming a charming scene. As they spun, they merged into the world. The vertical Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram pressed forward with a strong might. Bang! 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 There were 3 explosions, and the 3 weapons infused with divine light turned into light and scattered. However, the light of the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram did not diminish. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and pointed. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram swept out at an even faster speed, crashing into the three. The golden sea behind him surged with huge waves as it roared ferociously, resisting with all its might. But in the end, the divine kingdom sank to the bottom of the sea, never to come out again. The sea disappeared, and the three god race elders each spat out a mouthful of blood. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram pushed forward, crashing into the walls of the hall, and severely injuring them once again. Xiao Chan used his absolute strength and showed no mercy, suppressing these three people without any fear. This was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. With a flash of light, the two flames returned to his eyes. Two loud sword chimes resounded. The green wolf swordsman and the middle-aged human swordsman charged over again. Dragon is long and dragon. Dragon. Dragon took. Dawas. Xiao Tian's chin's SSS's star. Said. And on. Two dragon-shaped saber chi came out of the long saber, flying at the middle-aged swordsman. Even Emperor Wu could only receive this dragon playing with pearl head-on. This move was sufficient to fluster this middle-aged swordsman for a long time. After dealing with this troublesome middle-aged swordsman, Xiao Chan brandished his saber and clashed with the azure wolf swordsman. When the saber and sword clashed, sparks flew, creating a dazzling light. Boom! When the many cultivators below saw that Xiao Chan could not extricate himself, they rejoiced. They swarmed over and flew towards the stone platform. Xiao Chan turned his head to take a look, and the blazing purple thunder true fire in his right eye poured out, forming a sea of fire. The ferocious purple thunder true fire instantly struck the cultivator at the very front. The group of people on fire immediately cried out miserably. They fell to the ground and rolled around in pain, trying to think of all sorts of ways to extinguish the fire. The fire was ferocious. The electricity contained in it crackled and flickered, forcing the group of cultivators back. When the three merfolk race cultivators saw this fire, their eyes lit up. They were clearly very excited. Still not retrieving the sword? What are you waiting for? Seeing the three stunned people, Xiao Chan could not help but feel angry. The purple thunder true fire would not be able to block this group of people for long. After the middle-aged swordsman dealt with the twin dragons playing with pearls, it would be difficult for him to retrieve the sword. At this moment, this was the best opportunity to retrieve the sword. He could not understand why the three were not moving. Princess Yao Yan was the first to startle to her senses. Her figure flashed, and while everyone was busy, she effortlessly placed the sword box into her universe ring. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief and withdrew the purple thunder true fire. After knocking back the azure wolf swordsman, he slowly landed on the stone platform. Looking at the empty stone platform, the others recovered their wits, startled awake. It turned out that Xiao Chan and the merfolk race had worked together. They were so high-profile just to attract everyone's attention. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and hid the sharpness in his eyes. He looked around and smiled faintly. The treasure already has an owner. There is no need to continue fighting. The middle-aged swordsman, who had withstood the dragon playing with pearl, appeared to be in a sorry state. He wiped the blood off his lips and glared at Xiao Chan angrily. Then, his figure flashed and entered the transportation formation in the air. The azure wolf swordsman felt very depressed in his heart. He kept feeling like he had been tricked, played by Xiao Chan in front of so many people. As for the three deity race old men, they had already left this place long ago. Xiao Chan had utterly defeated them in one move. There was no place for them to show their old faces. The many martial sages who were preparing to fish in troubled waters all looked at Xiao Chan with some fear. Then, they quickly entered the transportation formation in the air and went to the lower levels. Soon, only Xiao Chan and the three merfolk race old men remained. Princess Yao Yan walked over leisurely with a blue headscarf in her hand. She handed it over and said, "Words cannot express my gratitude for your great kindness. This headscarf is not a secret treasure. However, it has a refreshing and calming effect. I hope young Master Xiao will accept it." Xiao Chan received the headscarf and felt a chill invade his body. His entire body trembled as he felt his earlier fatigue vanish. His body now radiated boundless vitality. This headscarf did not look as ordinary as the other party made it out to be. Xiao Chan put it away and muttered to himself, We will meet again if we are fated to. Goodbye. Seeing Xiao Chan vanish from the transportation formation, Mu Yun could not help asking, Your Highness, why did you not clarify things with him? He clearly used the Purple Thunder True Fire earlier. That is much stronger than the Extreme Thunder True Fire. If he was willing to help, the hidden danger of the merfolk race could be resolved. Mu Lei nodded as well and said, I think this Xiao Chan is not a cold-blooded and emotionless person. If he is willing to help just because of the favor my race had with the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago, he might be willing to help to the end. A bitter look flashed in Yao Yan's sky-blue eyes. She smiled faintly and said, Never mind. With the Extreme Thunder Sword, the problem should be more or less resolved. It has already been 10,000 years. Even I am embarrassed to say it out loud. How could I have the face to say it? Xiao Chan did not feel too much about repaying his ancestors' kindness while he was at it. As for whether the other party was speaking the truth or not, he would just believe it for now. On the second floor of the treasury hall, the number of stone rooms with secret treasures that had not been taken away increased. Xiao Chan was not in a rush to go up. Unlike the others, Xiao Chan did not focus on the king-grade secret treasures on this trip to the treasury hall. If possible, Xiao Chan hoped to choose 1 or 2 high-quality sage-grade secret treasures that were compatible with him. Firstly, king-grade secret treasures were not easy to obtain. Secondly, after obtaining them, he would be temporarily limited by his cultivation. It would be difficult to refine them and bring out their full effects. Most importantly, after obtaining them, he might discover that they were unorthodox secret treasures similar to the reincarnation lamp. What Xiao Chen needed were secret treasures that were compatible with him. For example, his empty hands lacked a pair of gloves that could increase his speed. Previously, after he advanced to superior grade martial monarch, the gloves had lost their effects and had been abandoned in the universe ring for a long time. Furthermore, the shoes on Xiao Chen's feet no longer had the effect of increasing his speed. It was a pity that Lung Yu had to reforge these 2 secret treasures. Occasionally, the ocean blue headscarf on Xiao Chen's forehead would circulate a cold qi around his body, giving him a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Under the influence of the headscarf, Xiao Chen, who had been somewhat anxious, calmed down completely, becoming as traceless as the autumn water. Xiao Chen's mind became clearer about his own desires and desires. His mind reached his heart and removed many of the distracting thoughts. If Xiao Chen still did not know that this headscarf was a supreme treasure, he would really be a blockhead. Why does this headscarf look like Neptune's headscarf? Could it be that Neptune's relic was really passed down? Ao Jiao sized up the blue headscarf on Xiao Chen's forehead as she commented. Bang! In the stone room, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and punched the combat puppet guarding this place. Then he struck it one last time, shattering it into countless pieces. Xiao Chen opened the wooden box in the stone room and took a look. He was somewhat disappointed to find a sword brimming with spiritual energy inside. After walking out of the stone room, Xiao Chen took some time to ask, What is Neptune's headscarf? According to legend, Neptune had a very violent temper. He was a tyrant through and through. Once he flared up, the entire Kunlun realm sea would surge with huge waves. Tsunamis would surge up to the sky, and torrential rain would fall incessantly. Several innocent life forms would die. For the sake of helping him control his temper, his daughter put in a lot of effort. She traveled all over the forbidden lands at the bottom of the sea, and knitted a headscarf for him. Every time he flared up, he would wear it, saving many lives. Xiao Chen felt slightly surprised. If this headscarf really was Neptune's headscarf, then his earlier help was not worth the reward. He had thought that it was just an ordinary headscarf, so he did not hold back and casually accepted it. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, the merfolk race had dominated the chaotic demonic sea for so many years. How could the merfolk race's princess casually give out some gifts as thanks? As Xiao Chen searched the various stone rooms for the secret treasures he needed, he chatted with Ao Jiao about the past of the sea. Thus he did not feel bored. 10,000 years ago, the Neptune Palace was incredibly powerful. Neptune's strength was even more terrifying. It frequently interfered with the continent and even had the intention of overthrowing the continent. The Qing Emperor entered the sea 3 times and fought with it before he finally defeated Neptune. Then he moved the human factions over and fought for many years. Finally, He swept away all the remnant factions of the Neptune Palace. When Ao Jiao spoke of the secrets of the past, Xiao Chun felt the strength of the Qing Emperor once again, sweeping through everything unrivaled. The strongest sovereign martial emperor of the post-ancient era truly lived up to his reputation. Chapter 842. Kaxie. This time when the wooden chest opened, Xiao Qin's eyes lit up, revealing intense interest. The chest contained 3 black arrows covered in talisman scripts and flowing with light. Xiao Chun scanned them with his spiritual sense and felt the surging energy contained in them. There was also a jade strip beside the 3 arrows. Xiao Chun held the jade strip in his hand and sent his spiritual sense into it. Then he obtained some information about the arrows. This arrow was called the Starbreaker arrow. As its name suggested, it could pierce through a star. Of course, the star here was definitely not a very large star. However, based on the might described in the jade strip, this arrow could pierce through a Grandmaster-level martial sage if they did not pay attention. The might of this arrow was focused on breaking. No secret treasure would be able to block it. The only problem was that it could only be used once. As Xiao Chun continued reading, the smile on his face grew wider. Unexpectedly, the Starbreaker arrow's forging method, the materials needed, how to carve the formation scripts, the ratio of fire, and many more were listed in great detail. That's it. Inside the treasury hall, Xiao Chun chose the first secret treasure he needed. Perhaps the others would be lucky and obtain an unknown king-grade secret treasure from Diwuk. However, Xiao Chun did not envy them at all. Being able to obtain a secret treasure like the Starbreaker arrow that suited him made this trip worthwhile. Furthermore, there were the various spirit veins that he obtained earlier, the black astral coins that he extorted from Wei Hua, and 3 mature departed spirit flowers. This trip to the Sage Mark Monument was a perfect one. After putting away the Starbreaker arrow, Xiao Chun started to choose his second secret treasure. Xiao Chun had a relaxed mood and walked quietly. Occasionally, he chatted with Ao Jiao about some interesting things. Xiao Chun formed a sharp contrast with the other cultivators in the treasury hall, who were filled with surging killing qi and in a rush. As a result, he slowed down a lot. By the time Diwuk and Tianyushi reached the 5th floor, he had barely reached the 3rd floor. Even the ghost race and corpse race cultivators, who were slower than Diwuk, had already caught up to him, rushing to the 5th floor in a hurry. They feared that Diwuk would clear the final hurdle and snatch away the last precious king-grade secret treasure. When Xiao Chun arrived at the transportation formation on the 3rd floor, he saw an empty stone platform and shattered combat puppets littering the ground. Needless to say, Diwuk had already taken away the king-grade secret treasure. Most of the stone rooms on the 4th floor had not been opened yet, giving Xiao Chun more choices. The combat puppets inside also grew stronger. Xiao Chun had reached a point where he could not defeat them without going all out. As the 10-day deadline for entering the Sage Mark Monument approached, Xiao Chun still had not chosen his second secret treasure. Along the way, he came across some secret treasures that tempted him. However, after careful consideration, he chose to give them up. There were practically no cultivators left in the treasury hall. Most of them had obtained 2 secret treasures and were sent out of the Sage Mark Monument. However, Xiao Chun still had not come out. Outside the Sage Mark Monument, the sky was clear for thousands of kilometers around. The sun shone brightly. Occasionally, figures came out of the Sage Mark Monument, revealing joyful expressions. Not to mention the treasury hall, the Sage Mark Monument was filled with natural treasures. As long as a cultivator was not particularly unlucky, they would gain something. Boom! A golden radiance shot out from the Sage Mark Monument. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the glow on the figure's body seemed even more dazzling. Diwuk came out. Those 2 took away all the king-grade secret treasures of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. I wonder if they took away the king-grade secret treasures of the 5th floor? Immediately, the cultivators of the various races below cast their gazes over. Everyone knew about the deity race's actions around the treasury hall. Nearly all the cultivators heading to the treasury hall were obstructed, giving Diwuk and Tianyushi an advantage. Soon, another beam of light shot out of the Sage Mark Monument. The sons of the human race's 3 holy masters, the fiend race's Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, the ghost race's Qing Chang, the corpse race's Wang Can Wei Hua, and the other demonic geniuses all walked out with extremely unsightly expressions. Based on the expressions of these young cultivators, the result was clear. Di-Wuk and Tianyu she had snatched away the 4 king-grade secret treasures. At this thought, everyone sucked in a deep breath. Of the 5 king-grade secret treasures, aside from the one that Xiaochen had given up on, the deity race had taken away the rest. Di-Wuk's schemes and strength were displayed once again, becoming the biggest winner of this trip to the Sage Mark Monument. Where is Xiaochen? Why is he not out yet? After the corpse races Wei Hua landed, he immediately asked the cultivators of his race about Xiaochen's whereabouts. Wei Hua's lips twitched as he did his best to suppress the rage in his heart. The same scene happened with the ghost race and the deity race. They all asked about Xiaochen's whereabouts. Their gazes all turned sullen, like they wanted to eat someone up. Clearly, they were not concerned about Xiaochen. After receiving a negative answer, they all burst into an uproar, their expressions filled with doubt. Perhaps the biggest winner of this trip to the Sage Mark Monument was Di-Wuk. However, in terms of who was in the limelight, even Di-Wuk would be suppressed by Xiaochen. First, Xiaochen kicked Di-Wuk away at the Sage Mark Monument. Then, he single-handedly tricked the ghost race and corpse race experts. After that, Xiaochen repelled the various experts in the treasury hall and helped the merfolk race obtain the extreme thunder sword. He treated the king-grade secret treasures as nothing, giving them away so easily. Xiaochen's unconventional actions, his exceptional sharpness, and his strong strength. Whether the deity race's people admitted it or not, Xiaochen already had some of the glory of the Qing Emperor back then. However, at this moment all the young demonic geniuses of the various races had come out. However, Xiaochen was nowhere to be seen. This was very strange. Hence, a scene that had not occurred in 1,000 years appeared in front of the Sage Mark Monument. The cultivators of the various races had already obtained something. However, because of one name, they all stood guard in front of the Sage Mark Monument, unwilling to leave. The people waiting outside for Xiaochen to come out to vent their frustrations felt very conflicted when they did not see Xiaochen come out. Xiaochen, who was in the treasury hall, felt conflicted as well. He felt conflicted over the fact that the deadline was approaching, but he had not found a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure like the Starbreaker arrow that moved him at first glance. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiaochen knocked out 3 combat puppets in a stone room on the 5th floor. Then he arrived at the treasure chest containing the secret treasure. If Xiaochen still could not find a secret treasure that moved him, he could only return and pick a secret treasure that he had in reserve. When the wooden chest opened, a folded black cloak appeared. This cloak was different from ordinary cloaks. Its design was exquisite, and the materials it was made of were exquisite. There were feather shoulder pads on the shoulders. Silver threads were embedded at the edges of the cloak. It did not look like the silver of the mundane world but some kind of rare and precious metal. Xiaochen raised his hand and stretched out. Then he slowly unfolded the folded black cloaks. Without sending in his spiritual sense, he could move the secret treasure. However, if he wanted to bring the secret treasure out, he had to place a spiritual mark on it. After sizing up the appearance of the black cloak, Xiaochen rather liked it. It gave off a desolate and cold feeling. Then Xiaochen took out the jade strip from the chest. His expression turned grave. The information in it was rather simple. It only said that this black cloak was called Tianhai. Such simple information made Xiaochen hesitate. He did not know how to choose. His intuition told him that this cloak should be extraordinary. However, his rationality told him that the risk was not worth taking. The secret treasures that he had chosen earlier were much more reliable than this. Tianhai. Xiaochen muttered the name a few times, trying to figure out the effects of this cloak from its name. However, he still could not make heads or tails of it. Let's choose this one. This cloak was made of at least 23 superior materials. The feathers on the shoulder pads should not be for decoration. At the very least, it should be able to increase your speed. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiaochen could not make up his mind, she helped him analyze it. All right, I'll listen to you. Xiaochen nodded. He stretched out his hand and put on the cloak. After that, he placed his own brand on it. Before he could even experience its effects, he was teleported away by an invisible force. His field of vision suddenly opened up. Xiao Chun floated to the ground and looked around. He discovered that he had returned to the outside world. However, the situation seemed a little off. Outside the Sage Mark Monument, the cultivators discussed why Xiao Chun had not come out yet. This was especially so for the cultivators of the ghost race and corpse race. They even started cursing. Xiao Chun had tricked these two races too badly. Most of them had not even reached the treasury hall before they were sent out. This was especially so for Wei Hua. Right now, he was thinking of how to get back a huge sum of money from Xiao Chun. 500,000 black astral coins was not a small sum. If not for his ancestor holding a high position in the Corpse God Palace, he would not have been able to afford it. If not for Wei Hua's ancestor holding a high position in the Corpse God Palace, he would have been the Underworld Fire Sovereign, one of the 4 great corpse monarchs. Wei Hua even felt like jumping into a river. The corpse race and ghost race cultivators stared at the Sage Mark Monument with fiery gazes. The moment they waited for Xiao Chun to come out, they would immediately surround him and attack him, not caring about morality or justice. Even if they could not kill Xiao Chun in front of everyone, they would at least beat him up and take back all the benefits he had obtained, destroying his reputation. Diwuk was in a pretty good mood. However, when he thought about how Xiao Chun had used his words to slap him in the face before the Sage Mark Monument and sent him flying with a kick, he could not help feeling angry. No matter how much self-restraint she could not help getting angry, waiting for Xiao Chun to come out. If he could not vent this anger in his heart, it would be unbearable. Today, Xiao Chun's reputation would fall, and he would be taught a lesson. Diwuk's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the Sage Mark Monument, not saying a word. Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong with the situation. The reason was not that these people hated him to the bone or that undisguised killing intent. Instead, it was that even though he had already come out, these people did not seem to notice him, still staring at the Sage Mark Monument. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun concluded that the problem should be with the activated Heavenly Sea cloak that he wore. Heavenly Sea. Heavenly Sea. Xiao Chun suddenly understood the meaning of these 2 words. What else could it be other than deceiving everyone? Even with Diwuk's mental energy, he could not sense Xiao Chun's presence. Xiao Chun's heart could not help but pound wildly. It looked like he had made the right choice. Chapter 843. They hated him to the core and were waiting for him to come out so that they could swarm him and beat him to death without a care for the consequences. Xiao Chun's lips could not help but curl up in a smile. With the Heavenly Sea cloak, it looked like he did not need to use the backup plans that he had prepared. Those backup plans were rather troublesome and might not be able to completely hide from this group of people. It's great now. Just you wait. Even if you wait to the end of the world, you will not see me come out. However, I will not let you vent your frustrations. The next time they met, as long as it was not such a grand scene, Xiao Chun was confident of leaving easily. Xiao Chun did not know how long the Heavenly Sea Cloak's ability to deceive everyone would last. He felt his Heavenly Sage laws depleting quickly. This was not a good place to linger. After glancing at Ying Qiong and his first senior sister, Xiao Chun sent a voice projection to each of them. He told his first senior sister that he was safe so that she would not worry about him. Then, he arranged to meet with Ying Qiong 3 days later to discuss some matters. Without waiting for the two to reply, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and left this place with a calm expression. The group of people in front of the Sage Mark Monument continued to wait bitterly. They kept imagining how they would teach Xiao Chun a lesson after he came out. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun was already far from the Kunlun mountain range. As he flew quickly in the air, the feathers on his shoulders slowly unfurled, forming 2 exquisite wings. Each wing created a long trail of air, raising his speed by about 20%. Xiao Chun fiddled with the wings and discovered that he could control the direction of the 2 wings. With a thought, he immediately adjusted his direction. This discovery delighted Xiao Chun. The speed at which he adjusted his direction was several times faster than before. If he could familiarize himself with it, it would be very beneficial in battle. The cry of a goshawk came from ahead. Xiao Chun wanted to test out the Sky Sea Cloak's abilities. As he looked at the goshawk, a faint killing intent rose in his eyes. All of a sudden, the goshawk shrieked and flapped its wings to fly back in a hurry. It flapped its wings so fast that some of its feathers fell. Xiao Chun frowned and couldn't help but stop. Had he been discovered? It seemed like the ability to deceive everyone would lose its effect once killing intent was revealed. The excitement in his heart slowly calmed down. Xiaochen entered deep thought. He had to find a time to figure out the flaws in his plan to deceive everyone. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble at the critical moment. As the sky darkened, Xiaochen changed out of the sky sea cloak and put on a normal cloak. He then arrived at a city controlled by the Ying family. The sky sea cloak was too dazzling. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the profound domain. One might run into a Grandmaster-level martial sage at any time and snatch away their treasures. At that time, one would not even have a place to cry. 3 days later, Xiaochen waited for Ying Qiong in an inn in the city. After verifying that the person before him was really Xiaochen, Ying Qiong's face filled with horror. He could not figure it out. How did you come out? Ying Qiong could not help asking out of curiosity. The people of the ghost race, corpse race, and deity race are going crazy. The 10-day deadline passed long ago, and they still have not waited for you to come out. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows slightly. The image of those people suppressing their frustrations appeared in his mind. However, they could not wait for him to come out, suppressing all their frustrations in their hearts. Xiaochen could not help smiling faintly. What's wrong? Are they still there and not leaving? Ying Qiong gave Xiaochen a strange look. Then he said, "You are not embarrassed to say that? You humiliated Diwuk, and the ghost race and corpse race suffered so miserably. They even wished that they could skin you alive. How could they leave so quickly?" Xiaochen really did not mean to say that. The existence of the death throne made it hard to resolve the grudges between him and the ghost race and corpse race. The matter of the departed spirit fruit was just a fight between the two sides. If Xiaochen were the one who lost, he would be in an even worse state than these people. As for Diwuk, given his ambition, Xiaochen had long since become a thorn in his side. The conflict between them was even harder to resolve. It was practically impossible for them to coexist. Since Xiaochen was Diwuk's enemy, how could he feel any guilt for everything he did? If he showed any mercy, he would be the one consigned to eternal damnation. Xiaochen took a sip of wine and said, "I did not ask you to come here today to talk about this. Look at these." Xiaochen stretched out his hand and wiped it on the table. When he moved his hand away, there were 10 flowers as gentle as moonlight on the table. A refreshing fragrance wafted out, spreading throughout the entire room. Ying Qiong was slightly stunned. Then he exclaimed in shock, "These are the lunar cassia flowers from a peak-grade spirit tree. Where did you get them? Furthermore, there are 10 of them in one go." Naturally, Xiaochen could not tell Ying Qiong where the lunar cassia flowers came from. So Xiaochen took a sip of wine and said calmly, "The lunar cassia flowers have better healing effects than rank 9 medicinal pills when consumed directly. Several sage-grade medicinal pills use the lunar cassia flowers as the main ingredient." Ying Qiong picked up a lunar cassia flower and sniffed it. She closed her eyes and revealed an immersed expression on her jade-like face. After a while, she opened her bright eyes and said, "I am very clear about the value of the lunar cassia flowers. There is no need to say more. You want to sell these lunar cassia flowers, right? 10 lunar cassia flowers can be sold for a good price. However, it is not a price that will move you. You should keep them for yourself." At this point, Ying Qiong suddenly stopped. A strange expression appeared on her face. She looked at Xiaochen and said, "Don't tell me you still have a large number of lunar cassia flowers? Otherwise, you would not have called me over alone." Xiaochen was startled in his heart. This woman was indeed very intelligent. With just a little thought, she had already guessed the situation. "More or less. I have a large number of lunar cassia flowers that I need you to sell. However, you need to ensure that my identity does not leak out. I can give you these 10 lunar cassia flowers as compensation." Ying Qiong smiled faintly and stretched out her hand, not standing on ceremony as she accepted the 10 lunar cassia flowers. She said, "This is simple. The Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Leisure Feather City will be holding a large auction soon. At that time, all sorts of people will be there. Given my position there, I can help you get rid of a large number of lunar cassia flowers without anyone noticing." Leisure Feather City was one of the 3 largest cities in the profound domain. Cultivators of the various races gathered there. There were countless experts in the city. If there was an auction there would definitely be a lot of good things. Xiao Chun felt excited. Right now he was quite wealthy. There were many things that he wanted to buy and was qualified to participate in the auction of that level. Suddenly Xiao Chun thought of something. He said, I recall that the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion is a business of your Ying clan, right? Ying Qiong denied it. No, it is a joint business of the sovereign noble clans of the various races. In name it is managed by an emperor venerate. However, in reality, 12 holy venerates manage the daily affairs. Below the holy venerates are 36 heavenly venerates. Below them are the great venerates of the various branches. I am one of the 36 heavenly venerates. The authority I can use is rather large. There is no problem in helping you. However, how many lunar cassia flowers do you want to sell? Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying calmly. About 500. Ying Qiong sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Xiao Chun incredulously and said, 500? Did I hear wrongly? Don't tell me you found a laurel tree that had just bloomed? When the lunar cassia tree bloomed, white flowers would fill the treetops. However, when the wind blew, the flowers would fall off easily. In less than 30 days, all the lunar cassia flowers would be gone. This was another reason why lunar cassia flowers were so rare. 500 lunar cassia flowers would cost tens of millions of astral coins. This was not a small number. If the number were not too large, Xiao Chun would not have sought Ying Qiong's help. How could several dozen lunar cassia flowers attract any attention? The lunar cassia tree was a treasure trove. It bloomed only once every 500 years. If it were not so valuable, Xiao Chun would not have taken the risk to scam the ghost race and the corpse race. Ying Qiong recovered his wits and smiled bitterly. It looks like your harvest in the Sage Mark Monument is no worse than Diwux. I have to think carefully about the faction that can buy 500 lunar cassia flowers in one go. Is it very difficult? Xiao Chun asked with a frown. Ying Qiong said after some thought, it is not difficult to sell them. However, if you sell so many lunar cassia flowers at the same time, the other party will definitely lower the price. I have to help you think about it carefully. Otherwise, you will suffer a huge loss. Just wait for my news. After Ying Qiong left, Ao Jiao asked in confusion, Xiao Chun, why are you in such a rush to sell the lunar cassia flowers? You already have tens of millions of astral coins now. You do not lack money. Xiao Chun put down the wine cup in his hand and explained, the cost of teleporting from the Kunlun realm to the Sky Dome realm is astronomical. I definitely have to bear the cost myself. Furthermore, after returning to the Sky Dome realm, I intend to stay there for a long time before leaving. I need to prepare sufficient cultivation resources. When Ao Jiao heard Xiao Chun's explanation, she did not say anything more. However, she still reminded him, you just advanced to Martial Sage and you want to return? The Sky Dome realm is not like the Kunlun realm. Your cultivation speed will definitely slow down. Now is the time for the younger generation to put in effort. It was not easy for you to catch up to them at the starting line. In the past, Xiao Chun's cultivation had always lagged behind his peers. He had been chasing after them bitterly. Now that he had reached the new starting line of Martial Sage, he finally stood at the same starting line and charged into the Martial Emperor's Dao together. If Xiao Chun gave up on this opportunity to advance at the same time, he would have to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Xiao Chun stood up and walked out of the booth. He said, don't worry. Since I already decided to return, naturally I have already considered everything clearly. I'm just reminding you, not worrying about you. Don't overthink. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything. Inside the room of the inn, Xiao Chun cultivated calmly, consolidating the foundation that he had just advanced to Martial Sage and familiarizing himself with the various changes that came with advancing to Martial Sage. Xiao Chun, who was in a leisurely mood, did not know that the rumors about him in the outside world had already caused a huge commotion. 10 days had already passed. The ghost race, corpse race, and deity race cultivators waited for 3 days. However, they still did not see Xiao Chun appear. Their patience had worn thin. With nowhere to vent their frustrations, one could easily imagine how depressed these people were. However, most of them were worried about why Xiao Chun did not come out of the Sage Mark Monument. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of someone not appearing in the Sage Mark Monument. Chapter 844. The moment the Qing Emperor's descendant appeared, he was trapped in the Sage Mark Monument. There were all sorts of rumors flying around. The most exaggerated one was that Xiao Chun had already fallen in there. However, this version was the most widespread. Occasionally, when Xiao Chun ate at an inn, he heard others talking about this. He could not help but find it laughable. Half a month later, Ing Chong appeared before Xiao Chun somewhat fatigued. When he saw Xiao Chun's complexion and aura becoming more stable, he could not help but feel that Xiao Chun's improvement was really fast. I contacted the buyer. The buyer is the Kunlun Realm's alchemy holy land, the Medicine God Valley. 500 lunar kasha flowers are valued at 25 million astral coins. The main reason is that the quantity is too large, enough for them to use for 10 years. Xiao Chun calculated in his heart. Then he raised his head and said, "This is a very fair price. You must have put in a lot of effort. When are we going to make the transaction?" 10 days from now at Leisure Feather City. We have to depart now. A warm look flashed in Ing Chong's eyes. He continued, "The elder in charge of the transaction would like to meet you. Of course, I did not reveal your identity." Xiao Chun decisively rejected. "Never mind. I am not interested in these people." Only Xiao Chun dared to reject the Medicine God Valley's alchemy grandmaster. The Medicine God Valley was not strong, but they had connections with the various experts of the Kunlun realm. Even martial emperors could not guarantee that they would not need the Medicine God Valley's help when they needed it. They would have to ask the Medicine God Valley for some medicinal pills refining fees. Ing Chong did not find this strange. This was not his first day knowing Xiao Chun. He said, "All right, I'll help you reject him." Leisure Feather City towered in the sky. Aside from the main city, there were 5 satellite cities connected by rainbow bridges. Many people came and went in the sky. The city was vast and majestic, looking very prosperous. Cultivators of the various races gathered in the main city. Experts of the deity race, corpse race, ghost race, human race, and fiend race could be seen everywhere. This was especially so because of the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's auction. Martial sage experts could be seen everywhere in the city. The threshold for this auction was extremely high. Without being a martial sage, one would not be allowed to enter. This was the auction with the highest standards in the continent. If Xiao Chun wanted to find an auction of a higher standard than this, he could only search the boundless starry heavens. Grandmaster-level martial sage auctions were common there. Because it was necessary to be cautious, Xiao Chun put on the Sky Sea cloak, and he did not stand out in the crowd. There were many true inheritors of the noble clans and sects here. A secret treasure that looked dazzling would not attract too much attention when compared to the many king-grade secret treasures of the noble clans and sections. After Ing Chong helped Xiao Chun trade for the lunar osmanthus flower, he used his heavenly venerate status to easily arrange a VIP room for Xiao Chun. "Let's meet again after the auction. If I can obtain the position of holy venerate in the flourishing Heaven Pavilion, my status as the Ing clan's successor will be stable. I still have some work to do, so I'll take my leave first." As the 2 old men took Ing Chong away, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. This was the first time he felt the pressure of this girl. It was not easy to obtain the position of holy venerate from the 36 heavenly venerates. Furthermore, Xiao Chun still had to deal with the overt and covert attacks of the clan. The power struggle of a large clan was truly chilling. Just as Xiao Chun stepped into the flourishing Heaven Pavilion, a few gazes that he did not sense slowly left his back. "Is it him? It is him." On the way here, Ing Chong did not have a second person accompanying him. Good 500 lunar osmanthus flowers in one go. He definitely has a mature lunar osmanthus tree. Perhaps he also has a peak-grade immortal spirit ring on him. Otherwise, he would not be able to make the lunar osmanthus tree mature. The VIP room was luxuriously decorated, dazzling with gold and jade. However, it did not look tacky at all. Xiao Chun carefully looked around and discovered that the sparkling decorations were not the gold, agate, or jadeite of the mundane world. Instead, they were other rare metals, each of which was very expensive. They added a sense of weight to the room, diluting the tackiness of the extravagance. The exquisite wooden chair was covered in the soft fur of a superior grade spirit beast. When Xiao Chun sat on it, he felt very comfortable. He could not help leaning back. Spirit fruits unique to the Kunlun mountain were placed on the ebony tables and chairs at the side. A faint fragrance came from them, making one drool. From the details, one could see the difference between this auction and the previous auctions. A light flickered on the wall in front, and the scene on the auction platform turned into a water screen before Xiao-Chan. Xiao-Chan felt surprised. This should be a formation laid by Emperor Wu, who cultivated a water-attributed cultivation technique. To them, this was just a small trick. A spirited old man walked up the auction platform. His hair and eyebrows were all white, and his eyes gleamed with vigor. As he walked, he exuded a calm aura. Xiao-Chan was mildly startled. This was actually a superior-grade martial sage. Furthermore, his cultivation was very deep. This old man's family name is Hong. I am the MC of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's auction this time. Everyone here is a reputable person. Everyone here knows the rules of the auction. If there are any disputes, please resolve them outside the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Even without this old man saying it, you all know the consequences of those who maliciously disrupt the order of the auction. After Old Hong finished speaking, he did not bother with any nonsense and directly revealed the first auction item. The first auction item is a peak sage grade medicinal pill, the Rising Dragon Overlord Pill. It contains the bones of 18 different inferior dragons, refined by a Grandmaster alchemist of the Medicine God Valley. After consuming it, it can increase a cultivator's aura by 30%. If one is lucky, it might even produce a trace of dragon might. After giving a simple introduction of the medicinal pill's effects, Old Hong announced the starting bid. The starting bid is 180,000 astral coins. Each increment must be no less than 20,000 astral coins. Xiao-Chun raised his eyebrows. Auctioning off a peak sage grade medicinal pill at the start was really bold. Medicinal pills were normally divided into 9 ranks. Above rank 9 was sage grade, and above sage grade was king grade. Above king grade were emperor grade medicinal pills. As for whether there were teleportation immortal pills above emperor grade, Xiao-Chan did not know. The Rising Dragon Overlord pill was second only to king grade medicinal pills. In a regular auction, it would not be strange for it to be used as the finale item. Unexpectedly, it was only an opening item here. Xiao-Chan was very interested in this medicinal pill. He had consumed the monarch bloodgrass before. His bloodline already contained a trace of an ancient sovereign's aura. If he consumed this Rising Dragon Overlord pill, that arrogant and unparalleled sovereign's aura would be even stronger. 200,000. 200,000. 300,000. The effect of aura on cultivators went without saying. Ordinary rank 9 medicinal pills that could increase a cultivator's aura would be bought by many. As a peak sage grade medicinal pill, the Rising Dragon Overlord pill would naturally be hotly contested by cultivators. After selling 500 lunar cassia flowers, Xiao-Chin's net worth reached more than 35 million astral coins. He was no less wealthy than a Grandmaster level martial sage. Xiao-Chan was determined to obtain this medicinal pill. However, this place was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He could not appear to be unparalleled and attract attention. When the bid reached 500,000 astral coins, Xiao-Chan started to raise the bid unhurriedly. He did not increase it by too much or too little, just keeping it up like this. When the bid reached 1,500,000 astral coins, only one person remained competing with him. Xiao-Chan tested the waters a few times and discovered that only one person followed. So, he suddenly raised the bid by 500,000 astral coins. That martial sage who had been following Xiao-Chan for 20,000 astral coins immediately stopped following. In the end, Xiao-Chan managed to obtain this Rising Dragon Overlord pill for 2,200,000 astral coins. After several auctions, Xiao-Chan had gained some experience. If one were to use a sky-high price to scare everyone away, not only would the auctioneer not agree to it, those who weren't interested in the item would also turn their attention to it. Perhaps they might even argue with the auctioneer about it. Xiao-Chan could only slowly grind it down until he was certain that there were not many people competing, and that he knew the bottom line of the bidders. Only then could he kill it in one strike and obtain what he wanted. Of course, nothing was absolute. This was just a general technique, it was not a law. Soon, a maidservant brought out the Rising Dragon Overlord pill. Xiao-Chan paid the bill straightforwardly. Then, He held the jade bottle containing the medicinal pill in his hand. After pouring out the medicinal pill, Xiao Chun took a look at the second auction item. He was not interested, so he swallowed the medicinal pill and used this rather boring time to refine it. Boom! The medicinal pill melted the moment it entered Xiao Chen's mouth. Then, it split into 18 dragon-shaped energies that rampaged wildly in Xiao Chen's body. Instantly, there seemed to be a tsunami surging endlessly in Xiao Chen's body. As he slowly refined the medicinal energy, Xiao Chen clearly felt the sovereign's aura in his bloodline grow denser, gaining the sharpness of an absolute overlord. Xiao Chen clenched his fists and activated his sovereign's bloodline. A surging tyrannical aura surged out, and there seemed to be 18 berserk dragon roars reverberating in the air. The light in Xiao Chen's eyes disappeared. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. He gained a new understanding of the sovereign's aura that was originally unfathomable. With Xiao Chen's current aura, he should be able to hold his own against Grandmaster-level martial sages. He would not be suppressed by the other party's aura before the fight even started. Ao Jiao thought to herself, only Xiao Chen can have such an effect. Without the accumulation of a sovereign's bloodline, others would not have such startling improvements in their auras. An inferior-grade martial sage could fight against a Grandmaster-level martial sage with his aura. How shocking would that be? The auction continued. Occasionally, Xiao Chun glanced at the items. Sometimes he even bought things that he had no use for. This made Ao Jiao feel strange. No matter how rich Xiao Chun was, he could not spend it like this. Xiao Chun smiled faintly but did not explain. When he returned, he had to bring something to take care of some old friends. Clearly, he could not return empty-handed. There were many good things in the auction. After Xiao Chun, he managed to win 2 more secret treasures that he was rather satisfied with. One was a pair of jade-white absolute heaven gloves, a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure that could increase one's speed by 20%. The other was a pair of boots that could increase one's speed. Compared to the pair of gloves and boots in the treasury hall, these were slightly inferior. However, they were sufficient. At the very least, their effects would not weaken before he advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage. Chapter 845. There were many good things. However, not many of them made Xiao Chen's eyes light up. Occasionally, there were treasures that shone brightly, but they were of no use to Xiao Chen. Even if he managed to obtain them, he could only waste them. Xiao Chen could not help feeling bored again. He asked, Ao Jiao, the dragon mark fruits in the immortal spirit ring have reached 700 years of age, right? Yes, they have reached that long ago. If I consume the last 10 odd rank 3 spirit veins, I should have no problem reaching 800 years of age in 1 month. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, never mind, I'll take them out now. Keep the remaining spirit veins origins. I have other uses for them. Although Ao Jiao did not understand, she still did as he said. She flicked her finger, and 5 dragon mark fruits with alluring spirituality floated out. Xiao Chun placed the dragon mark fruits beside him. Right now, a casual strike of his could bring his vital qi to 1,150 tons of force. His explosive power could reach 1,180 tons of force, but he was still far from reaching 1,500 tons of force. After he consumed all 5 800-year-old dragon mark fruits, his explosive power should be close to 1,500 tons of force. The next item to be auctioned is a king-grade secret treasure. This secret treasure was originally an ancient warship from the immortal epoch, the Blessed Light Ship. After the Qing Emperor modified it, it became the standard king-grade warship of the Dragon's Gate. After the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, most of the Blessed Light ships were destroyed. This is one of the few that survived. I do not need to explain its significance. The Dragon's Gate's warship starts at 2 million astral coins. Old Hong's words on the auction platform immediately made Xiao Chen, who was preparing to consume the dragon mark fruits, stop what he was doing. Then he stared at the simple, exquisite, yet tyrannical warship. 2,100,000. 2,200,000. 2,300,000. As soon as the starting price was announced, many fervent bidders immediately surged out from all directions, and every single bid was an increment of 100,000, causing them to seem extremely frenzied. The Blessed Light Ship formed the Dragon's Gate's fleet. It had once followed the Qing Emperor and swept through the world, becoming unrivaled in the starry heavens. In the battles with the demons, it had created countless glory. It was the only king-class warship that was comparable to an emperor-class warship and could be mass-produced. Its combat power was far superior to other king-class warships of the same kind. Aside from the emperor-grade warship, no other warship could compare to it. Be it speed, firepower, or the level of formation runes inscribed, they were all incomparable. Unfortunately, in the final battle of the Sky Dome realm, the unrivaled fleet was completely destroyed. The Qing Emperor also died and left the Kunlun realm. When the Dragon's Gate was at its peak, its headquarters were destroyed. In an instant, the Dragon's Gate collapsed. If not for the fact that there were still some peak major characters who had a good relationship with the Qing Emperor, it would have been a problem for the Shao clan's direct bloodline to continue. The blueprints for the Brahmin ship of Radiance had disappeared a long time ago. It was truly not easy to find such a ship. The major figures of the various sects were all competing with each other, in the hopes that they would be able to replicate it. If they could, then the strength of their sects would definitely increase qualitatively. Only king-grade warships could travel freely in the starry heavens. Such a Dragon's Gates warship could rival a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The price soared rapidly. Soon it reached 5 million astral coins. However, there was still an endless stream of people bidding. The bustling scene did not diminish at all. A fanatical flame appeared in Shao Qin's eyes. No matter what, I have to buy this Brahmin ship of radiance. I have to buy it. Shao Qin clenched his right fist tightly. However, he thought rationally and did not rush to make a bid. 10 million astral coins. It was unknown who the honored guest in VIP room 7 was, but he called out 10 million astral coins in one go, immediately scaring off several martial sages who followed suit. Only 5 or 6 people with the ability to compete remained. Shao Qin did not make a move, continuing to observe the situation unhurriedly. When the price continued to soar to 15 million astral coins, only 2 people remained bidding. 15 million astral coins already surpassed the value of a king-grade secret treasure. If not for the Qing Emperor's glorious deeds in the Dragon's Gate and the military merits of the Dragon's Gate's warship, 10 million astral coins would already be an astronomical price. When the price was finally set at 16 million star coins, one of the 2 remaining people could not continue and had no choice but to withdraw with regret. Old Hong revealed a satisfied expression. 16 million astral coins was more or less the price he expected. He could finally strike the gavel and close the deal. 20 million astral coins. Just as Old Hong was about to speak, Shao Qin, who was in VIP room 7, calmly called out his own bid. The entire place fell silent. The 3 old men in VIP room 10 were slightly stunned. One of them, a white-clad old man, flew into a rage. He had spent so much effort to pay 16 million astral coins. How could he have expected to be instantly outbid at the crucial moment? The 2 old men on the left and right said, "Old Bai, don't be anxious. The 2 of us still have some astral coins on us. It should be enough to help you obtain this warship." The white-clad old man thought quickly, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. He said, "There's no need. It is not worth it to pay more astral coins. I have my own ways." Good. 20 million astral coins going thrice. This Dragon's Gate's warship, the Blessed Light ship, goes to the distinguished guest in VIP room 28. Old Hong was slightly stunned. Then he beamed and closed the deal. Inside the VIP room, Shao Qin smiled faintly. Then he picked up a dragon mark fruit and placed it in his mouth. As he refined the medicinal energy of the dragon mark fruit and nourished his vital qi, he quietly waited for the maidservant to bring up the Dragon's Gate's warship. After refining the 5 dragon mark fruits, Shao Qin's entire body surged with heat. His vital qi surged like a great river, giving him an inexhaustible supply of vital qi. The glove on his right hand flickered with a jade-white luster. Half of the 5 fingers were exposed. Then Shao Qin clenched his fist. The crackling of his bones sounded like small claps of thunder, resounding continuously in this average-sized VIP room. A strong wind formed by the surging energy surged wildly in the room. However, under Shao Qin's control, the wind did not break anything. The exquisite paintings and the paintings on the walls remained intact. Not only did Shao Qin's vital qi increase, but his control over his strength had also improved. The finer details were even more extraordinary. Creak. The doors to the VIP room opened. A pretty maidservant carried out a jade plate and brought up the blessed light ship. The strong wind in the room immediately found an outlet. It immediately howled out like a berserk saber that could break a sharp blade. The pretty maidservant could not help but pale in fright. Under the cloak, Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He quickly opened his tightly clenched right hand, and the strong wind instantly scattered. Only the maiden's clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. This esteemed guest, the Dragon's Gate's warship, the Blessed Light Ship, has arrived. Please inspect it. The maidservant calmed herself and carefully walked over. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand, and the 1-meter-long Blessed Light Ship flew over. When Xiao Qian looked carefully, he saw 18 sails on the ship, stacked together densely, occupying most of the ship's surface area. When Xiao Qian extended his spiritual sense, he discovered dense talisman scripts carved on each of the sails. When he scanned them with his spiritual sense, they gave off motes of light. Several blue dragon patterns hidden in the clouds were carved on the two sides of the ship, looking very realistic. The dragon's eyes looked ferocious, exuding might. The dragon mouth opened slightly, and Xiao Qian touched it. Then he closed his eyes and felt it. There was a complicated formation in the innermost part of the ship. There were 18 grooves in the formation. There should be astral cores or peak-grade spirit stones in them. However, they were empty, so the formation could not be activated. Xiao Qian opened his eyes, and the bow of the ship stood straight in front of him. Amid the boundless light, supreme Sanskrit chants rang out. The blue dragon carvings on the two sides of the ship seemed to come to life. A formless dragon roar resounded in Xiao Qian's mind. Good. It is indeed the Dragon's Gate's warship. Furthermore, it is an intact warship. After Xiao Qian inspected the ship, he happily paid the bill. The maidservant smiled as she took out 18 inferior-grade astral cores. Then she said respectfully, "These 18 inferior-grade astral cores are a complimentary gift from our pavilion. There is also this golden VIP card. In the future, as long as you spend money in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, you will enjoy VIP treatment." Xiao Qian put away the golden VIP card and the astral cores. After thinking for a while, he said, "The Flourishing Heaven Pavilion should have superior-grade astral cores for sale, right?" The maidservant nodded and said, "Naturally, we do. One superior-grade astral core costs 100,000 astral coins. However, superior-grade astral cores are one of the few treasures that are not discounted. Even an individual cannot buy more than 20 at a time. I hope this guest can understand. Superior-grade astral cores could only be obtained by hunting extremely high-ranked astral beasts. Not only was the risk high, but the efficiency was also low. Even in the starry heavens, they were extremely rare treasures, all the more so in the profound domain. Xiao Qian knew about this. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Just give me 20 superior-grade astral cores and 100 medial-grade astral cores." Just as the maidservant was about to leave, Xiao Qian suddenly called out, "Help me put this transaction on the Ghost Pavilion's heavenly venerating Qiong. It is because of him that I am spending money in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion." Xiao Qian guessed that there was a lot of competition between heavenly venerates. By doing this, he should be able to help the other party a little. The maidservant's expression changed slightly. She exclaimed, "So, it turns out that you are an honored guest brought in by a heavenly venerate. I apologize for my lack of manners. I will do as we agreed." 20 superior-grade astral cores and 100 medial-grade astral cores cost Xiao Qian close to 4 million astral coins. Now the 35 million astral coins he had were less than 10 million. To prevent any changes after the maidservant left, Xiao Qian started to place his spiritual mark on the Dragon's Gate's warship. When the spiritual mark was completely placed, the 1-meter-long warship paused for a moment and directly entered Xiao Qian's body, merging with his flesh and bones. After the king-grade secret treasure merged with his body, Xiao Qian's aura could not help but gain the weight of time, becoming as heavy as a mountain. Xiao Qian felt excited. He had not expected the Dragon's Gate's warship to have such an effect. When he subdued the reincarnation lamp in the past, there had not been such a huge change. Xiao Qian closed his eyes and remained silent. Then, he sat cross-legged in the booth and started to slowly refine the Dragon's Gate's warship, getting the various formations and laws it contained to become more compatible with his body. However, Xiaoqun did not expect to completely refine the worship in one day and achieve 100% compatibility with his body. Chapter 846. If Xiaoqun wanted to completely refine a king-grade secret treasure, he still needed to raise his cultivation. He could not rush this. Soon, the maidservant returned with the astral core. Xiaoqun opened his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he prepared to leave this place immediately. There were many people eyeing this Dragon's Gate's worship. It was hard to guarantee that no one would make a move on him. After making his preparations, just as he was about to leave, Xiaoqun suddenly noticed the next auction item. It was an extremely rare saber monarch grass, which could improve a bladesman's saber intent. Xiaoqun immediately stopped. He decided to bid for this saber monarch grass before leaving. Little did he know, this decision in the blink of an eye prevented him from getting rid of some trouble. In booth 36, the white-clad old man that Xiaoqun used to instantly destroy the Dragon's Gate's worship held a 9-colored disc in his hand as he continuously formed hand seals. 9 different colored circles were spinning continuously on the round plate. Waves of mysterious energy were surging into the round plate non-stop. The white-clad old man's expression turned extremely grave. His eyebrows were deeply furrowed, looking like a large Chuan character. Kasie. Kasu. Beams of light shot out from the disc, and a scene appeared on the disc. It showed the booth Xiaoqun was in. The scene showed a pretty maidservant bringing the astral core to Xiaoqun. Then Xiaoqun put away the astral core and prepared to leave. Kasie. The old man stretched out his hand and pointed. The beams of light on the disc gathered and encased Xiaoqun. When the light faded, a green dot appeared on the disc, flickering continuously. The white-clad old man relaxed his frown and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "All right, my heavenly secret divination disc has already planted a trace of heavenly secrets in him. Now no matter where he runs, he will not be able to escape." The ferocious-looking old man on the left asked, "Why did it take so long? The heavenly secret divination disc? Could it be that the other party sensed that trace of heavenly secrets and took precautions?" The white-clad old man shook his head and said, "No, the cloak he is wearing is somewhat strange. It is ethereal and slippery like a fish. I spent a lot of effort to catch it." The old man on the right said, "This fellow has quite a few good things on him. I wonder which sect's old monster he is from." The 3 of them were inner sect elders of the Heaven and Earth sect. The Heaven and Earth sect did not have any race requirements. They were rather famous in the profound domain and had considerable power. However, they were only slightly weaker than some sects and clans with sovereign martial emperors. The white-clad old man exuded a scholarly aura, looking very righteous. He looked at the heavenly secret divination disc in his hand and sneered, "We are alone. Even the old monsters of other sects will die if they encounter the 3 of us." Inside the private room, Xiaoqun frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of irritation. He sent out his spiritual sense to check carefully. However, his expression remained unchanged as he continued to bid for the saber monarch herb. Bladesmen were a rather different group of cultivators. Xiaoqun did not have many competitors. He spent 2 million astral coins to successfully purchase this saber monarch grass. After Xiaoqun obtained the saber monarch grass from the maidservant, he did not linger and left this place in a rush. Although Xiaoqun did not sense anything with his spiritual sense, he kept feeling that something was wrong. After leaving the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, Xiaoqun looked around. Then he followed the crowd to the bustling streets, heading out of the city. Young Master Huang, that person left from the side door of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. He left before the auction ended. In a restaurant across from the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, a youth in embroidered clothes listened to the reports of 2 of his subordinates. This youth was called Huang Bai. He was the son of one of the 3 grandmaster alchemists of the Medicine God Valley. His talent in alchemy was extraordinary as well. This time, Huang Bai had come with the elders of his sect to make a deal with Ying Qiong. He had sent people to investigate in secret and discovered that Xiaoqun was only an inferior grade martial sage. Hence he felt evil. Behind the elders of his sect, Huang Bai prepared to make a fortune, be it 25 million astral coins, a complete lunar cassia tree, or a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. Any one of these would be sufficient to tempt him. Huang Bai nodded and said to the 2 beside him, He is only an inferior grade martial sage. With the two of you being medial grade martial sages, you should be more than enough to deal with him. Make your move after you leave the city. I will wait here for your good news." The two obeyed and left. They swallowed a medicinal pill, and their auras immediately vanished. With their mental energy, they found that their cultivation was no different from that of an ordinary person. This was the rarely seen aura-concealing pill. After consuming it, one could hide one's cultivation for 2 hours. Even if the target discovered it, they would not care. After leaving the city, Xiaochan gently pushed off and landed on the ground in Leisure Feather City. After getting his bearings, he headed for the Tianwu Domain's Haotian sect. There were still many cultivators on the main road. Xiaochen did not stop moving. However, the further he went, the more he deviated. This made the two cautiously following behind rejoice. If there were fewer people, they would be able to make their move immediately. Suddenly, the two were stunned. When they looked up, they discovered that Xiaochen's figure had disappeared. Xiaochen, who was clearly in front of them earlier, suddenly vanished. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two no longer carefully hid themselves. They quickly flew over to where Xiaochen had disappeared and looked around. Strange, why can't I see him? The two exchanged glances, feeling suspicious in their hearts. Are the two of you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. The two's figures flashed as they quickly turned around. When they saw Xiaochen wearing the heavenly sea cloak, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, they were extremely astonished. Under the cloak, Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. His earlier actions and the aura he gave off had exposed the two's cultivation. Just 2 medial grade martial sages wanted to target him? They were too naive. Xiaochen's worries turned to nothing. Back in the booth, Xiaochen had felt that something was wrong. However, he could not detect it. Only when he left the city and checked with his spiritual sense did he see these 2 ordinary people. Only then did he understand. It turned out that there were experts who had consumed medicinal pills to hide their cultivation and were following him. When the 2 medial grade martial sages saw that they were exposed, they did not say anything more. Their auras burst forth, and a weapon appeared in each of their hands. Then they pressed forward and charged at Xiaochen. If it were when Xiaochen had just advanced to martial sage, he would have felt some pressure when facing 2 medial grade martial sages and would not have dared to attack rashly. However, now that he had not been a medial grade martial sage for several decades, Xiaochen would not fear regular medial grade martial sages. He had too many trump cards he could use. After activating the sovereign bloodline in his body, the horrifying aura that Xiaochen gained from the rising dragon overlord pill surged out. In an instant, a formless dragon roar resounded behind him. As Xiaochen's aura soared, the 2 medial grade martial sages suddenly felt a huge pressure bearing down on them. It was like they were facing an ancient sovereign overlord, and not some inferior grade martial sage. When Xiaochen attacked, openings instantly appeared in his moves. He took a step forward, and his aura was like a mountain pressing forward step by step. Vital chi surged in his right hand. Using his fastest speed, Xiaochen grabbed hold of the 2's openings and attacked. Bang! 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking resounded. Xiaochen punched the 2 medial grade martial sages in the chest and sent them flying into the air. Blood leaked out of their mouths continuously. How can this be? We have rank 1 sage bodies. He shattered our ribs with a casual punch. As the 2 fell to the ground, they saw horror in each other's eyes. Xiaochen was clearly only an inferior grade martial sage, but the aura that he burst out with instantly suppressed them. His casual punch seemed to have more than 2 million kilograms of vital chi. This was simply horrifying. Xiaochen did not give the 2 any time to think. He pushed off the ground again, and the 2 wings on his shoulders moved in different trajectories in the air. He moved so fast that only a blurry afterimage and 2 long afterimages could be seen. All the vital chi in Xiaochen's body surged like a flood, surging endlessly. With a casual punch, he could achieve 1,600,000 kilograms of force. Occasionally, he would explode with a force that could approach 1,500,000 kilograms of force. The sound of his fists tearing through space was like a clap of thunder in the 2's ears, causing their ears to buzz. The ripples in the air even affected the 2's movements. Fighting 1 against 2, Xiaochen held the absolute upper hand. The two could not see Xiao Qin's movements clearly. They could only see two undulating streams of energy spinning in the air. Xiao Qin turned into many afterimages. As he attacked, his fists flickered, forcing the two back several times. In less than 100 moves, Xiao Qin severely injured these two and made them vomit blood. They became incredibly weak and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Xiao Qin stopped moving, and all the afterimages slowly vanished, revealing his true body. He said coldly, "With your insignificant cultivation, you dare to target my Dragon's Gate's worship? I really don't know how to evaluate you." "What Dragon's Gate's worship? We are the Medicine God Valley's people. You'd best let us go. Otherwise, with the Medicine God Valley's connections, there will be no place for you in this world." The two people on the ground spoke intermittently, trying to use the Medicine God Valley's position to pressure Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin heard this, his expression changed drastically. However, it was not because of the Medicine God Valley but because they did not know about the Dragon's Gate's worship. In that case, the strong enemy that made Xiao Qin feel strangely frustrated was someone else. Haha! Unexpectedly, the one who won the Dragon's Gate's worship alone is actually a little friend. A voice resounded in the air. Xiao Qin looked up and saw a white-clad old man slowly descending from the sky. He looked around and saw two other old men in two other directions, sealing off his escape routes. Xiao Qin checked the cultivation of the three old men, and his heart immediately sank. Unexpectedly, all of them were bona fide superior-grade martial sages. The white-clad old man looked at Xiao Qin and said sullenly, "Hand over the Dragon's Gate's worship and the cloak you are wearing, and I can spare your life." Xiao Qin carefully sized up the white-clad old man in front. Then, he glanced at the two old men in the other two directions. One of them looked ferocious and wore black robes. He had an indistinct, sinister smile on his face. The other wore green robes and had a skinny face with a small goatee. Xiao Qin committed the appearances of the three to memory and evaluated their strengths. Then, he came up with a rough countermeasure. Chapter 847. Xiao Qin raised his head and looked calmly at the other party. Then he grasped something with his right hand and said, "Sir, have you heard of this saying before? It is better to bully an old man than to offend a young man. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. Today, you rely on your age and cultivation to suppress me with numbers. Have you ever thought about your future?" The expressions of the three old men could not help but freeze. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Qin saw the three of them, he did not panic. Instead, he remained strangely calm and said such words. The white-clad old man snorted coldly and said, "Junior, you overestimate yourself. You might scare most people. This old man is an inner sect elder of the Heaven and Earth sect. Emperor Wu is in this sect. Even if you become Emperor Wu in the future, what can you do to me? Cut the crap. Hand over the Dragon's Gate's worship in your cloak, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving today." Xiao Qin's gaze turned cold. He raised his head and said, "In that case, I will stand here. Let's see how you will not let me live." Xiao Qin's aura clashed fearlessly. The aura of an overlord allowed Xiao Qin to fight one against three without any pressure. The clash of auras created intense shockwaves that howled endlessly in the air. The wind howled deafeningly. When the white-clad old man saw the fearless Xiao Qin's sharpness, he felt bewildered. He did not know what gave Xiao Qin the confidence to remain so calm at this moment. "You're just bluffing. You're just bluffing. Let's see how long you can keep up the act." The white-clad old man steeled himself. He did not think that with three superior-grade martial sages here, they could not do anything to an insignificant inferior-grade martial sage. That would be a huge joke. The white-clad old man's figure wavered, and two beams of light, one black and one white, flickered around him. Then he charged at Xiao Qin as fast as a meteor. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and released his tightly clenched right hand. Many superior-grade astral cores gave off dazzling light like flowers scattering in the sky, encasing him. Bang! The 20 superior-grade astral cores gave off a bright light. When Xiao Qin infused his energy into them, they exploded. The energy contained in one inferior-grade astral core could injure an inferior-grade martial sage. The might of 50 superior-grade astral cores exploding together was easy to imagine. Intense explosions blended together, shaking heaven and earth as surging shock waves swept out. The white-robed old man, who was charging forward at an extremely fast speed, was simply unable to dodge and was directly hit by the explosion. The white-robed old man came quickly and left even faster. His clothes were completely blown away, leaving behind only a saint-grade inner armor. His hair was in a mess and his skin was a bloody mess. It was an extremely horrifying sight. His scholarly temperament was completely gone. A second ago he was still in high spirits, but in the next second he was in a sorry state. Although his internal and external injuries were not fatal, his combat power was reduced by at least 50% in a short period of time. The other two old men were greatly startled. Clearly, they had not expected Xiao Chun to consume such a precious superior-grade astral core in one go. And it wasn't just one or two, it was a total of 20. Whoosh! A light flashed. Right after the explosion ended, an electric light appeared under Xiao Chun's feet. His figure shot forward, and he kicked the white-robed old man, who had just landed, back 1 kilometer. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun sent a bona fide superior-grade martial sage flying with a casual kick. After him, the two old men reacted and casually summoned out a spirit beast. Then they carried the white-robed old man in the direction that Xiao Chun had taken, giving chase. The white-robed old man coughed intensely a few times. Then he changed into a new set of clothes. After recuperating for a long time, his injured face recovered somewhat. "Old Bai, are you all right?" The ferocious-looking black-robed old man could not help asking. The might of 20 superior-grade astral cores exploding struck the black-robed old man. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Fortunately, Old Bai wore a peak sage-grade defensive inner armor. Furthermore, Old Bai's physical body was already a rank 2 sage body. Not to mention anyone else, even if it were the black-robed old man, it would be pretty good if he could still breathe. Old Bai's expression turned sullen. He did not answer the old man's question. Instead, he took out the heavenly secret divination disc and looked at it. Then he raised his head and said, "Turn around. This brat is really crafty." Unexpectedly, he circled around behind us. If I didn't have the heavenly secret divination plate, I would have really let that guy slip away. The green-robed old man controlling the spirit beast waved his hand, and the huge bird he sat on spread its wings. A strong wind blew, scattering the white clouds. Then the bird sped towards the spot of light on the heavenly secret divination disc. This bird was called the White Rock. It possessed the bloodline of the legendary Kuan Peng, and could fly very fast. In the entire heaven and earth sect there were only 2 of them, 1 male and 1 female. Xiao Chun executed the Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. Using the heavenly sea cloak speed, he managed to leave the 3 far behind several times. However, when he slowed down, the other party immediately caught up. This was extremely strange. Xiao Chun carefully checked his body and did not find anything that had been tampered with. Left with no choice, he asked Ao Jiao, "Ao Jiao, are there any secret treasures that can figure out the position of others or leave a mark on you that you cannot shake off?" Ao Jiao quickly answered, "There are many. I know a few. The divine calculation and manipulation, the ask-not mirror, the 8 trigrams derivation diagram, the heavenly secret divination disc." Xiao Chun could not help but stop. When he saw the black spot appear behind him again, he could not help but frown. He said, "It looks like I really fell for it. No wonder I felt something was wrong at the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion." "Actually, there is no need to worry. You have the Haotian martial emperors will clone. You can instantly kill these people," Ao Jiao said without much concern. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I can't. I can only use the martial emperors will clone in desperate situations. Right now I am still far from it. They are just superior grade martial sages. I already used 20 superior grade astral cores. How can I waste the will clone?" "What do you plan to do then? There is no way to run." "That might not be the case." Xiao Chun looked up at the clear sky and summoned out the Dragon's Gate's warship, making it quickly grow larger. He said, "Let's go to the starry heavens and head directly to the Haotian star. I don't believe that 3 superior grade martial sages will dare to go through the barrier of the sky with me." Xiao Chun gently leaped up and landed on the deck of the Dragon's Gate's warship. Then, he quickly went into the hold and placed 18 inferior-grade astral cores in the grooves of the formation. A light flickered, and the entire warship immediately came to life. It was like a huge sleeping dragon awakening from a dream, filled with boundless energy. With his spiritual sense, Xiao Chan could feel every part of the warship. It was like this warship was his incarnation. With a thought, he could control it as he pleased. Unfortunately, he had only refined it for one day, and could not bring out much of its combat prowess. Otherwise, with this warship, Xiao Chan would be able to easily kill off the pursuers. Whoosh! Xiao Chan appeared on the deck and controlled the warship to fly up continuously, 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, heading for the formless barrier of the sky. Oh no! This fellow is going to use the Dragon's Gate's warship to go through the barrier of the sky. The ferocious-looking old man on the white rock said with an unsightly expression. It looked like Xiao Chan was about to catch up, but he soared higher and higher. Without a king-grade warship, one would have to be a grandmaster-level martial sage to break through the barrier of the sky. The white-robed old man, who held the heavenly secret divination disc in his hand, showed an uncertain expression. As he watched the Dragon's Gate's warship slowly break through the barrier of the sky, he showed a conflicted expression. The 3 bona fide superior-grade martial sages personally made a move. In the end, not only did they fail to catch up to Xiao Chan, but they even got tricked by him. Without half a year of recuperation, they would not be able to recover to their peak. I planted a strand of the heavens in him. I don't believe that he will never return to the Kunlun realm, the white-robed old man said hatefully when he saw that he could no longer catch up to Xiao Chan. The Dragon's Gate's warship passed through the barrier of the sky. When the white-robed old man saw that he could no longer catch up to Xiao Chan, he could not help but say this hatefully. A faint azure barrier encased the Dragon's Gate's warship, preventing the chaotic flows of space in the starry heavens from invading. Chapter 848. As Xiao Chan stood on the deck, he turned his head back and glanced at the formless barrier of the sky. He felt startled. He wondered where the immortal epic got such a grand feat to create such a huge barrier, surrounding the entire Kunlun realm. What kind of enemies were they dealing with? Could it be just astral beasts? When Xiao Chan thought about it, that should not be possible. The highest-ranked astral beast, the Destroyer, was only slightly stronger than a sovereign martial emperor. During the immortal epoch, those powerhouses would not have been frightened by these astral beasts. Hence, Xiao Chan somewhat disagreed with the views of the later generations. Everyone believed that the barrier of the sky was to prevent astral beasts. It was just that the peak of the martial epoch had passed. To them, astral beasts were horrifying existences that could not be dealt with. Once Xiao Chan descended to the Kunlun realm, there would be a great calamity. He used his own strength to consider the thoughts of the ancient people of the immortal epoch. The star beasts that were a headache in the eyes of the warriors might not be a problem in the eyes of the immortal cultivators. The real trouble might come from a more distant starry sky. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Chan shifted his gaze to the vast sea of stars. Being in the starry sky of the universe, all he felt was insignificance. Xiao Chan was slightly troubled. He had heard that the Hautian planet was only 10,000 miles away from the barrier of the sky. Moreover, most of the sex bases were at this distance. Even if they couldn't find the Hautian planet after breaking through the barrier of the sky, they would still be able to find the bases of the other sections. That way they wouldn't be lost in space. However, when he came out, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. As far as the eye could see, all he could see were stars, innumerable and endless. There were all kinds of them, big and small, and it completely exceeded his expectations. There were also other things in the star state, such as the asteroid belts, the river of light, and the black holes. Once trapped in those forbidden areas, one would definitely die. At this moment, he finally understood the importance of a star chart. Without a star chart, it would be impossible to move an inch in the Milky Way. Back then, when Xiao Chan followed the Heavenly Battle Palace's 2 palace masters, he felt that the journey was very peaceful. Occasionally, he encountered trouble, but he easily dodged it. Now that he was steering the ship through the starry skies, it didn't feel like that at all. Don't worry, there should be a starry sky relay station nearby. Since I didn't reject your decision to enter the starry sky, there must be a way out. Ao Jiao's voice rang out at the right time, which calmed Xiao Chan down. Xiao Chan did not dare to act rashly. He only let the dragon's gates worship drift with the chaotic space. He asked, "What is a starry heaven relay station? How come I have never heard of it before?" Aojiao smiled and said, "With your experience, naturally, you have not heard of this before. Grandmaster-level martial sages and above already possess the basic strength to travel the starry heavens alone. The Starry Heavens Relay Station is a place for these Grandmaster-level martial sages and above to stay. Some were established by independent martial artists, purely for the sake of appreciating the beautiful scenery of the starry sky, or for personal romantic pursuits. The establishment of this kind of starry sky relay station is relatively simple. It only needs the fixing star stone and an array formation that can roughly defend against starry sky meteorites and cosmic storms. There is another type that is more specialized. It is the relay stations established by the large factions. Their relay stations are spread throughout the Kunlun realm's starry heavens, allowing people to travel back and forth between relay stations. These relay stations are very resistant to cosmic storms and the various unknown dangers of the starry heavens. Xiaoqin now understood a little. It looked like the world of the starry heavens was much more marvelous than he had imagined. However, how should he find these starry heaven relay stations? Aojiao noticed Xiaoqin's doubts. She smiled and said, "Without a star chart, you will not be able to find the relay stations. Don't act rashly for now. Just let the Dragon's Gate's worship circle around the barrier of the sky. Sooner or later, you will run into a starry heaven relay station." There are many starry heaven relay stations established by independent martial artists around the barrier of the sky. There is no need to worry about not being able to find one. Not having a star chart was really problematic. However, since Xiaoqian had already made his decision, it was not time to regret it. He perked himself up and asked, "How long do I have to wait?" "Don't worry. It will not take long. Those starry heaven relay stations all have fixing star stones. They are fixed in place in the starry heavens. As long as you circle the barrier of the sky, you will run into one sooner or later. Furthermore, it will be very easy to discover them." When Xiaoqian saw this, he did not ask any further. Instead, he reflected on his experiences on this trip. Now that Xiaoqian had reached his current cultivation realm, he could no longer limit himself to the younger generation. Martial sages were already roughly at the top of the pyramid. The number of older generation experts that Xiaoqian would have to face would increase. He had to consider these experts that he could only look up to in the past. In the future, it would be normal for him to run into superior grade martial sages or even grandmaster level martial sages. When he ran into such experts, he would have to think carefully about how to deal with them and how to protect himself. He also had to prepare some trump cards that would allow him to escape easily from these experts. After a while, Xiaoqian took out the Saber Monarch grass. He planned to use this time to absorb the saber intent contained in it. There was a dangerous place in the Kunlun continent called Heavenly Thunder Peak. During the ancient era, a powerful saber emperor comprehended his Tao here. Eventually, he successfully broke through and became a sovereign saber monarch. After that, he mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind many legends in the Kunlun continent. Some said that he became an illusory martial god. Others said that he died long ago. Aside from the legends, there was a kind of very ordinary grass growing on the heavenly snow peak where that saber emperor comprehended his Tao. However, the instant that saber emperor advanced to sovereign martial emperor, this grass mutated, storing the saber intent that he inadvertently leaked. This grass became very precious. Furthermore, it continued to grow. Every time spring arrived, there would be many martial sages going to fight for the Saber Monarch grass. Xiaoqian placed the Saber Monarch grass in his palm and circulated his spiritual sense. Then, he closed his eyes and started to absorb the saber intent contained in the grass. Buzz! 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 Buzzing saber intent resounded in Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness. Thousands of strands of saber intent scattered everywhere, kicking up huge waves in his sea of consciousness. Every strand of saber intent was surging and terrifying. The waves in his sea of consciousness made Xiaoqian tremble for some reason. With some effort, Xiaoqian merged the saber intent in the saber monarch grass with the saber intent that he comprehended. The saber intent in the grass was too tyrannical and ferocious. The process was very slow. However, Xiaoqian gained a lot. With every strand of saber intent that the saber monarch left behind, Xiao Chan could feel his saber intent improving significantly. When all the strands of saber intent were collected, Xiao Chen's 80% comprehension had reached peak 90% comprehension. The originally formless saber intent in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness could be vaguely seen. An indistinct small saber floated in the sea of consciousness. This should be the shape of the saber soul. When one saber intent reached 100% comprehension, it would undergo a qualitative change, giving birth to a soul. Swordsman had a sword soul, and bladesman had a saber soul. When a cultivator comprehended a soul, when they executed various martial techniques with their weapons, the sharpness of the weapons would be able to pierce one's heart, making them tremble in fear. The saber techniques they executed would be much sharper. However, it was not that simple to condense a soul. Out of 10,000 bladesmen, only one would comprehend saber intent. Of those who comprehended saber intent, only 1 in 10,000 would be able to condense a saber soul. One could easily imagine how difficult it was to comprehend a saber soul. The saber intent in the saber monarch grass in Xiao Chen's palm drained, turning into withered grass and disappearing. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and with a thought, his gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the boundless starry heavens. It was incredibly sharp, deterring others from looking directly at him. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked around. Then he asked, Ao Jiao, how long did I take to absorb the saber intent? Ao Jiao counted on her fingers. Then she said, about half a month. I even missed a starry sky relay station. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said, let's head back. I don't want to drift anymore. You should remember the route to that starry sky relay station, right? Naturally, I'll help you remember it. Turning the bow of the warship around, Xiao Chen controlled the 18 sails of the Dragon's Gate's warship to advance at full speed in the direction Ao Jiao pointed out. The 8 jets at the stern of the warship released a scarlet tail of flames. The Dragon's Gate's warship was like a blue dragon soaring through the clouds in the starry heavens, looking very imposing. In less than half a day, a jade-green spot of light appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. That was the unique light of the star-fixing stone. It was unique in the boundless universe. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He could not help but increase his speed. The talisman scripts on the sails flickered with light as they buzzed. The star-fixing stone was one of the top 100 stones on the Starry Heavens Strange Stone ranking. It did not provide any practical help to cultivators. Its wondrous use lay in the word fix. Any object connected to the star-fixing stone would be firmly fixed in space. No matter how strong the starry heavens storm was, it would not be able to blow it away. This was because it was already connected to the structure of that space. The star-fixing stone was the foundation of a starry heavens relay station. Without the star-fixing stone, there would be no starry heavens relay station. A relay station that always drifted in the starry heavens would not be of any help to cultivators on an adventure. The price of the star-fixing stone was based on its size. A palm-sized star-fixing stone would cost a regular superior-grade martial sage 10 years of savings. The larger the star-fixing stone, the more expensive it would be. That jade-green spot of light slowly closed in on Xiao Chen. When it was 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chen, who was on the bow, could already see the relay station clearly. Although it was called a relay station, it was actually a mountain peak that had been chopped off and turned upside down. All sorts of buildings had been erected on that flat platform. The jade-green light came from the inverted triangular ground below. The star-fixing stone was probably embedded in the core of this triangle. This starry heavens relay station was very small, no more than 1 kilometer in radius. With Xiao Chen's cultivation, he could circle it 4 or 5 times in one breath. The buildings on the platform were very simple. Aside from a shop, a few wooden houses, and a courtyard, the other places were all planted with flowers and trees. 2 old men sat at a stone table in the courtyard, drinking tea and playing Go. Not far away, a girl about 7 or 8 years old practiced her saber alone. The entire scene looked very harmonious. Xiao Chen put away the Dragon's Gate's warship. Then he stood on 2 clumps of electric light. In a flash, he arrived at the top of the platform and was blocked by a formless restriction. The 2 old men glanced at Xiao Chen and did not pay him any more attention. However, the girl practicing the sword shouted in a tender voice, "Daddy! Daddy! There is a guest. Business is here." Chapter 849. Whoosh! A jade pendant flew out from below, passing through the restriction and flying towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Then, he passed through the restriction without any obstruction. When the girl saw the cloaked Xiao Chun, she felt very curious. She stared at Xiao Chun with her large eyes. A lazy voice came from the shop in the courtyard. It said, "Little girl, don't get distracted. Continue practicing the saber." The girl giggled and made a funny face. Clearly, she was not afraid of the person speaking. However, she still obediently continued practicing the saber. The girl did not hold a real saber in her hand. Instead, it was just a saber carved from bamboo. While it looked very proper, it was actually full of openings. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he smiled faintly. Unexpectedly, he could see such a leisurely scene in the deep starry heavens. It made him feel calm for some reason. Xiao Chun stepped forward and arrived at the shop. There were some old miscellaneous items on the shelves. Clearly, no one had touched them for a long time. Behind the counter was a middle-aged man with a long beard. There was a startling scar on this man's face and two thick eyebrows. One could still vaguely see the sharpness of the past. This person's appearance perfectly described the word ferocious. However, at this moment, he held a small teapot to his lips in his right hand and a book in his left. He looked very refined. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, the vague, wrinkled 90% comprehended saber intent suddenly trembled as though it had seen something very scary. The relay station's owner raised his head and exclaimed softly. Then he smiled and said, "Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." Unexpectedly, a demonic genius of the younger generation came to this rundown place. "Furthermore, you are a pretty good bladesman." The owner's words did not contain the shock that most people would show when they saw a genius. Instead, it was more of a mocking and joking tone, an indifference that came from being accustomed to the world of mortals. Xiao Chun felt some fear in his heart. This person was not simple. Not only did he have an unfathomable cultivation, but he was also a very strong bladesman. "Senior, do you sell star maps here?" Xiao Chun asked from under his hood. When it came to business, the owner of the relay station put down the ancient book in his hand and forced himself to be spirited. However, there was still a hint of laziness in his voice. "Star Atlas, how big do you want it to be? What level of Star Atlas do you want? Different levels have different prices." Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said, "Just give me the most ordinary one. Then it's a primitive one. 100,000 star coins, no bargaining." The relay station owner tossed over a jade slip. Xiao Chun caught it and sent his spiritual sense into it. Instantly, a vast three-dimensional map of the starry sky appeared in his mind. On the star map, the major relay stations were marked. Planets with sex stationed on them would also be marked with words. Dangerous places would be marked with color. And there were even simple text descriptions. Unknown forbidden lands were marked with a simple question mark. This star map was much more detailed than the one that Xiao Chun had seen in the past. Soon Xiao Chun found the location of planet Haotian. Then, he quickly drew a route from here to planet Haotian in his mind. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense, and he revealed an expression of joy. He happily paid 100,000 astral coins and prepared to leave. However, the relay station owner stopped him and said, "Young man, you still have something that you have not given me." Xiao Chun was stunned for a while. Then, he recalled that the other party had tossed him a jade pendant at the start. After thinking for a while, he did not rush to return it. He said, "I see that Senior's relay station does not seem to be marked on this star map. If Senior takes this jade pendant away, it will not be easy to find this place in the future." However, the relay station owner smiled and said, "This is a small place in the first place. I only do business with some friends. If not for your young age and the fact that you are a bladesman, I would not have let you in." Xiao Chun wanted to make friends with this person. He wanted to keep the jade pendant with him, so he thought about how to broach the subject. Xiao Chun, most of these starry heaven relay stations were once famous people of the Sky Dome realm. They were tired of the fighting and killing of the Cultivator world and retired to the starry heavens, putting an end to all worldly grudges. Normally, they do not wish to be disturbed by others. Ao Jiao explained softly from the immortal spirit ring. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but feel sad. It was rare for him to meet a true bladesman expert. If he missed this opportunity, it would be a pity. This humble one has been rude and disturbed you. Xiao Chun was rather straightforward. After he heard Ao Jiao's explanation, he did not say anything more and directly handed over the jade pendant. The relay station owner smiled faintly and received the jade pendant. He said, "You are rather open-minded. I know what you are thinking. If you can drift to this place again in the future, we will be truly fated. At that time we can have a good chat." Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and left this place. As the middle-aged man watched Xiao Chun leave, he sighed softly. After not appearing for so many years, the Kunlun realm unexpectedly produced such a young outstanding talent. The relay station owner shook his head and picked up the teapot with his mouth. Then he leaned back on the chair and continued reading. With the guidance of the star chart, Xiao Chun piloted the Dragon's Gate's warship and flew through the starry heavens. He immediately felt much happier. Half a month later, Xiao Chun successfully descended on planet Haotian and arrived at the base of the Haotian sect. When the various elders saw Xiao Chun's true body, they all revealed joyful expressions. This was especially so for Shui Lingling. Although she had received Xiao Chun's voice projection and knew that he was safe, she only relaxed when she saw him in person. When the various elders left, leaving only Shui Lingling and the first elder, Han Qinghe, Xiao Chun spoke of his purpose. "What? You want to return to the Sky Dome realm at this crucial moment? Did I hear wrong?" The usually calm Han Qinghe was extremely shocked when he heard this, somewhat unable to accept it. Shui Lingling also showed a confused expression. She asked, "Junior brother, why? Now is the start of the Age of Geniuses. All sorts of ancient wondrous lands will appear one after another. There will be endless fortuitous encounters. No younger generation genius would let go of such an opportunity. Why are you thinking of returning to the Sky Dome realm?" Han Qinghe continued. "Furthermore, the spiritual energy of the Sky Dome realm is very thin. With your luck and talent, going there will be a waste of time. If you get left behind by the other geniuses, it will be very difficult to catch up." Xiao Chun had already made up his mind long ago. He said calmly, "I know what you are talking about. However, my cultivation technique has reached a critical juncture. There are things in the Sky Dome realm that I have yet to resolve. If I cannot resolve this knot in my heart, it will be hard for me to undergo a heart tribulation. Furthermore, I really want to go and meet some of my old friends in the Sky Dome realm. I have to return on this trip. Otherwise, the regrets in my heart will remain forever." The first elder, Han Qinghe, and the first senior sister, Shui Lingling, tried to dissuade him. However, Xiao Chun had already made up his mind and did not budge. Han Qinghe shook his head helplessly and said, "Never mind. Since you are so determined, it is not good for me to say anything more. However, everything has to be done according to the rules. If you want to use the Haotian sect's transportation formation, you have to go to another realm. The inner sect elders can use it for free once every 10 years. The first elder and the vice sect master can use it at will. Given your qualifications, you will not be able to enjoy this. Xiao Chun, you can understand this, right?" Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. Traveling between realms required a significant number of astral cores. Furthermore, they were all superior-grade astral cores. Naturally, the sect's resources could not be wasted. "Good. 2 trips back and forth will cost a total of 5 million astral coins. This is the best discount we can give you," Han Qinghe said sullenly. 1 trip would require at least 50 superior-grade astral cores. Elder Han was already giving Xiao Chun a lot of face by only offering this condition. Shui Lingling still wanted to salvage the situation. She said, "Junior brother, after you go back, I believe that you will not be able to return within a year. 1 year is sufficient for many things to change." Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks to First Elder and Senior Sister for asking me to stay. However, my situation is rather special. I cannot resolve this knot in my heart or clear my heart tribulation. To me, this is just a form of cultivation. It does not matter where I am." "Haha, what a great knot in your heart and clear your heart tribulation. This time I'll send you off." Suddenly, a carefree voice rang out in the air. When Elder Han and Shui Lingling heard this, their expressions changed. The sect master actually arrived. Space rippled like water and a crack appeared. Then the Haotian emperor's figure slowly walked out. He released his emperor's might and withdrew it immediately, not putting any pressure on the group. The Haotian emperor smiled gently and landed on the ground. Then he said warmly, "Qinghe Lingling, you really don't have to worry about Xiao Chan. He will have his own fortuitous encounters when he returns." The Haotian emperor shifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Chan. In that instant, it felt like the other party could see through every inch of Xiao Chen's body, including his internal organs and every inch of his flesh. Although I'm not sure what cultivation technique you are cultivating, the bottleneck of this cultivation technique should have been troubling you for a long time, right? Before Xiao Chan came to the Kunlun realm, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the 6th layer. Now that more than 2 years had passed, he was still stuck at the 6th layer. This had long since affected his cultivation speed. The Haotian emperor's eyes were as sharp as torches. He could tell with one glance. Xiao Chen answered honestly. There was no need for him to hide much from the Haotian emperor. Yes, it has been more than 2 years. This bottleneck requires me to undergo 2 tribulations. The external lightning tribulation and the internal heart tribulation. Honestly speaking, I am not confident of clearing them. Han Qinghe and Shui Lingling exchanged glances, feeling confused. They had heard of lightning tribulations before. Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu had to undergo 9 layers of lightning tribulations before he could become a sovereign martial emperor. There were also some cultivation techniques that surpassed heaven rank that required one to face lightning tribulations at the end. However, they had never heard of a heart tribulation. What cultivation technique did Xiao Chen cultivate? Could it be even more horrifying than those cultivation techniques that surpassed heaven ranked? Suddenly, the Haotian emperor asked, "Xiao Chen, when did someone plant a strand of heavenly fate in your body? Your journey back must have been very difficult, right?" Xiao Chen organized his thoughts and explained what happened. "The people of the Heaven and Earth sect? I'll help you erase this strand of heavenly fate first. Then I'll settle the score with that group of old fellows. They know that you are from my Haotian sect, yet they still dared to make a move on you." A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Haotian emperor. Boundless clouds churned endlessly in the depths of his eyes. Rings of light flickered within them, materializing the might of the Haotian emperor. The Haotian emperor stretched out his hand, wanting to erase the strand of heavenly fate in Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand and said, "Sect Master, those 3 people do not know my identity. I do not intend to erase this strand of heavenly fate." Chapter 850. The moment the Haotian emperor heard this, he understood Xiao Chen's meaning. He smiled and said, "It looks like you want to do it yourself. Very well, in that case I will not make the decision on my own. I still have to discuss this with the Sky Dome Realm's Haotian sect. I will come and look for you 3 days from now. You should use these few days to make your preparations. Words cannot express my gratitude for this great favor." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute. With the Haotian emperor making a move, Xiao Chen would be able to save a lot of resources. However, all this was just an empty promise. It was more of an indication of the Haotian emperor's attitude. While the others were still hesitating, the Haotian emperor did not hesitate to step forward to support Xiao Chen. He was betting on Xiao Chen's future, betting that Xiao Chen would be able to bring back the glory of the Qing emperor. He was betting that his judgment was right. He had already made all the necessary preparations. Actually, Xiao Chen did not have much to do. After learning that Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu had been sent to the Heavenly Battle Palace to cultivate as true inheritors, Xiao Chen sought them out and informed them of his purpose. This was within their expectations. The 2 had not dared to imagine that Xiao Chen would go to the Sky Dome realm at such a crucial time. Right now, the 2 of them were in the Heavenly Battle Palace. Their cultivations had advanced by leaps and bounds, already reaching half-sage. Furthermore, they had heard that the Haotian emperor would forcefully break open the barrier of the savage battlefield half a month from now, giving everyone a chance to seek fortuitous encounters and see if they could find an opportunity to advance to martial sage. There were endless fortuitous encounters and endless fortuitous encounters. If they were lucky enough, they would have a chance to rise again on this stage. If the 2 returned to the Sky Dome realm at this moment, they would definitely not agree. When the 2 learned that Xiao Chen had made up his mind, They each left a message and some resources for him to bring to their clans. 3 days later, the Haotian Emperor arrived as promised, appearing before Xiao Chan. The Haotian Emperor closed his eyes, trying hard to sense something. Streams of mental energy pierced through the void, shooting toward an unknown place. Moments later, the Haotian Great Emperor opened his eyes. In the void he saw figures formed by light and shadows. Each of them looked like a deity, and they seemed to be able to destroy the earth with just a lift of their hands. Qi. Zhang Xian pointed forward, and the flashing figure in front of him came to a halt. It was a handsome man who wore a jade robe made of gold and had a purple fork on his head. Judging from his appearance, he looked very much like the Taoist priest of the immortal court that Xiao Chan had met in his previous life. Found it, let's go. A smile appeared on the Haotian Emperor's face. With a wave of his hand, the handsome man dissipated into light, and a golden gate appeared behind him. Dense talisman scripts were carved on the gate, and a purple talisman was stuck between the cracks of the gate. The Haotian Emperor shouted and punched. The talisman shattered, and the gate opened. The Haotian Emperor extended his hand and led Xiao Chan in. A dark passage of time appeared, and the two moved at the speed of light. That person earlier was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. During the Immortal Epoch, the Sky Dome realm was his residence. He was also the strongest Immortal Lord of the 3,000 Immortal Lords. As the Haotian Emperor flew forward, he spoke softly. This startled Xiao Chan. Clearly, he had not expected the Haotian Emperor to tell him such a secret. The 3,000 Great Realms were actually the residences of the 3,000 Immortal Lords during the Immortal Epoch. The Haotian Emperor smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to make a fuss over nothing. The Immortal Lords were already the peak experts of the Immortal Epoch. The only ones stronger than the Immortal Lords were the Immortal Emperors. As for the residents turning into a great 1,000 realms, there is nothing strange about that. When one reaches Emperor Wu's level and comprehends heavenly laws, one can create a small world of one's own with some effort. There is no other meaning in telling you all this. Sooner or later, you will advance to Emperor Wu. Then, you will be able to personally tear open the gates of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence." As they spoke, Xiao Chan felt a familiar aura. It seemed like he was about to reach the Sky Dome realm. Boom! A spatial tear opened, and the scene before Xiao Chan changed. He arrived at the summit of the Great Jin Nation's Haotian sect in the Sky Dome realm. Inside the spatial tear, the Haotian Emperor waved his hand and smiled. Due to some agreements, Emperor Wu cannot appear in the Sky Dome realm. I will not be going out. When we meet again, let me see a reborn you. The spatial tear closed, and the space-time tunnel opened by the Haotian Emperor closed completely. Xiao Chan looked around. When he felt the spiritual energy in the air, he felt extremely uncomfortable. He smiled bitterly and said, "The difference is really obvious. Cultivating in the Sky Dome realm is probably not even half as good as cultivating in the Kunlun realm. Be it quality or quantity, the difference is too great." Whoosh! A figure flew over from below. Xiao Chan scanned with his spiritual sense and clearly saw the appearance of this person. This person was the Supreme Elder of the Sky Dome Realm's Haotian sect, Senior Feng. This was also the Senior Feng who had sent Xiao Chan and Yu Chenxi to the Kunlun realm. He could be considered an old acquaintance of Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan did not dare to put on any airs before this person. Electric light flashed under his feet, and he rushed over to welcome him. "It's you. Why are you back?" When Senior Feng saw Xiao Chan, his eyes were filled with shock. He had only heard that the Kunlun realm's main sect had an honored guest. Furthermore, the Haotian Emperor had personally sent him over. Unexpectedly, the one who came was Xiao Chan. Furthermore, after not seeing Xiao Chan for 2 years, Xiao Chan had actually advanced to martial sage. Xiao Chen's cultivation was so deep that even Senior Feng could not see through it. Xiao Chan performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Greetings, Senior Feng." Senior Feng smiled bitterly and said, "How could I dare to address myself as senior? Just address me as Senior Feng. Come, follow me to a room first." Xiao Chan looked around and thought of something. Feeling it was strange, he asked, "What's wrong? The Haotian sect's sect master is not around. Why did Senior Feng come over?" Senior Feng was a supreme elder. In terms of seniority, His position was even higher than the sect master's. Since Senior Feng had appeared, it was strange that the sect master had not. Senior Feng smiled and said, "Little brother Xiaochan, you came at a good time. The frost-fled dragon guarding the heaven and earth tomb in Desolate City is undergoing its tribulation again. Rumor has it that this time, the frost-fled dragon will either fail and die or advance further, turning into a dragon and leaving this world. Either way, it will not be able to continue guarding the heaven and earth tomb." Xiaochan felt excited. He had been to Desolate City's hidden dragon lake once before. That was where he learned of Chu Chaoyan's true identity. Back then, the frost-fled dragon had sent Xiaochan flying with one claw strike. However, in reality, it had helped Xiaochan deal with several bruises and hidden injuries that he had not noticed. At that time, Xiaochan had won 100 matches in a row in the wrestling ring. While it looked impressive, in reality there were some hidden injuries in his body. If they were not dealt with in time, they might turn into hidden injuries. The frost-fled dragon had done Xiaochan a favor. However, Xiaochan did not know why it had helped him back then. When Senior Feng saw that Xiaochan seemed to be very interested, he smiled and said, "Let's go to the hall first. I will tell you in detail." In the main hall of the Haotian sex branch, Xiaochan and Senior Feng sat side by side. The female disciple who came to serve tea looked at Xiaochan suspiciously. The female disciple felt very curious. Where did this major character come from? Why is he sitting side by side with the Supreme Elder? Based on Senior Feng's expression, he did not treat Xiaochan as a junior. Senior Feng's position was even higher than the sect master's. Normally, only the sect master could sit beside Senior Feng. The female disciple sized up Xiaochan, finding him somewhat familiar. However, she did not know where she had seen him before. When Xiaochan and Senior Feng picked up their teacups, she had no choice but to leave. When the female disciple walked out of the hall, she thought of something and took out a register. The words "True Dragon Ranking" were written on it. When she flipped to the first page, the person in the illustration entered her eyes. When the female disciple thought back to that person's appearance, her heart could not help but pound heavily. Unexpectedly, the white-robed bladesman Xiaochan had returned. Furthermore, he was sitting side by side with the Supreme Elder. If this news spread, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause? The clan heads and sect masters of the 8 noble clans and 10 great sects all rushed over? Xiaochan asked calmly after he heard Senior Feng's introduction. He put down the teacup in his hand and asked calmly. Senior Feng nodded slightly and replied, "Almost all of them. Most of the martial sages of the entire Sky Dome realm rushed over. It is hard to say what is hidden in the grave of the first-generation Tianwu Emperor." The first-generation Tianwu Emperor was a sovereign martial emperor 10,000 years earlier than the Qing Emperor. There were countless legends about him in the Sky Dome realm. On the other hand, Xiaochan rarely heard anyone mention him in the Kunlun realm. Such a person, who even possessed a strong heavenly flame, did not leave any records of his deeds in the Kunlun realm. This was extremely strange. Could it be that this first-generation Tianwu Emperor was like the people who left their vague marks at the top of the Sage Mark Monument, mysteriously leaving this world and not truly dying? Putting aside these guesses for now, the first-generation Tianwu Emperor was definitely an extremely strong person. Since his grave had been passed down, it would be hard to avoid people coveting it. Xiaochan compared his strength to Senior Feng's. Senior Feng was a superior grade martial sage, but he did not give Xiaochan any pressure at all. Compared to the 3 superior grade martial sages of the Heaven and Earth sect, Xiaochan could not be mentioned in the same breath. There was a huge difference in accumulations between advancing to martial sage in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. Xiaochan finally understood it now. No wonder some of the martial sages of the Sky Dome realm were unwilling to go to the Kunlun realm, even though they had accumulated sufficient resources. If they went to the Kunlun realm with their strength, they would not even be qualified to be bystanders. They might as well stay in the lower realm and live a peaceful life. Xiaochan thought for a while and thought of another question. He asked, "What's going on with that frost-fled dragon?" Based on Senior Feng's tone, it seems like this is not its first time undergoing a tribulation. Senior Feng nodded and said, "It has undergone a tribulation several times already, probably once every 1 or 2,000 years. This fled dragon did not choose to take human form. choosing another path of cultivation for spirit beasts. Its life force is extremely strong. Although it did not advance to martial emperor, a regular Emperor Wu would not be able to do anything to it. This time it has already reached its peak. If it succeeds in its tribulation, it will turn from a flood dragon to a dragon, becoming an ice true dragon. At that time, due to the agreement between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world, it will not be able to stay. However, it is more likely that it will fail its tribulation and die. It has already lived for too long, and its luck is nearly exhausted. All the martial sages are waiting for it to die so that they can make a move on its heavenly emperor's grave. Xiao Chun knew that there was no Emperor Wu in the Sky Dome realm. However, for some reason, this was the second time he heard about this agreement. What exactly is this agreement? Can Senior Feng tell me? Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity. Senior Feng took a sip of tea and said, "It is not a secret. There is no harm in telling you. After the destruction of the Qianwu dynasty, the Bushan Palace and the demonic world came to an agreement to work together to suppress the development of this realm." Chapter 851. No matter who it is, neither side is allowed to send out Emperor Wu's experts. They also cannot allow Emperor Wu to exist in this realm. If a battle breaks out, neither side is allowed to send Emperor Wu down. The Sky Dome realm will belong to whoever wins it. However, the agreement must still be fulfilled. When Xiao Chun heard that, he could not help but laugh hoarsely. When he was still in Mo City's demonic beast forest and was only a martial disciple, he had fantasized about the protection of the three holy masters. Now that he thought about it, he had been too naive. What demonic calamity! It was just a game that the major characters of both sides agreed on. The masses were like chess pieces at their mercy. Only by grasping absolute strength and jumping out of this game could one be qualified to control one's own fate and see the true nature of this world. However, I'm not sure why the Bushan Palace and the demonic world came to this agreement. It has to do with the destruction of the Dragon's Gate 10,000 years ago. Old Feng continued. Clearly, he did not know that Xiao Chun had already acknowledged his identity as a descendant of the Qing Emperor in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun smiled and did not continue this topic. He stood up and said, "Many thanks for Old Feng's hospitality. I plan to make a trip to the Tianwu Emperor's grave, so I'll take my leave first." Old Feng was not surprised by this. He had absolute confidence in Xiao Chun's strength. Now that Emperor Wu did not appear in the Sky Dome realm, he could not think of anyone who could stop Xiao Chun. Haha. In that case, I won't send you off. If not for the fact that I have to oversee the sect, this old man would also like to take a look at the excitement. After leaving the Haotian sect, Xiao Chun executed Thunder Dragon steps. With one step, space instantly tore apart. Compared to the spatial structure of the Kunlun realm, the Sky Dome realm was like paper. Xiao Chun immediately entered the void. Xiao Chun moved at lightning speed through space. Occasionally, he tore a crack in space to see where he was going. In less than 4 hours, Xiao Chun traveled from the Great Jin Nation to the sky above desolate cities, Hidden Dragon Lake. There was no obstruction in space. His speed was startlingly fast. Rumble! The scene before them was a little frightening. Black thunderclouds gathered in the sky above the Qianlong Lake. Lightning bolts as thick as water buckets rained down on the Qianlong Lake. Waves rolled and the sky changed color. The void was easily torn apart by the lightning. The lake water splashed everywhere, and the originally flat lake surface was ravaged into a tragic sight. Xiao Chun frowned slightly as he looked at the descending lightning bolt. If it had landed on him, he would not have been able to withstand it. It seemed like the Frost Flood Dragon was really in danger this time. With a flash of light, Xiao Chun directly fell into the final entrance lake, avoiding the lightning bolts and descending towards the tomb of the Celestial the Arch. When Xiao Chun landed in the middle of the lake, a man wearing Tianwu royal robes and carrying a sword on his back revealed a surprised expression. He muttered, "Why is he back at this time?" The world under the water was a completely different world. Xiao Chun hovered in the air, not in a rush to land. He watched as the bolts of lightning entered the cold pool beside the celestial Thearch's tomb. A mournful and aged roar came from inside continuously, shaking everyone's eardrums and causing them to feel a sense of sorrow for no reason. This was not like an absolute expert fighting against the heavens, filled with boundless sharpness and heroism. It was more like an old man who had lived for a very long time, struggling at death's door, expressing the final dissatisfaction in his heart. That voice contained an indescribable obsession, an indescribable sorrow, and an emotion that moved one's expression. Those who were not close friends would not be able to understand. The world had its own cycle of reincarnation. No matter what kind of creature one was, no matter how strong one would not be able to escape death in the end. The heavenly Tao was like a sword hanging above everyone's head. No one could break that sword with a punch. It looked like Old Feng was right. This frost flood dragon had lived for too long. It had already been more than 20,000 years since the Tianwu dynasty was established. The frost flood dragon had already exhausted its luck. It would be impossible for it to undergo its tribulation and become an ice-true dragon at this time. When Xiao Qian looked to the front, he saw several figures standing at the limits of his vision. Their eyes filled with incomparable excitement. Clearly they knew about this as well. This old dragon had been standing guard here for a very long time, causing many people with ill intentions to return in defeat. Today it was finally going to die. What kind of secrets did the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's tomb hide? It was finally going to be revealed. Like these people, Xiao Qian was very curious about the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's tomb. He felt boundless anticipation in his heart. However, when he arrived here and heard the sorrowful roars of that old dragon, he could not help but be moved. Those who were not close friends would not be able to understand the meaning behind these words. Xiao Qian did not know if he could be considered a close friend or not. However, he could understand the helplessness contained in these sorrowful roars. What helplessness? It was the helplessness of not being able to fulfill the promise of the first-generation Tianwu Emperor. It was the helplessness of seeing through everything in the world and standing at the peak of the Sky Dome realm. In the end, he still could not escape death. It was the obsession in his heart, unable to let go of this first-generation Tianwu Emperor's tomb. Helplessness, helplessness, helplessness. The rumbling thunder turned into malevolent lightning that tore through the sky and space, mercilessly falling into that cold pool. Xiao Qian raised his head and looked into the distance. There were dozens of martial sages standing there. Their faces were all filled with extreme excitement. They were all very tense, not even daring to breathe loudly. Xiao Qian's gaze moved between the cold pool and the distance. He shook his head slightly and slowly moved back. For some reason, he lost interest in this Tianwu Emperor's tomb. He simply did not want to profane the obsession of an old dragon that it had guarded for 20,000 years. Just as Xiao Qian's figure was about to enter the lake, thousands of purple lightning bolts gathered together and turned into a bolt of golden lightning. It was as straight as a javelin descending from the sky. Before it landed, the entire space trembled intensely. Countless pitch-black cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb from where the lightning landed. The entire space seemed to shatter. Kasie, Kase, Kase, Kase. The cracks were like tentacles reaching Xiao Qian. However, a formless force stopped them, preventing them from advancing at all. This old dragon is finished. Xiao Qian sighed softly as he looked at the cold pool, not even bothering to look at the horrifying cracks in front of him. Boom! The golden lightning instantly entered the cold pool, and the intense roars stopped. The hidden dragon lake finally regained its calm. Amidst the silence, a great destruction silently occurred. After a while, beams of green light came out of the cold pool, looking as beautiful as fireflies in summer. When the spots of light landed on the ground, the desolate land beside the Tianwu Emperor's tomb immediately sprouted lush green flowers and grass. Suddenly, this barren land flourished with life. The old dragon was dead. Its long life essence was quickly dispersing. This was a miraculous scene for everyone. The flowers and grass on the ground grew wildly. A great world filled with spiritual energy and a dazzling array of flowers appeared in this serene land. Just as everyone marveled at this miraculous scene, a dragon pillar floated out of the cold pool. It gave off a bright light resplendent like the sun, so piercing that it hurt the eyes. The expressions of everyone around the Tianwu Emperor's tomb changed drastically. They felt an apocalyptic force like it was going to blast the entire desolate city into rubble. Oh no! This old dragon is still restless even before its death. It wants to blow up the entire desolate city and bury everything. It's over. We can't escape. This energy sealed off the surrounding space. We can't get out at all. The many martial sages that soared up returned after hitting a wall. This time they were truly anxious. Their faces turned ashen, and boundless despair filled their hearts. However, after waiting for a while, they discovered that the dragon pearl had mysteriously vanished. The energy sealing off the space also vanished without a trace. This startled me. Turned out to be a feint. I knew it. This old dragon was struck half dead by lightning. How could it have the strength to do this? The surrounding martial sages released their bated breath at the same time. Then they sized up the Tianwu Emperor's tomb once more. The despair on their faces vanished, replaced by boundless fanaticism. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of the martial sages flashed as they rushed towards the Tianwu Emperor's tomb. However, just as the group arrived near the Tianwu Emperor's tomb, electric light flashed, and a white figure suddenly appeared above the tomb. Everyone, please return. This Tianwu Emperor's tomb is not something you can open yet. The sudden appearance of the white figure startled everyone. The number of martial sages in the Sky Dome realm was limited. In this circle, everyone would know each other. Even if they did not know each other, they would at least have heard of the other party's name. They would not be completely ignorant. However, they had never heard of such a young martial sage with an unfathomable cultivation. Little friend, where are you from? Will you report your name? The great Jin nation's 8 noble clans clan head asked when he saw Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan was slightly stunned. It had only been 2 years, yet no one recognized him. This was strange. Actually, Xiao Chan did not know that his appearance had not changed in the Kunlun realm during the past 2 years. Instead, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. The Sky Dome realm's white-robed bladesman was low-key and reserved, hiding his sharpness. He appeared calm on the surface but proud on the inside. At this moment, Xiao Chan displayed his sharpness wantonly. Furthermore, he possessed the bloodline of an overlord. This invisibly influenced his aura. With one glance he looked like a powerful treasure saber, resplendent and dazzling. Xiao Chan appeared sharp, but his heart was as calm as still water. This was a great change from before. Furthermore, many people had not seen him before, so it was normal that they could not recognize him. Only the Bai clan's clan head and the Sima clan's clan head, Sima Hong, showed uncertain expressions, finding him somewhat familiar. However, they could not connect Xiao Chen's changed temperament to the white-robed bladesman of the past. Furthermore, they were not willing to believe that a martial monarch could become a martial sage in a mere 2 years. This was too shocking. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and looked at the several dozen martial sages in front. He said, "My family name is Xiao and my name is Chen. You should have heard of my name before. I remember that I even fought with some of you personally. What's wrong? It has only been 2 years, and you have already forgotten about this Xiao's existence?" Chapter 852. Whoosh! The entire place was shocked. Several people looked at Xiao Chan with expressions of disbelief. Xiao Chan was the white-robed bladesman who won consecutive victories in the 5-nation youth competition. Back then, in the final battle, he had caused the surrounding dragon veins to tremble. Xiao Chen's name had spread throughout the entire Tianwu continent, along with the true dragon ranking. The boundless sea spoke of his deeds. Xiao Chan came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, an unranked sect. However, he advanced rapidly, defeating all sorts of experts before finally reaching the peak. In less than 3 years, he had actually returned from the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he had advanced to martial sage, a cultivation that these old fellows could only achieve in 100 or 200 years. Sima Hong paled slightly. Unexpectedly, it really is him. The fellow that I once smacked half to death with one palm strike really returned. If I do not die, I will definitely wash the Sima clan in blood in the future. Sima Hong could not help but feel fear when he saw Xiao Chen's current cultivation. His body trembled slightly. After hesitating for a while, he prepared to turn around and leave. Sima Hong, if you have the guts, then take one more step. Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning, revealing its sharpness as he shouted coldly at Sima Hong. Sima Hong was slightly stunned and felt somewhat guilty. Then he perked himself up and said, "Xiao Chan, don't think that you can speak arrogantly just because you are a martial sage. Do you really want to wash the Sima clan in blood? With the accumulations of my Sima clan, if we really fall out, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not have a good time either. The other martial sages could not help but show complicated expressions. Back then, Sima Hong had disregarded his status and caused a huge commotion in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, causing the deaths of many juniors. In the end, he was slapped in the face. That was a matter that shook the entire place. Sima Hong would never have imagined that the minor character who could not even last one move against him back then would have a cultivation that even he could not see through in less than 3 years. Xiao Qin's lips curled up into a smile. He said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Back then, you killed and injured countless disciples of my Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Don't worry, I will only place this debt on you. Although my heart is cold, I am not someone who will kill the innocent. Back then you gave me a sword strike and beat me half to death. Today I will only ask you one question. Do you dare to take one finger from me and settle this grudge?" There was a boundless sharpness in his eyes, but his heart was as calm as still water. Xiao Chun looked at Sima Hong and quietly waited for his answer. "A storm is brewing and thunderclouds are pressing down on the city. I only have one question. Do you dare to take a finger from me?" "One finger." All the Sky Dome realm martial sages present could not help but mutter to themselves, "It is just one finger. This Xiao Chun overestimates himself." Could it be that Xiao Chun thought that he could kill Sima Hong with a single finger? How old was Sima Hong? How old was Xiao Chun? Even if you, Xiao Chun, advanced to martial sage in the Kunlun realm and is much stronger than in the Sky Dome realm, how old are you? However, wanting to defeat Sima Hong with a single finger was no different from a fantasy. Sima Hong's expression changed. He said coldly, "Fellow Taoists, listen up." He said it himself. "Receive one finger from him and settle this grudge." The martial sages who were on good terms with Sima Hong all spoke up for him. "Xiao Chun, when a man speaks, his words carry enormous weight. Don't immediately go back on what you said." "That's right. Otherwise, even if you become Emperor Wu in the future, breaking your promise will be a stain on your life." Xiao Qin's delicate face remained as calm as an ancient well. He said calmly, "I said one finger and it is one finger. Sima Hong, I'm only asking if you dare to take it or not." "What a joke. If I do not even dare to take one finger from you, I, Sima Hong, have lived so long in vain." Sima Hong did not show any fear. It was just one finger. At most he would only suffer some minor injuries. He, Sima Hong, was a peak medial grade martial sage. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. Even at death's door, he is still so arrogant. He is truly looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. He does not know how vast the sky outside is. Xiao Chun instantly activated his overlord bloodline, and the 300-odd heavenly sage laws in his body swam around like a river. Rumble. The sound of surging water in Xiao Qin's body caused thunder to rumble everywhere. The purple lightning talisman in Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness spun quickly. The will of thunder infused into the heavenly sage laws and poured into his fingertip. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pointed. A strand of saber chi shot out from his fingertip, and the ethereal saber soul in his sea of consciousness came out as well. The purple saber chi was like a beautiful light. It gathered Xiao Qin's will of thunder, 90% comprehended saber intent, and 80% comprehended lightning attributed energy from the 300 heavenly sage laws. First, an extremely resplendent purple light lit up at the tip of Xiao Qin's fingertip. Kase! Kase! The space in front instantly shattered. The entire space shattered into tens of thousands of shards, looking like a mirror. When Sima Hong saw that resplendent light, his heart instantly sank. He knew he was gravely mistaken, and he turned ashen in fear. The heavenly sage laws in his body quickly left his body. He quickly formed hand seals and formed layers of light barriers in front of him, trying to block this finger. There were many heavenly sage laws, no less than 500 of them. However, every one of them was not even as thick as a pinky finger. They were far from comparable to some inferior grade martial sages of the Kunlun realm. Pu-ci. The purple saber light flashed. Sima Hong's defenses were like paper. They did not have any defensive effect at all. Blood filled the air as the saber chi pierced through Sima Hong's body. As space shattered, he shattered into thousands of shards. dying without a complete corpse. With one finger, space collapsed. Sima Hong did not even have a chance to make a sound before he died silently. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and stood upright. Everywhere that strand of saber chi passed, space already collapsed, turning into shards that looked like mirrors drifting around. The other martial sages were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. The horror in their eyes was indescribable. What kind of horrifying strength was this? The medial-grade martial sages of the Sky Dome realm could not resist at all before Xiao Chun. In reality, it was not that Xiao Chun was too strong. Instead, it was that these Sky Dome realm martial sages were too weak. Compared to the Kunlun realm martial sages, their accumulations were simply too lacking. The difference was like clouds and mud. Furthermore, Xiao Chun comprehended the will of thunder, and his saber intent reached peak 90% comprehension. It already had the shape of a soul. While this finger strike looked casual, it contained close to 80% of Xiao Chun's strength. He did not intend to let Sima Hong live. More importantly, Xiao Chun wanted to use this finger strike to deter the other martial sages from having any designs on the Heavenly Emperor's grave. The drifting shards of space in front started to piece back together. Xiao Chun scattered his aura and said calmly, "I've dealt with my personal matters. Let's continue with the proper business. It is not time to open the Heavenly Emperor's grave yet. Everyone, please return." Xiao Chun had said the same thing earlier. His tone and attitude had not changed at all. However, the effect this time was immediate. Most of the martial sages left in an instant. They had no choice but to leave. Just look at Sima Hong's miserable death. Haha. This old man congratulates brother Xiao Chun on obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's grave. Soon, this old man will definitely pay the Heavenly Saber Pavilion a visit. A voice projection rang out in Xiao Chun's mind. It was the sect master of the Haotian sect's Sky Dome realm branch. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. Most people probably did not believe him when he said that the Heavenly Emperor's grave was not suitable to be opened. However, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to explain. He sent a voice projection back and said, "Senior is too serious." The martial sages slowly scattered. Soon only Xiao Chun remained. He sighed silently. A pearl radiating a strong cold chi appeared in Xiao Chun's hand. It was the dragon pearl that gave off a bright light earlier. "Xiao Chun, are you really not going to take a look and see what is in the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave? This Tianwu Emperor is a mysterious person. We might not even know if he is dead or not. As long as we open the coffin and take a look, we will know everything." Ao Jiao spoke softly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun glanced at the Heavenly Emperor's grave in the lush greenery below. He said, "Never mind. Since I made a promise to that old dragon, I will help him complete his unfulfilled promise." Earlier, when the dragon pearl was about to explode, even Xiao Chun, who was hiding in the lake, was startled. Just as he prepared to tear space and leave, the dragon pearl flew into his hand with a schwa sound. However, the dragon pearl flew into his hand with a schwa sound, causing him to be shocked. It turned out that the dragon pearl contained a trace of the old dragon's remnant soul. The old dragon entrusted Xiao Chun to continue guarding the Heavenly Emperor's grave, and not let anyone open it. Xiao Chun could not agree completely. He could only promise to do his best to guard the Heavenly Emperor's grave before he left the Sky Dome realm. After he left, he would be too far away to do anything. Fortunately, the old dragon was very straightforward. If there was no time to guard it, he would tear the Heavenly Emperor's grave into the void and destroy it. This was a strand of remnant soul in the first place. After it spoke, it stopped breathing, leaving only the dragon pearl in Xiao Chun's hand. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the universe flags appeared in his grasp. Then he waved his hand. 72 formation flags flew out, and Xiao Chun formed hand seals with both hands, preparing to set up restrictions to seal this place. Interesting. Unexpectedly, the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave ended up being guarded by a descendant of the Qing Emperor. It looks like there really is such a thing as fate. A clear voice resounded. Chu Chaoyun descended from the sky and arrived in front of Xiao Chun. Chu Chaoyun wore the ancient uniform of the Tianwu dynasty. His expression today was strangely solemn, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. Xiao Chun felt somewhat surprised at Chu Chaoyun's appearance. However, he soon understood. Given Chu Chaoyun's identity as a descendant of the Tianwu dynasty, it was impossible for him not to know about today's matter. Are you going to open this heavenly emperor's grave? If so, I'm afraid things will not go as you wish. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his left hand. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up in a smile as he took a step forward. He said, "Don't you want to know whether the first-generation Tianwu emperor is dead or not? Speaking of which, this is a secret that even I do not know." Xiao Chun stared at the other party. The leaping sharpness turned into a gentle breeze that fluttered his clothes and hair. The Neptune headscarf on his forehead made his heart calm. Chapter 853. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said, "Don't get any closer. I do not want to know this secret. What I want to know is why you went to the demonic world and mingled with the demons." Demonic world? Chu Chaoyun revealed a grave expression. He said, "That place can be considered a demonic world for now. Why did you mingle with them? The reason is simple. I need to comprehend the will of darkness. I need the martial techniques of the demon race. I need strength. Like you, I need to continuously grow stronger. I once said that there would be a battle between you and me. However, it is not now. In the end, we are people of the same path." After saying that, Chu Chaoyun knelt on the ground with a plop. Then he kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the cold pool. His lips curled up as he muttered something that only he could hear. The divine dragon protecting the nation was also dead. The final witness of the Tianwu dynasty had vanished from this world. After kowtowing 3 times, Chu Chaoyun stood up and left. After walking for 100 meters, he suddenly stopped and turned around. "I can guess some of your reasons for returning to the Sky Dome realm. Why don't you make a trip to the Dark Church? Perhaps you will learn something unexpected there." The 72 formation flags returned to the ground. Xiao Chun glanced at the dragon pearl containing overwhelming energy in his hand and placed it in his universe ring. Then he thought back to what Chu Chaoyun said at the end. Xiao Chun said, "Ao Jiao, how trustworthy do you think Chu Chaoyun's words are?" Ao Jiao said bluntly, "I feel that he is purposely trying to lead you to the Sky Dome Realm's Dark Church. Does he have a grudge with the Sky Dome Realm's Dark Church?" Xiao Chun said sullenly, "I think the same. However, the headquarters of the Dark Church is in the Deep Abyss demonic world. A branch in the Sky Dome realm should not be worth mentioning. Yet, Chu Chaoyun places so much importance on it. Perhaps there is something extraordinary about it." Although he knew that Chu Chaoyun was trying to lure him there on purpose, Xiao Chen's curiosity was still aroused. "Where are we going now? Heavenly Saber Pavilion or Mo City?" Xiao Chun looked around and said, "Let's go and visit Yu Chenxi's and Gong Yongyu's elders first. There are still some things that I have to deliver first." Even though Xiao Chun was very anxious in his heart, wanting to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and see the girl he had hidden in his heart, as well as his clansmen in the distant Mo River. However, he had to complete his friend's request first. When the 2 elders heard about Yu Chenxi and Gong Yongyu's situation in the Kunlun realm, they felt very gratified. Xiao Chun chatted for a while and politely rejected the gifts from the 2 elders. Then, he rushed to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With his current speed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he came and went like a bolt of lightning under the void-breaking realm. Before the sun completely set, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the foot of the Lingyun mountain range appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. There was an endless stream of disciples coming and going at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chun casually extended his spiritual sense and covered most of the sect, taking in everything. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had changed a lot. Not only did the number of disciples increase, but there was also a change in their mentality. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to Qingyun Peak. Halfway up the mountain, he saw a familiar figure teaching the female disciples how to practice the saber. This person was none other than Lu Suifeng. However, Xiao Chun was surprised to see Chu Xinyun beside him. The 2 of them had an intimate expression on their faces, and their words were very ambiguous. Xiao Chun sighed and smiled. It has been a few years. Suifeng finally got what he wanted. When the sun was about to set completely, the disciples at the middle of the mountain all took their leave. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he silently broke through many restrictions and landed beside the 2. Lu Suifeng and Yun Kursen were startled. They quickly moved back and instantly drew their weapons. Then they looked cautiously at the person who arrived. When Lu Suifeng clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Xiao Chen, why are you back?" However, Chu Xinyan pulled Lu Suifeng back and said, "Wait a moment. Can't you make out his cultivation? Furthermore, why would Xiao Chen return to the Sky Dome realm at this time for no reason?" A girl's thoughts were usually more meticulous. Lu Suifeng was very carefree. When he saw Xiao Chen appear, he did not think much of it. When he heard what Chu Xinyan said, he put his guard up. This person before him had an unfathomable cultivation. Based on his aura, he was much stronger than his martial grand-uncles. How could he be related to Xiao Chen, who left 2 years ago? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and took out the lunar shadow saber. Then he casually tossed it to Lu Suifeng, not bothering to explain. Lu Suifeng held the pitch-black scabbard in his hand and sized it up. If this was not Xiao Chen's personal treasure saber, what else could it be? "Xiao Chen, it really is you," Lu Suifeng exclaimed in pleasant surprise as he handed the lunar shadow saber back. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "Junior sister Chu, you are as meticulous as before. However, why are you not tending to the herb garden but coming to Qingyun Peak to teach martial techniques to your juniors?" Chu Xinyan smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, senior brother Xiao Chen. I was blind and did not recognize you. Xinyan married me half a year ago. Now she is married to Qingyun Peak and is managing the matters of the peak together with me," Lu Suifeng said happily. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt disappointed and frustrated. Lu Suifeng was married as well. He took out 2 sage-grade secret treasures and a bottle of rank 9 medicinal pills and handed them over. Consider this a belated congratulatory gift. Lu Suifeng did not stand on ceremony with Xiao Chen. He immediately received them and tossed them to Chu Xinyan. He said, "Come, let's talk inside. We have not seen each other for more than 2 years. Let's drink to our heart's content." Chu Xinyan received the 2 sage-grade secret treasures and took a look. Then her expression turned strange. She wanted to warn Lu Suifeng, but he and Xiao Chen had already gone far away. Chu Xinyan could not help but smile bitterly. If Lu Suifeng knew these were 2 sage-grade secret treasures, he would not have accepted them so casually. At the stone table in the courtyard, Xiao Chen heard Lu Suifeng introduce the matters of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He asked, "Where is Ruyue? Is she not at Qingyun Peak?" Lu Suifeng drained the wine in his cup and answered, "She left long ago. Qingyun Peak regained its former prestige. After she handed Qingyun Peak to me to manage, she left with Princess Yingyu. Half a year ago, she, Miss Feng, and Princess Yingyu appeared at my wedding with Kursen. Since Xiao Chen was with Yingyu, there was no need to worry about his safety. However, he did not know why the 3 of them were together." Lu Suifeng did not know much either. He said, "I'm not sure about the details. However, given Princess Yingyu's character, there is no need to worry." Xiao Chen nodded slightly. However, he felt somewhat disappointed in his heart. On his return to the Sky Dome realm, the person he wanted to see the most was naturally Lu Ruyue. This was even more important than figuring out why he was chased out of his clan back then. However, it was fine to be with Yingyu. After all, he would not return until he broke through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He had plenty of time. News of Xiao Chen killing Sima Hong would spread soon. At that time, Lu Ruyue should rush back. Late at night, Xiao Chen instructed Lu Suifeng not to spread the news of his appearance. Then he started walking around Qingyun Peak alone. Xiao Chen had studied at Qingyun Peak for 2 years. He was familiar with everything in Qingyun Peak: the flowers, plants, pavilions, terraces, and buildings. Along the way, he could not help but reminisce when he saw several places. That waterfall was where he cultivated the dragon and tiger north art. The forest at the back of the mountain was where he comprehended the Lingyun saber technique. The tree branches that Xiao Chen chopped off back then had already changed. The people practicing the saber in the forest were also a group of girls, most of them 14 or 15 years old. Even though it was late at night, they did not give up. The peach blossoms remained the same, but the people had changed. Xiao Chen continued walking and arrived at the place whereby took human form. When he thought about how much pain that girl had to endure to undergo her tribulation to take human form, He felt a heartache. Xiao Chan silently walked under the moonlight, not startling anyone as he arrived at the summit of Qingyun Peak. In the dark night, Xiao Chan saw the tallest, nameless peak in the Lingyun mountain range. Xiao Chan could not help but reveal a smile. He thought about how childish he was when he confessed on that peak. If it were a regular girl, she would have run away in fright. Xiao Chan gently leaped off Qingyun Peak and walked around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Some of the familiar scenery stirred up some memories in him. The things that were hidden in his memories appeared in his mind like a black and white movie. Xiao Chan walked to the heaven ascending platform. That battle was the battle that made his name known throughout the great Qin nation. Thinking about it now, he felt a lofty sentiment in his heart. Unknowingly, Xiao Chan had not noticed that along the way, his mental state had become complete once again. Xiao Chan had always been walking forward on the path of cultivation, but he had never looked back. Now that he was carefully sorting out his past and distancing himself from the intense competition in the Kunlun realm, he had gained something else. One who had traveled all over the mountains would not grow old. The lofty sentiments in one's heart would never fade. Xiao Chan returned to his courtyard and started to cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He had already reached the bottleneck of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. It was no longer as unreachable as before. Xiao Chan could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the horrifying lightning tribulation and the even more horrifying heart tribulation. It was hard to say whether he could survive it or not. This was the greatest danger he had encountered since he started cultivating. If he was not careful, he might die. If he could survive it, he would break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. He would be reborn and walk a path that no one had ever walked before. When the first ray of sunlight broke through the last trace of darkness before dawn, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion came to life. The sounds of people practicing in the morning merged into one, displaying a flourishing vitality. Xiao Chan opened his eyes and stood at the bottom of the cliff, taking in everything. The disciples of the 7 peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion practiced the saber techniques they learned under the supervision of the peak elders. Xiao Chan withdrew his gaze and looked up. The smile on his face slowly froze as he sighed softly. There was still a cliff at the summit of Qingyun Peak. Above the cliff was the true peak of Qingyun Peak. However, no one had been there for many years. The new Qingyun Peak disciples did not know that there was an old man sealed in ice at the top. He had used his life to seal a high-ranked cultivator of the demonic world. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, this ice seal was nothing. If he had his current strength back then, Lu Ryue's father would not have ended up like that. Chapter 854. Whoosh! An azure light flashed, and a figure headed in Xiao Chen's direction. When Xiao Chan saw who it was, he was not surprised. This was the only person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who could discover him. This junior Xiao Chan greets Senior Long, Xiao Chan said sincerely as he bowed respectfully. The person who came was the younger brother of the previous sect master, the current wielder of the Heavenly Universe realm, Lung Tianhe. This person had once saved Xiao Chen's life. Even though Xiao Chan no longer feared Lung Tianhe with his current strength, he still had to show proper etiquette. The debt of saving his life was greater than the heavens. He had to remember it for life, never to forget it. Lung Tianhe frowned slightly. He was not surprised at Xiao Chen's current strength at all. He showed some joy and some disappointment at the same time. Why did you return to the Sky Dome realm at this time? Did the competition in the Kunlun realm make you shrink back? Or is it because of love and Feng Buxia's worries? Lung Tianhe asked as he hovered in midair. Xiao Chan had nothing to hide from Lung Tianhe, so he explained his situation in detail. Heart tribulation? I have heard of berserking qi deviation quite often. However, I really do not know what a heart tribulation is. It feels like the tribulation that immortal cultivators undergo. Lung Tianhe's expression turned much warmer. He found the heart tribulation unfamiliar. He had never heard of it before. Lightning tribulation and heart tribulation. Kid, just what kind of cultivation technique are you cultivating? You might as well change to another cultivation technique. With your talent, it is not too late to start cultivating again. The risk of undergoing a tribulation is too great. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and tactfully rejected Lung Tianhe's suggestion. Naturally, he knew that he could avoid this tribulation by changing to another cultivation technique and suffering some losses. However, he had never thought about it. He had not even considered it at all. There was no other choice. He would fight to the death and then be reborn. If he did not even have the courage to fight to the death, the drive in his heart would be completely gone. Even if he could reach Emperor Wu in the future, he would not be able to become a sovereign martial emperor. Let's not talk about this anymore. Senior Lung, I brought some things this time. Xiao Chan waved his hand, and 30-odd rank 3 spirit veins origins flew out of the immortal spirit ring before Ao Jiao's extremely unhappy gaze. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly became 10 times denser. A spiritual fog spread out from the mountain peaks. When the sunlight shone down, it reflected all sorts of colors. Leng Tianhe exclaimed in shock. These are spirit vein origins. Furthermore, they are all rank 3. How can you have so many spirit vein origins? Given your strength, you would not have obtained so many spirit veins in the Luen sect. Leng Tianhe was right. If not for the fact that the older generation cultivators could not enter the Sage Mark Monument and that they had tricked the ghost race and the corpse race, they would not have been able to enter. Chen would not. With Chen he would not. Chen. With Chen he Chen he. If Xiao Chan wanted to obtain so many spirit veins origins in the future, he would not have such a good opportunity. Xiao Chen did not explain. He said, if Senior had not made a move back then, I would have died long ago. These 30 spirit veins will not be enough to repay you for saving my life back then. However, they are a token of my sincerity. I hope Senior will not reject them. Leng Tianhe laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and collected the 30 spirit veins. Then he said, reject? Ha. In that case, I would really be muddle-headed. Xiao Chun, it is all thanks to you this time. Right now, the number of people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has already reached a bottleneck. This is because of the limited resources. These 30 spirit veins of yours are sufficient to ensure that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not have to worry for 1,000 years. At that time, the Sky Dome realm will have new spirit veins. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Senior Lung's straightforwardness suited his temperament. Then Xiao Chen thought of something and asked, Senior, do you know what Lu Riyue did with princessing you? When Leng Tianhe heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, this girl is too proud. I already told her that if she could form ties with you, you would definitely not forget her. If you become a martial emperor in the future, you will definitely not forget her. However, she did not listen and insisted on going on experiential training, saying that she wanted to give it her all. The royal courts of the various nations are not allowed to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. You should know this, right? Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. This was not a secret. The royal courts of the various nations all controlled a secret realm. They could not compete with the other sects for resources. As for what kind of secret realm it was, Xiao Chen did not know. Given Xiao Chen's position in the past, it would have been difficult for him to find out such secrets. Leng Tianhe continued. The secret realms of the various nations are actually all connected to one place. However, they occupy different areas. This secret realm is known as the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Although the spiritual energy and fortuitous encounters there cannot compare to those in the Kunlun realm, they are still much stronger than those in the outside world. It looks like the Sky Dome Immortal Realm has some connection to the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. I will wait for another month, but if there is still no news, I will personally make a trip there. Xiao Chan thought to himself, since Riyue wants to compete, I will help her obtain all the fortuitous encounters in this Sky Dome Immortal Realm. However, before that, there was one more thing to do. Xiao Chen asked Leng Tianhe more about the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. The two chatted for a long time on the summit. After staying at Qingyun Peak for half a month, Xiao Chen spoke to Lu Suifeng before flying to Thunder Emperor Valley. Several old men still sat cross-legged in Thunder Emperor Valley, quietly comprehending the immortal will of thunder that had not scattered for 1,000 years. This lightning was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared automatically when Sangmu advanced to martial emperor. Be it the murals of the Thunder King on both sides of the valley or the golden lightning in the sky, they were all born of nature. Xiao Chen looked down and his eyes lit up. He could not help but smile gently. Unexpectedly, the old men that he sent into the sea back then were still there. Based on their auras, these old men had already comprehended the state of thunder to its limits. This time Xiao Chun did not chase them away in a tyrannical manner. He hovered in the air and waited quietly for 3 days. When he opened his eyes, he could no longer see anyone in Thunder Emperor Valley. When the group of old men on the sea saw Xiao Chun descend, they all sighed. Half a month ago, the news of Xiao Chun returning to the Sky Dome realm and killing Sima Hong with one finger swept through the entire Sky Dome realm like a whirlwind, shaking up the surroundings. Back then, that white-robed bladesman had gained such a horrifying cultivation in less than 3 years. Several people had fought with him or seen him make a move. They were all extremely shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. Back then, these old men had tried to take advantage of their seniority to chase Xiao Chun away. However, Xiao Chun taught them a ruthless lesson. Back then, these old men might not have been convinced. Now, even if they were not convinced, they had to accept it. Xiao Chun was someone who could kill Sima Hong with one finger. What did they count for? What is he doing in Thunder Emperor Valley? I heard that he already comprehended the will of thunder. There is no point in comprehending it here. Could he be thinking of subduing this immortal will of thunder? That's impossible. In the past, several major characters of the Sky Dome realm wanted to subdue it. However, they all returned in failure, nearly dying in the process. Who knows? He is not an ordinary martial sage. When the many old men saw the white figure above Thunder Emperor Valley, they discussed it. Xiao Chun watched quietly as the golden lightning occasionally flashed in the clouds. When he felt that faint might, he felt astonished. The stronger one was, the more reverence one would feel for this immortal will of thunder. In the past, Xiao Chun was ignorant. He could only feel the strength of this lightning but did not know how strong it was. Now, Xiao Chun had comprehended the will of thunder as well. It was also an immortal will of thunder. Now that he understood the principles behind it, he had a direct understanding of the might of this will of thunder. Even in the Kunlun realm, this will of thunder could injure a grandmaster-level martial sage. If a superior-grade martial sage was not careful, they might be blasted to death. Xiao Chun, have you decided? If you really want to subdue this immortal will of thunder, don't blame me for not warning you. Be careful not to injure your own origin chi. Ao Jiao warned. Xiao Chun stared for a long time. Then he said slowly, I've decided. I'll just treat it as experiencing the might of the lightning tribulation. If I succeed, my will of thunder should improve qualitatively. The rumbling of thunder did not stop. Streaks of lightning streaked across the sky. The entire sky seemed to be bathed in lightning. The white figure above the Thunder Emperor Valley seemed desolate and frail. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning descended on Xiao Chun. He waved his hand and electric light wrapped his palm. That was his immortal will of thunder. A surging energy surged out, shattering the descending lightning into countless sparks flying everywhere in the air. Xiao Chun looked straight at the sky. There was a golden bolt of lightning moving slowly there. The lightning in the surroundings came from it. This was also the target of Xiao Chun's trip. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and unleashed a strong battle hunger in his heart. He soared into the air. Today, he had to subdue this will of thunder. Boom! Xiao Chun had just soared 100 meters when a bolt of lightning descended on his head, not giving him any time to dodge. When the lightning descended, Xiao Chun took it head-on. Electric flames immediately burned on his body as electricity crackled and flickered. Xiao Chun felt somewhat numb. However, his limbs were fine. His internal organs were not injured at all. This level of lightning could not hurt him. Bang! 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 Every 10 meters or so, a bolt of lightning would land on Xiao Chun's body, and a loud sound would reverberate between heaven and earth. The void around Xiao Chun had long since shattered. Pitch-black cracks spread out, shattering the space. Dark clouds covered the sky for hundreds of miles, blocking out all the sunlight in the sky. The scene above Thunder Valley was extremely terrifying. Those old men on the sea in the distance couldn't help but retreat another 1,000 meters. As Xiao Chun tore through the lightning in the air, he advanced amidst the electric light. All of them held their breaths in concentration and didn't dare make a sound. This scene was truly too shocking. It was as if he was going against the heavens. Under the gloomy sky, lightning streaked across the dark space. The power that erupted from that seemingly small white figure was actually this shocking. Unknowingly, 3 people had quietly appeared behind them. When the group of elders discovered these three people, they were undoubtedly shocked. The leader of the Black Dragon Guild in the Boundless Sea, the cult master of the Heavenly Saint cult, and the commander of the Black Flag Army in the Devil Prairie. Chapter 855. Unexpectedly, these three major characters are here as well. The Black Dragon group moves unhindered in the Boundless Sea. Even the Four Shallow Seas Alliance is not a match for them. Although the Sacred Heavenly Church is a faction that rose in the past few years, their church master is a famous person as well. The Black Flag Army is a mysterious faction that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at its peak worked with the various sects to surround and suppress. Even so, they returned in defeat in the end. Without exception, these three people stood at the peak of the Sky Dome realm. Their cultivations were unfathomable, far beyond what regular martial sages could compare to. However, all this was just the beginning. Following that, another 5 people arrived. Unexpectedly, the group of old men on the sea did not recognize any of them. Only the true peak factions would know that these 5 people were the guardians of the various royal clans. They spent many years in closed-door cultivation, and had undergone experiential training in the Kunlun realm when they were young. When Xiao Chan saw the 8 people arrive with his spiritual sense, he frowned slightly. He had really underestimated the Kunlun realm. He could not defeat any one of these 8 people easily. However, he could not be bothered with them at this moment. There was no need to worry about them coming to cause trouble. Without comprehending the will of thunder, they would just be seeking death. As Xiao Chan hovered 2 kilometers in the air, the lightning he faced was no longer as easy as before. Most of the energy in his heavenly sage laws had been drained. Now that he was 1 kilometer away from the golden lightning bolt, Xiao Chan no longer dared to fully open his protective quintessence. Every time a bolt of lightning descended, a fiery light flickered. It burned his physical body like a knife scraping at his heart and bones, inflicting unbearable pain. Xiao Chen's peak rank 2 sage body showed signs of breaking after being struck by more than 100 lightning bolts in a row. The electric light penetrated his body and moved around. This was a form of torture and a baptism for Xiao Chen's physical body. If Xiao Chan could endure this baptism, his physical body would definitely benefit greatly. The guardians of the 5 nations and the 3 from the Sacred Heavenly Church formed 2 distinct groups. They gathered together and commented on Xiao Chen's actions. It looks like this junior can really subdue this will of thunder. That might not be the case. His physical body is about to reach its limit. If he continues to endure such an attack, that final bolt of lightning will be enough to shatter him into pieces. Strange, why are the remnants of the Tianwu dynasty gathered together? Could it be that they want to make a move at the crucial moment? These people have been in the limelight for the past few years. Rumor has it that they're working with the Nether sect. So what? They're just a bunch of shady forces. Do they really think they can overturn the heavens? With the forces behind us, it's a piece of cake to take care of them. The 5 guardians of the various nations discussed softly. They did not think too much about Xiao Chan subduing this divine lightning. They had only come to take a look out of curiosity. After all, this will of lightning had been passed down from generation to generation. There had never been a lack of people who wanted to obtain it. However, all of them returned in failure in the end. The reason for this was none other than the fact that no one dared to touch the last bolt of lightning that contained the origin of will. Lightning was the purest form of energy in the natural world. Aside from Berserk, there was only Berserk. There was no need for it to change anything. It directly used a horrifying explosive force to test one's endurance. Life and death were decided in that instant. If one could endure it, it would be over. If one could not, they would die falling from the sky. After 1,000 torments, Xiao Chan did not know how many times the lightning struck him. Finally, he was only 500 meters away from the golden bolt of lightning. The berserk lightning and boundless roars suddenly stopped. Only the howling of the wind remained. It was so quiet that it was scary. Clearly, this was not the end of the suffering. Instead, it was the final calm before the storm. Xiao Chen's heart sank. At this moment, that golden bolt of lightning was hidden in the clouds. Thunderclouds churned, but there was no sound of thunder. An extremely stifling feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Chen, this is the final bolt of lightning. It is coming for real. It contains an immortal will. If you can endure it, only death awaits you. You still have time to retreat now. Ao Jiao understood this immortal lightning much better than Xiao Chun. Along the way, Xiao Chun had not used any secret treasures or martial techniques. He had relied entirely on his physical body. How could Xiao Chun give up? As he looked at the dark thunderclouds, his blood surged. He said, "Bring it on." If Xiao Chun could not even endure this bit of lightning, then he would definitely not be able to clear the lightning tribulation of the 7th floor. What was the difference between dying earlier or later? Boom! Thunderclouds churned in the dark sky. After a while of silence, a spot of golden light suddenly pierced through the boundless darkness, giving off a dazzling light. Upon a closer look, it was a long sword formed by golden lightning. The tip of the sword pierced through the dark clouds, and the roar of thunder immediately resounded through the sky. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky at the same time, illuminating the Thunder Emperor Valley. It's here! The most ferocious and horrifying strike of this immortal will of thunder is finally here. The experts of the 5 nations, the 3 powerhouses of the Qianwu dynasty's remnant races, and the group of old men watching the excitement on the surface of the sea all cast their gazes over. For thousands of years it was unknown how many people had died to this lightning. It was unknown how many arrogant experts had become deserters in front of this lightning, retreating without a fight. Everyone knew that this bolt of lightning was a treasure. However, it had existed for so many years, and no one had been able to take it away. Everyone was filled with anticipation as to whether Xiao Chun would be able to break this rule or not. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. The moment the electric light appeared, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram instantly appeared. The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram soared up, trying to suppress the might of this bolt of lightning. If Xiao Chun could subdue it in an instant, that would be perfect. When the golden lightning sword touched the center of the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram, Xiao Chun's body trembled. His sea of consciousness surged, and he felt dizzy, nearly falling over. With just one touch, the lightning-attributed energy in the sword flowed through the mental connection between Xiao Chun and the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram, invading his sea of consciousness. A cool chi came from the Neptune headscarf on Xiao Chun's forehead, waking him up. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chun drove the purple talisman in his sea of consciousness, spinning it continuously, slowly absorbing all the lightning-attributed energy that invaded his sea of consciousness. In such a stalemate, Xiao Chun discovered that although he was in a passive position, the purple lightning talisman was clearly growing stronger after absorbing the lightning-attributed energy. Kasie. Cracks spread out on the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram, looking like it would shatter at any moment. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and decisively withdrew his hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he activated the Sage-grade pagoda in his body. The image of a pagoda materialized and encased Xiao Chun. Pusi. In just an instant, the golden lightning sword chopped the image of this Sage-grade secret treasure in half. The pagoda in Xiao Chun's body also shattered at the same time, turning into beams of scarlet light that shot out of Xiao Chun's body. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. However, his somewhat miserable face remained as calm as still water. As he watched the descending lightning sword, he did not admit defeat. Instead of advancing, Xiao Chun retreated. Electric light burst out from under his feet as he executed the myriad heaven divine fist. With tenfold combat prowess, the light from his right hand was no weaker than the lightning sword. As everyone exclaimed, Xiao Chun directly punched the golden lightning sword. Instantly, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended in the surroundings, shattering space. The entire sky shook intensely. The sea churned endlessly, and the surging waves turned into pillars of water soaring into the sky. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated 100 meters. His clothes were in tatters, and his skin was riddled with wounds. However, Xiao Chun's face was filled with fanaticism. The golden lightning sword's light had dimmed significantly in the face of Xiao Chun's punch. "I don't believe that I cannot subdue you," Xiao Chun shouted and charged forward again. In the blink of an eye, he threw more than 100 punches at the descending golden lightning sword, which pressed down so hard that even the sky seemed to be sinking. Lightning crackled around his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels, his bones, and his blood vessels were all being baptized by lightning. From the inside to the outside, he felt an indescribable pain. The nearly 2-meter-long golden lightning sword was reduced to the size of a palm by Xiao Chun. Not a single part of Xiao Chen's skin remained intact, and his internal injuries were frighteningly severe. However, it was all worth it. Xiao Chun tore off Neptune's headscarf, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged out. A suction force sucked in the palm-sized golden lightning sword, turning it into a beam of light that entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. The three powerhouses of the Heavenly Dynasty's remnant races exchanged glances and said, "Attack!" The three worked together and each executed a killing move, charging at Xiao Chen, who had just subdued the lightning sword. At this moment, Xiao Chen's body was like a city waiting to be rebuilt. He had just experienced a bitter battle. As long as he recovered, he would be like a phoenix rising from the ashes. His strength would definitely soar. However, this recovery required time. No matter how strong Xiao Chen's physical body was, after suffering such severe injuries, there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. His internal organs were even more severely damaged. Now was the best time to make a move on Xiao Chen. Furthermore, these three people all had impressive backgrounds. They were all peak characters in this Sky Dome realm. As the three moved as fast as lightning, they chained their killing moves together. Their auras were overwhelming, nearly covering half the sky. The guards of the 5 nations had not expected these three to be so decisive. Aside from the Great Qin Nation's guard, who immediately flew forward to block them, the other 4 old men muttered to themselves. The other 4 elders pondered for a moment, but they weren't in a rush to make a move. Bang! Although the Great Qin Nation's guard used his full power against these 3 powerhouses of the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races, he was no match for them in the end. The 3 barely managed to block for a while before they were blasted back by the momentum of the charge. Cracks appeared in space wherever they passed. Just the force of the impact was already so mighty. This showed how strong the three's combined strength was. Kill! After knocking back the Great Qin Nation's guard, the three's auras flourished. They shouted and charged over with an even more ferocious momentum. From their stance, it was clear that they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Xiao Chen in one move. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Before the other party's killing moves arrived, a strong wind formed by the surging shockwaves sliced over like a sharp knife. Chapter 856. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. A bright light burst forth from his forehead, and the purple talisman merged with the strand of immortal will of thunder. The color of the talisman deepened, and 4 strands of golden electricity could be seen moving around it. This was the sign of a will of thunder comprehended to 40% comprehension. The talisman released a resplendent light, containing an immortal legend. It seemed like there was only one purple lightning talisman in the world. An intense explosion resounded. The purple talisman, which looked like a meteor shield, easily broke the killing moves of the three. Horrifying energy exploded out. The talisman split into 4, turning into 4 small golden swords dancing in the air. Kasie, Kasu. Horrifying wounds appeared on the bodies of the 3 Tianwu dynasty remnant races. Traces of electricity charring the wounds, giving off strands of black smoke. Miserable shrieks rang out, and horror appeared in the eyes of the 3. They had not expected Xiao Chen to subdue the immortal will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind so quickly. Let's go. Xiao Chen left as quickly as he had come. Seeing that their attack had failed, the 3 decisively retreated. The protectors of the 4 nations who had been indifferent quickly chased after them, preparing to beat them up while they were down. The 4 beams of golden light returned to Xiao Chen's forehead. His body trembled a few times in the air before he landed on Thunder Emperor Valley. Then, he consumed a few medicinal pills and calmed himself to treat his injuries. The dark clouds that had covered Thunder Emperor Valley for thousands of years vanished with the disappearance of the immortal will of thunder. Sunlight shone down, and the pieces of shattered space slowly merged back together. The injuries on Xiao Chen's body healed at a visible rate. Xiao Chen could clearly feel his new skin gaining a layer of luster and texture. Under the baptism of lightning, his physical body improved once more, approaching a rank 3 sage body. After checking his injuries, Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. He would not be able to recover quickly. That was all for now. He still had some things to do. Senior, please wait. Xiao Chan opened his eyes and stopped the Qin Kingdom's guardian, who was about to leave. His figure flashed and he arrived in front of the old man. Looking at the badge on the old man's clothes, Xiao Chan roughly understood the old man's identity. That emblem was clearly the same as the emblem of the Kunlun realm's sovereign noble clan, the Ying clan. The old man's complexion was pale, but he did not appear weak. He said in a deep voice, "Little friend, you should thank this old man for intervening earlier. It is my duty, so there is no need to take it to heart. Moreover, even if I did not intervene, I believe that little friend would have been able to successfully escape." Xiao Chan said politely, "Senior, you are being too humble. The situation earlier might seem simple, but it was very dangerous. Outsiders would find it hard to understand. That moment of time you helped me was truly crucial." At that time it was a crucial moment for him to fuse with the golden lightning sword. And he couldn't get away at all. If the elder did not make a move, Xiao Chan would have no choice but to use the will avatar of the Haotian Great Emperor. The old man's expression did not change. However, the expression in his eyes turned much gentler. He was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's humility. "Haha, I guess that you stopped me because you have something else to discuss, right?" Xiao Chen was stunned. This old man really had incredible foresight. So he said directly, "I want to enter the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Given Senior's position in the royal court, it should not be difficult, right?" In the past half a month, the news of Xiao Chan returning to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm had already spread everywhere. However, there was still no news of Lu Riyue. Clearly Lu Riyue was in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. That was why she could not receive news of the outside world. Xiao Chan did not know when she would come out. Since that was the case, he would just go in and look for her personally. The old man frowned slightly and said, "Right now, a forbidden land in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm is open. The elites of the various royal courts are in there. If you go in, it would be inappropriate. As for Lu Riyue's safety within you taking care of her, there is no need for you to worry. Furthermore, her personal strength is extraordinary." Xiao Chan rejoiced in his heart. The other party only said that it was inappropriate. That meant that he could still go in. The entrance to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm was not closed. "In that case, I will not make things difficult for Senior. I will definitely repay Senior for this favor in the future." When the old man heard Xiao Chan say that, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he really sent Xiao Chan in, given Xiao Chen's strength, he would definitely cause a huge commotion in there. The royal courts of the 5 nations in there all had their own factions. The intense competition was not as simple as the old man made it out to be. If Xiao Chan went in and saw Lu Riyue suffer any grievances, it would be terrible. As Xiao Chan watched the old man leave, he made up his mind. He had to go to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. It looked like the fortuitous encounters in there were pretty good. No matter what, Xiao Chan had to fight for them for Lu Riyue. If he could not even do this, then he would not be a man. In the eyes of the various royal courts, the Tianwu dynasty's remnant races might have spoken casually, but they all treated them as a huge threat. Now that Xiao Chan injured the 3 remnant race powerhouses, how could they let go of such a good opportunity? The 4 guards of the various nations chased for a while. Just as they were about to catch up to the 3, a mysterious masked swordsman suddenly blocked them. That swordsman's left eye gave off a bright light, but his right eye was filled with boundless darkness. His sword technique displayed a strange sword dao that merged light and darkness. After a few exchanges, that swordsman easily blocked the 3. After 100 moves, he smiled gently and withdrew mysteriously. When Xiao Chan looked again, the 3 remnant race powerhouses were long gone. On a small island in the boundless sea, the 3 remnant race powerhouses looked awkwardly at Chu Chaoyun, who had saved them. Chu Chaoyun removed his mask, but his expression appeared relaxed. He said calmly, "Consider this a lesson for you. Don't casually make a move behind my back." The Black Dragon Group's chief appeared conflicted. In the end, he could not help saying, "Young master, this Xiao Chan is the Qing Emperor's inheritor. In the future, he will definitely be a strong opponent for you. How can you let such a good opportunity go so easily?" "Indeed, we were just a little short and we would have been able to kill him. In the future, the Tianwu dynasty's resurgence would have one less obstacle." The other two also voiced their agreement. Just a little short? Chu Chaoyan's lips curled up in a smile. Why do I feel that you were just a little short from being destroyed? Tomorrow, I will be leaving the Sky Dome realm. You should study the cultivation method that I obtained from the demonic world. Right now, your strength is far from sufficient. The Black Dragon Group's chief asked with some concern. Young master, are you doing well in the demonic world? Chu Chaoyun replied indifferently. It is the same everywhere. Strength reigns supreme. Survival of the fittest. There is not much difference between humans and demons. It was a simple statement about survival of the fittest, but who knew how many cruel facts were hidden in it? Xiao Chun was not in a rush to return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The strand of will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind still had some loose ends that needed to be dealt with. Along the way, Xiao Chun found a desolate place. Then he floated down and opened his right hand. Spots of purple light started to gather on his palm, finally forming a talisman flickering with electric light. For strands of golden light quickly flickered in the complicated patterns on the talisman's surface. Each strand of light contained strong energy. With a thought, the purple lightning talisman immediately split into four, turning into four small swords. They flew about in the air, tearing pitch-black cracks in space. Just by casually flying around, the swords already had such great might. This showed how powerful the manifestation of Xiao Qin's will was. However, this was where the problem lay. These four small golden swords were the manifestation of the Thunder King's will. No matter what, he was a bladesman. Sabers and swords were different. How could Xiao Chun bring out the full might of these small golden swords? He could only change them. Looking at the four small swords in the air, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He stretched out his hand, and the four small swords merged back into the purple talisman. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Xiao Chun came up with a countermeasure. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and the strand of saber soul in his sea of consciousness came out in a flash. Wang! 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 The sound of countless sabers humming rang out in the air. The sabers buzzed as a strong wind blew, quickly spreading the horrifying saber intent. All the bladesmen within 500 kilometers felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. They wanted to draw their weapons. Then Xiao Chun waved his hand and suppressed the surging saber intent in the saber soul. A small, invisible saber appeared in the air, looking hazy and indistinct. Its exact existence could not be seen. However, that vast might was clearly felt by everyone. The hundreds of grass on the ground bent over, not daring to stand up straight. Xiao Chen's gaze moved back and forth between the strand of saber soul and the purple lightning talisman. Then he opened his hand and slowly merged the two. Aside from this method, Xiao Chun could not think of any other way to change the golden lightning sword into a saber from the inside out. The fusion of the two did not go smoothly. Be it the strand of saber soul or the purple lightning talisman, they were both too sharp. Neither was willing to submit to the other. Chi! Chi! The two clashed, clashing intensely. The strand of saber soul was not satisfied with merging with the purple lightning talisman. It was not satisfied with the purple lightning talisman at all. Instead, its appetite became even greater, wanting to consume the purple lightning talisman. Seeing the two separate, Xiao Chun frowned. It looked like his earlier thoughts were too simple. Xiao Chun, you cannot do this. You need to choose the main body of the two. Whether you use your will or your saber soul will represent the different paths you will take in the future. If you use your saber soul as the main body, your physical body, and your mental energy martial techniques will all be restricted. The benefit is that your saber techniques will be more refined. If you use your will as the main body, you can develop it in all aspects. Be it your physical body, your mental energy martial techniques, or your saber techniques, you can develop them all. However, your saber techniques will be very difficult to improve. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiao Chun was in a difficult spot and could not make up his mind, she gave him a detailed explanation. Xiao Chun thought for a while before asking, "Back then, what did the Thunder King choose? I remember that he was a swordsman, right?" When it came to the Thunder King, naturally, no one understood him better than Ao Jiao. She quickly answered, "The Thunder King's situation was different from yours. His physical body was not as strong as yours, and his mental energy was not as strong as yours. His situation was not as complicated as yours either. The form of his will was a sword. The path he took was the path of a swordsman. It was very pure and simple. However, when he reached the peak, no one could defeat him. Chapter 857. It looked like the Thunder Emperor's path was no longer useful as a reference. Could not help him at all. My personal suggestion is that you focus on the Saber Soul and help the Saber Soul swallow up the will. Use the will to strengthen the Saber Soul. In the future, the improvement of the will strengthen the Saber Soul. As your saber techniques improve, you can also improve the will. Think about it. You cultivate the physical body, mental energy, and saber techniques. No matter which one it is not simple. When you reach the peak, you will be unrivaled everywhere. As the saying goes, biting off more than one can chew. You might as well focus on saber techniques. With your talent, your strength will soar in a short time. Ao Jiao continued to speak, voicing her opinion. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. He had not expected this. He simply wanted to refine the will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind into something he was good at. However, it involved such a complicated discussion. Ao Jiao's words were easy to understand. Focusing on saber techniques meant spending all the time on the physical body, mental energy, and fist techniques on saber techniques. With so much time, it would be hard for his strength not to rise. However, this way, his final accomplishments would be equal to the Thunder King and the Qing Emperor. It would be very difficult to surpass them. This was not what Xiao Chun wanted. With this idea in mind, Xiao Chun slowly merged the two again. However, this time he purposely helped the will, swallowing up the Saber Soul. The two were originally evenly matched. After one obtained Xiao Chun's help, it immediately gained the upper hand. The Saber Soul struggled for a while before being absorbed into the Purple Lightning Talisman. After merging with the shape of the Saber Soul, the Purple Lightning Talisman gained an indestructible sharpness that seemed to reign supreme. With a thought, the Purple Lightning Talisman split into 4 beams of golden light. Each beam of golden light was an immortal small saber. Xiao Chun revealed a satisfied smile. The golden light returned to his forehead and merged into the purple talisman in his sea of consciousness. Then he put on Neptune's headscarf. Some of the disturbing thoughts in his heart were stripped away. Xiao Chun's state of mind was like still water. Looking through his heart, he did not regret the decision he just made. He was Xiao Chun, not the Thunder King or the Qing Emperor. Due to his internal injuries, Xiao Chun slowed down significantly. However, by the time he returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had already recovered from most of his severe internal injuries. He was back to his peak state. As Xiao Chun expected, Lu Riyue did not return. Instead, he met another familiar person. Brother Xiao Chun, you're getting more and more awesome now. Did you bring any treasures for this fat lord this time? Kim Taeho had been waiting at Qingyun Peak for a long time. When he saw Xiao Chun, he immediately smiled and ran over with squinted eyes. His figure was the same as usual, still round like a ball. When Xiao Chun saw Kim Taeho, he was rather happy. When he heard what Kim Taeho said, he smiled faintly and said calmly, "My things are not good enough for you, right? I heard that the Golden Rock Merchant Association has monopolized most of the business in the Sky Dome realm." Kim Taeho waved his folding fan and chuckled. "It's just a small business, not worth mentioning." The two chatted in the courtyard for a long time, sharing their experiences. When Fatso heard Xiao Chun talk about the various things in the Kunlun realm, his eyes lit up. However, after that he became sad, feeling very conflicted. "Xiao Chun, given this fat lord's intelligence, do you think I can make a name for myself in the Kunlun realm?" Kim Taeho asked in a soft voice after holding back for a long time. Xiao Chun was speechless. He nearly spat out a mouthful of wine. "It is best if you don't go. Just stay in the Sky Dome realm and harm others." In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun had suffered enough at the hands of this fellow. If the underwear maniac went to the Kunlun realm, he might bring him some trouble. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun said very sincerely, "I feel that it is better for you to stay in the Sky Dome realm. Those geniuses and old monsters in the Kunlun realm are not on the same level as you. There is no point." When Fatso heard this, he could not help but sigh. He picked up his wine cup and drained it in one go. He said, "Great minds think alike. There are not many people in this world who can keep up with my thoughts. Today you, Xiao Chun, are one of them." Never mind, I won't go then. I have been lonely in the Sky Dome realm for too long. Even after going to the Kunlun realm, I will still be this lonely. This is really boring. It looks like this fat lord is destined to be lonely for the rest of my life. Fatso revealed a somewhat sad expression. If he changed his face, he might be able to attract many young girls who like this kind of aura. After finally dispelling Fatso's thoughts of going to the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chan thought about something else. He asked, Brother Debeo, is there a way to enter the Sky Dome immortal realm? Fatso felt it was strange. He asked, why would I go in there? The Great Tang Nation's royal court invited me several times, but I never went. It is too dangerous in there. It is filled with all sorts of mutated immortal spirits and wild beasts. The competition between the various royal courts is also very intense. If I am not careful, I will suffer a lot. Xiao Chen felt excited. It looked like this Kim Tae-ho did have a way to enter the Sky Dome immortal realm. In that case, he would not have to think of any other way to enter the Sky Dome immortal realm. The environment inside was not as simple as the Great Qin Nation's protector said. This made Xiao Chan even more determined to enter. Tell me, what is going on with this Sky Dome immortal realm? Fatso chuckled and said, about that, I have yet to see Brother Xiao Chen's greeting gift. In his rush, Xiao Chan forgot about this Fatso's temper. He tossed out an astral coin and said, this is a priceless treasure of the Kunlun realm. One is worth half a rank 8 sect. Kim Tae-ho picked it up and looked at it suspiciously for a long time. However, he could not make out anything. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's calm appearance, he pretended to be an expert. He said, this is good stuff. I can tell with one glance that it is extraordinary. It is truly a treasure worth half a sect. Seeing Fatso treat an astral coin worth 1,000 superior grade spirit stones like a treasure, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. There was nothing strange about it. Kim Tae-ho blew on that astral coin before rubbing it. Then he smiled happily and said, Brother Xiao Chan is really interesting. The more I look at this thing, the more this fat lord likes it. However, what exactly is it used for? Xiao Chen found it strange and asked, you don't know? Kim Tae-ho laughed loudly and said, how can that be? How can this fat lord not know such a famous thing? It is that right? Xiao Chan held back his laughter and said calmly, it is just a small thing. It is not worth much. Tell me more about the Sky Dome immortal realm. When Fatso saw Xiao Chen's casual attitude, he was even more convinced that it was a treasure. He immediately explained the Sky Dome immortal realm in detail. After Xiao Chen finished listening, he thought about it carefully. This Sky Dome immortal realm was more complicated than he had imagined. Naturally, the Sky Dome immortal realm was not a true immortal realm. It was just a name given by the people of the Sky Dome realm. The spiritual energy there was abundant, and there were many natural treasures. Cultivating there would be 3 or 4 times faster than cultivating outside. However, it was still not comparable to the Kunlun realm. The Sky Dome immortal realm was an independent small world, about 1/10 of the size of the Tianwu continent. Could be considered very vast. The royal courts of the various nations all had their own encampments there. However, most of the places were public so they could go on adventures together. Rumor had it that that was the true residence of the Sky Dome immortal lord. Everything in the outside world, including the Tianwu continent and the boundless sea, had slowly evolved from the Sky Dome immortal realm over a long period of time. There were many immortal beasts that the Sky Dome immortal lord casually reared. After they mutated and multiplied, they became ferocious beasts without any spiritual energy. However, the spirit cores in their bodies still contained some immortal qi. After removing the impurities and absorbing them, their cultivation would increase significantly. The ferocious beasts were very strong. Some of them were even as strong as superior grade martial sages of the Kunlun realm. In the Sky Dome immortal realm, they were existences that could not be offended. Aside from the immortal beasts that the Sky Dome immortal lord once reared, there were also some 10,000-year-old spirit plants. Some of these spirit plants gained intelligence and could even cultivate. The most famous spirit plant in there was called the longevity tree. Rumor had it that the Sky Dome immortal lord cultivated under this tree in the past. The longevity tree could bear longevity fruits. The longevity fruits could not truly make people live forever. However, they could easily increase a cultivator's lifespan. One longevity fruit could increase a cultivator's lifespan by 100 years. However, it was only effective the first time one consumed it. The thing that truly attracted cultivators was not the longevity fruit, but the 7 colored auspicious signs that would descend from the sky when the longevity fruit ripened. Auspicious signs were graded by color. The more colors there were, the higher the grade. 7 colored auspicious signs were second only to 8 colored and 9 colored auspicious signs. Above 9 colored auspicious signs were the legendary heavenly signs. Heavenly signs would only appear when a sovereign martial emperor or an emperor-grade medicinal pill bore fruit like the undying tree. Even the Kunlun realm's martial sages could not wait for such good things. A 7 colored auspicious sign was already of a very high level. It contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy contained in it was even purer than a rank 3 spirit vein's origin. Just one strand of it could allow one's cultivation to soar. Furthermore, there were no side effects. There would not be the situation of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. The longevity fruit ripened once every 5,000 years. This time it happened to be the time for it to ripen. Not only were the younger generation of the various royal courts eager to try, but even some of the old antiques with unfathomable cultivations who were nearing the end of their lifespans made a move. Naturally, the younger generation sought the 7 colored auspicious signs, while the older generation sought the longevity fruit. Everyone took what they needed. However, resources were limited. Be it the 7 colored auspicious signs or the longevity fruit, there would not be many of them. The competition between them was easy to imagine. Strange, these longevity fruits and 7 colored auspicious signs should be very attractive to you, right? Why do you not seem interested at all? Xiao Chun asked suspiciously as he looked at Kim Tae-ho, who was still thinking about the astral coin. Kim Tae-ho carefully blew on the astral coin a few times. Then he smiled and said, "With this fat lord's intelligence, how can these people understand me? There is no chance at all. Why would I want to get involved?" "What do you mean?" Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "Of the 5 nations, the Great Jin Nation's royal court is the strongest. The other 4 nations combined are not as strong as them. The Great Jin Nation sends out experts, princes, princesses, and young geniuses that join the royal court. We can only walk to the longevity tree. There is a huge storm in the sky, and there are countless ferocious beasts along the way. The people of the 4 nations will have to fight their way over bitterly. Furthermore, they will have to deal with the strong Great Jin Nation's royal court. What chance do they have?" Chapter 858. Hence, when the Great Tang Nation's royal court came to ask this fat lord to be cannon fodder, this fat lord immediately rejected them. Xiao Qin's expression froze. Then he said, "Brother Debao, I'm afraid you won't be able to refuse this cannon fodder." Kim Tae-ho was stunned for a moment before reacting. He smiled and said, "Don't look for your fat brother for this. You are strong. Naturally you dare to go anywhere. This fat lord's body really cannot take the torture. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first." Patting his butt, Kim Tae-ho stood up and prepared to leave. The Sky Dome Immortal Realm was not as poetic as its name suggested. There were all sorts of ferocious beasts and spatial storms in there. If one was not careful, one might lose their life there. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, and another astral coin appeared in his hand. Then he tossed it at Fatso. "Hu Chi." Turning around, Kim Tae-ho reacted quickly and caught the astral coin. Based on his reaction, he seemed to have expected Xiao Chun to make such a move. Haha. In this world, only you, brother Xiao Chun, can keep up with this fat lord's thoughts. Fatso smiled so widely that a flower bloomed on his face. He was overjoyed in his heart. With 2 astral coins, this fat lord would be able to buy a sect in the Kunlun realm. Let's go. Xiao Chun had already figured out Fatso's game of loosening the reins only to grasp better. Naturally, he knew that the other party did not really want to reject him. Xiao Chun brought out his full power and tore space while carrying Fatso. They moved as fast as lightning. In merely half a day, they arrived at the Great Tang Nation's imperial capital. When Fatso saw Xiao Chun's horrifying strength, he felt extremely excited in his heart. This transaction was definitely profitable. Not to mention the 2 astral coins, which were worth a rank 8 sex astral coin. He would definitely gain some benefits if he followed Xiao Chun to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Even if Kim Tae-ho did not give him any treasures, bringing Xiao-chan to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm would not be a loss for him. Thinking about the 2 priceless star coins in his pocket, Fatso could not help but feel extremely pleased. Xiao-chan was strong, but his intelligence was still a little lacking compared to the Fat Lord. Outside the Imperial Palace, Xiao-chan put on the Sky Sea Cloak and said, "You can go in and negotiate. Don't worry, they won't be able to find me. I'll just follow you in." After saying that, he vanished. Fatso looked around and could not help saying, he really disappeared. This Kunlun realm really has many treasures. "Stop dawdling. I'm right beside you. Hurry up and go." Xiao Chen's voice sounded in his mind. Kim Tae-ho was shocked and looked at it for a long time. He was completely convinced by this treasure. However, Xiao Chen thought to himself, with Xiao Chen's intelligence he could do well in the Kunlun realm. This Fat Lord would definitely be able to do well there. Just as Xiao Chen thought this, he proved his identity. Immediately, a major character of the royal court came to receive him. The Jin clan was a top-tier clan in the Great Tang Nation. Now it was like the sun in the sky. When the major characters heard that Fatso had changed his mind and wanted to go to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm, the major characters of the royal court hesitated. The various royal courts teams had already set off. If Fatso went now, he would not be able to help the Great Tang Nation's royal court disciples. However, due to Kim Tae-ho's reputation, the major characters reluctantly agreed despite their reluctance. Xiao Chan hid himself and followed Xiao Chan to the depths of the Imperial Palace. There, they arrived before a tightly guarded transportation formation. This transportation formation gave off an ancient, vast, and desolate aura. There were rings of medial-grade spirit stones around the transportation formation. From the looks of it, there were at least several tens of millions of them. Fatso casually stood on the transportation formation. Xiao Chen stood beside him but no one noticed him. Boom! The medial-grade spirit stones burned, and the ancient formation activated. A white light flashed and space twisted. Then Xiao Chan and Kim Tae-ho disappeared from the formation at the same time. A light flashed and Xiao Chan and Kim Tae-ho appeared in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. What would the Sky Dome Immortal Realm be like? Xiao Chan and Kim Tae-ho were rather curious. At the very least they had some fantasies. However, when they arrived, they revealed disappointed expressions. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "I just knew that this rundown place is not much. I did not expect it to be so rundown." Xiao Chan sized up his surroundings. The sky was primal chaos. There was no sunlight, only howling spatial storms rushing back and forth. The pieces of spatial shards were sharper than any knife. Just looking at them made him feel somewhat flustered. Countless spatial shards formed tornadoes. As they stirred, it looked like there were many man-eating ferocious beasts hiding in the sky, opening their ferocious mouths. When Xiao Chun looked down, the air was turbid and humid. Not to mention the Kunlun realm, it was even worse than the Tianwu continent. The flowers and grass on the ground were all uneven. At first glance, one would think that they were malnourished. Xiao Chun opened his mouth and said somewhat flabbergasted, "Speaking of which, Brother Debeo, did we come to the wrong place?" Pa! Suddenly, a palm-sized mosquito leaped out. Fatso reacted quickly. He swatted the folding fan in his hand, sending this mosquito flying far away. However, it did not die. Should be right. The Great Tang Nation's royal court would not lie to me about this. This mosquito is really extraordinarily big, Kim Tae-ho said with lingering fear as he watched the mosquito fly over again. Xiao Chun smiled casually and said, "The one on your butt is even bigger." A miserable shriek rang out. Fatso jumped up from the ground in pain. When he turned his head to look, he saw a black mosquito the size of his face resting silently on his butt. Its sharp and long beak pierced through his clothes like a needle, sucking happily. Fatso immediately swatted it with the folding fan in his hand. Pa! Pa! After swatting twice, the mosquito did not die. Furthermore, the mosquito that he swatted earlier also flapped its wings and flew over. 2 strands of saber chi flashed, and electric light exploded. These 2 mosquitoes were immediately blasted into pieces. Xiao Chun, who was standing at the side, had made a move. Damn! 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 Kim Tae-ho held his but as he jumped up and down on the ground, shouting as though his parents had died. Buzz! 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 The air suddenly trembled, and a strong wind blew at the two. Xiao Chun looked up and saw a large swarm of mosquitoes flying out from the grass in front. The howling wind was the result of the swarm of mosquitoes flapping their wings. Let's go! Xiao Chun picked up the pale Kim Tae-ho and soared into the air. Then he turned around and used his palm as a saber, executing the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Wind and lightning gathering. The purple lightning talisman in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness spun once. The shape of the saber soul and the 4 strands of golden light were instantly drawn over. When Xiao Chun chopped out with his palm, a strand of saber chi containing 90% comprehended saber intent and 40% comprehended will of thunder immediately shot out from his palm. Thunder and wind roared, and the 4 strands of purple saber chi with golden light flowing on them tore through the air, shattering this swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes into pieces. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he could not help but be flabbergasted. There were a few mosquitoes in there. They were actually intact, not dying from the combined attacks of the spatial shards and the saber chi. However, they knew how powerful Xiao Chun was. They flapped their wings and slowly flew back through the spatial shards. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze, and a strand of red light shot out from his forehead. He summoned out the massacre throne. A scarlet cloud carried the throne as it floated quietly in front. When Fatso saw the throne, he immediately rejoiced. He laughed loudly and said, "How domineering! This throne is tailor-made for this fat lord." After saying that, Fatso let go of Xiao Chun's hand and soared into the air, landing on the throne and landing on his butt. Another blood-curdling scream rang out. The fatty clutched his buttocks and shot out from the throne. When Kim Tae-ho landed on the scarlet cloud, his complexion paled. He said, "Xiao Chun, why do I feel that there is a hole in my butt? Blood is gushing out like a fountain." Xiao Chun looked at the hole in Kim Tae-ho's butt, and sympathy flashed in his eyes. He said, "It's fine. You are overthinking. It is just a hole." Riding on the scarlet cloud, Xiao Chun flew higher and higher on the throne. In the blink of an eye, he was high up in the sky, about to face that horrifying spatial storm. Up on the scarlet cloud, Kim Tae-ho, who kept turning his head around, trying to see the wound on his butt. When he saw Xiao Chun's actions, he could not help being startled. Startled, he exclaimed, "Xiao Chun, are you crazy? This is a spatial storm. A storm formed by fragments of space. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages can be easily torn to shreds." "I know. However, this only applies to Grandmaster-level martial sages in the Sky Dome realm," Xiao Chun replied calmly. Then he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and a beam of purple light shot out. Then it split into 4, turning into 4 small golden sabers that guarded one area. The moment the sabers entered the sky, 8 tornadoes made up of spatial fragments charged at Xiao Chun from all directions. These tornadoes looked like ferocious beasts baring their fangs, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chun. Suddenly, the 4 small golden sabers danced around. Beams of golden light of 4 different colors formed a screen of sabers flickering with electricity, tightly encasing the scarlet throne. The screen of golden sabers silently sliced the 8 spatial storms into countless tiny pieces. Then they vanished completely, and the throne entered the void. There were still cracks in the void, and the strong winds that came out were still extremely horrifying storms filled with hidden energy. As Xiao Chun sat on the throne, he did not panic. With a wave of his hand, the 4 small golden sabers destroyed all the hidden energy. This stunned Fatso, who was on the scarlet cloud, and he cried out repeatedly. As Xiao Chun moved quickly in the sky, he soon caught up with the groups. Occasionally, Xiao Chun used his spiritual sense to check below. Finally, he saw the group of the Great Qin Nation's royal court. There were several familiar faces in this large group. When Xiao Chun saw the state of these people and paid special attention to Ing Yu's strength, he relaxed. With Ing Yu here, this group of Great Qin Nation's royal court was safe. Without any worries, Xiao Chun moved even faster. That horrifying spatial storm was like child's play to him. With a flick of his finger, it shattered. The towering longevity tree entered Xiao Chun's eyes. He sat on the scarlet throne and slowly descended from the sky. They slowly descended from the sky. In the end, they managed to arrive in front of the longevity tree ahead of everyone else. Chapter 859. A loud roar resounded. Before the scarlet throne landed, a berserk ferocious beast appeared below. This ferocious beast gave off a berserk aura. When it opened its mouth, it kicked up a strong wind that seemed like it could flip up the surface of the sea. Pusi. The 4 small golden sabers merged into one and turned into a purple talisman. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand, and the talisman flickered and instantly broke the strong wind. When the throne landed, Xiao Chan withdrew the talisman. A 20-meter-tall, 100-meter-long ferocious beast was chopped in half and laid on the ground. Kim Tae-ho exclaimed exaggeratedly, "This is a ferocious beast equal to a martial sage. Unexpectedly, you instantly killed it in one move." As Xiao Chan spoke, Kim Tae-ho did not stop moving. He held his butt and jumped down from the scarlet cloud. Then he quickly searched through the corpses. Soon he found a spirit core covered in black spots. Fatso laughed loudly and paced excitedly on the ground. He said, "A martial sage-level spirit core containing immortal chi. I struck it rich this time. Even if this fat lord has another hole in my butt, it will be worth it." Right after Fatso spoke, he saw the longevity tree bearing heavy red fruits thrust a branch at Kim Tae-ho like a golden fork at lightning speed. Its speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Kim Tae-ho had just obtained the spirit core and was somewhat carried away. He accidentally walked into the attack range of the longevity tree. It looked like he would not be able to dodge in time and would be pierced by the branch. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he quickly dodged. Then he picked up Kim Tae-ho and retreated. Back and forth as Xiao Chen moved quickly, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. After escaping death, Fatso heaved a long sigh. Then he put away the spirit core covered in black spots and said to Xiao Chen, "Fortunately, brother, you are fast. Otherwise, I would not have been able to escape unscathed." As Xiao Chen spoke, he did not realize that a hole had appeared on his right, but as well. Blood poured out like a fountain. There was a kind of pain that, when reached the extreme, would make one numb. Xiao Chen made a sad expression. He didn't know if Kim Tae-ho was in the same situation. The grades of the spirit trees were also divided into sage, king, emperor, and immortal. This division was similar to the grades of secret treasures. It was mainly for the convenience of trading between cultivators and the identification of treasures. The moon cassia tree was a saint-tier spirit tree, and the longevity tree was a grade higher than it. It was a king-tier spirit tree, and because of its special effect of increasing one's lifespan, it was ranked in the top 3 among the king-tier spirit trees. Regardless of cultivation level or race, a single longevity fruit could increase a person's lifespan by 100 years for the first time. Within 100 years, Xiao Chen might be able to make another breakthrough, advancing further on the path of cultivation. Its value was easy to imagine. Even in the Kunlun realm, it would be a top treasure. Xiao Chen counted carefully. There were only about 20 of the heavy red fruits on the longevity tree. They bore fruit once every 1,000 years. Such a number was truly rare. Scarlet spiritual energy wafted out of the longevity fruit, making one drool. Kim Tae-ho stared straight at it. However, he no longer dared to approach it. Clearly, this longevity tree had gained sentience long ago. Now that the longevity fruit had not ripened yet, it naturally did not allow anyone to approach. As Xiao Chen looked at the longevity fruit that was about to ripen, he entered deep thought. Before the longevity fruit matured, the longevity tree would not allow anyone to approach it. Kim Tae-ho's earlier fate was a good example of the consequences of getting close. As long as the longevity tree matured, the longevity fruit would fall automatically. As for how many fell, that would depend on luck. Sometimes 1 or 2 fell, and the longevity tree would burrow into the ground, running off to some unknown place. Naturally, such a result was not what Xiao Chen wanted. Since he was already here, he had to collect all 20 longevity fruits. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground, and his figure flashed as he flew towards the longevity tree. The peaceful, towering tree instantly came to life. Many long branches extended out endlessly, piercing through space and shooting at Xiao Chen. Electric light flickered under Xiao Chen's feet. In that instant, he executed Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. His figure moved so fast that one could not even see his shadow. He tried to approach the longevity tree from all directions. Kasie. After a while, Xiao Chun broke off a branch and retreated safely. He now had a rough understanding of this longevity tree's strength. This longevity tree had indeed gained sentience. However, it had only gained sentience recently, and its cultivation was not deep enough. While its attacks looked fast, they were not methodical. After familiarizing himself with the longevity tree, he could easily dodge. Xiao Chun looked around. There were still some mutated ferocious beasts eyeing this place covetously. However, they did not dare to get close to Xiao Chun. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. These ferocious beasts did not dare to be impudent towards Xiao Chun. However, that did not mean that Xiao Chun would let them off. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chun chased away all the ferocious beasts in the surroundings. Those that could not flee in time were killed by him. By the time Xiao Chun returned, the longevity fruits had not ripened yet. Xiao Chun could not help but frown. It looked like he had come too early. If he had waited any longer, the great Jin nation's cultivators would have arrived. Earlier, when Xiao Chun passed by the sky, the great Jin nation's royal court was indeed strong. Among them, there were 3 old men who had lived for countless years. Their cultivations were terrifyingly deep. Although Xiao Chun did not fear peak grandmaster level martial sages, once the longevity fruits ripened, he would not be able to avoid being implicated by them. If things went wrong, Xiao Chun's plan to collect all the longevity fruits would be ruined. That would be a huge loss. Xiao Chun frowned and thought for a long time. Then, he remembered that there were still 2 rank 3 spirit veins origins in the immortal spirit ring that had not been exhausted yet. What are you thinking of doing? Don't even think about those 2 rank 3 spirit veins origins. If you use them, there will be no more left. Ao Jiao was like a housekeeper, keeping the rank 3 spirit veins origins in the immortal spirit ring tightly. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. He knew that Ao Jiao liked to take care of the plants in the immortal spirit ring. Keeping the spirit veins origins was for his own good. However, he had no choice but to use them now. After a long time, Xiao Chun finally got Ao Jiao to agree to take out a rank 3 spirit veins origin. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the rank 3 spirit veins origin silently flew to the top of the longevity tree. After a while, it turned into spiritual rain and fell. The longevity tree happily absorbed the spiritual rain. The bright red skin of the longevity fruits on the tree thinned bit by bit as they grew rapidly. Fatso smiled with some heartache. Brother Xiao Chun, you are really generous. A rank 3 spirit veins origin is even more valuable than a longevity fruit. Xiao Chun smiled and did not reply. In the Sky Dome realm, a rank 3 spirit veins origin was indeed more valuable than a longevity fruit. However, in the Kunlun realm the situation was different. If he could pick all 20 longevity fruits before the spirit tree burrowed underground, Xiao Chun would earn a lot on this trip. A fervent look appeared in Xiao Chun's calm eyes. His heart was filled with boundless anticipation. When the longevity fruits ripened, he would collect all of the 7 colored auspicious signs, giving Lu Ruyue a pleasant surprise. On the way to the longevity tree, Yingyu led the great Qin nation's people, killing the ferocious beasts blocking the way. The ferocious beasts here were not easy to deal with. They all had the bloodline of immortal beasts in their veins. Even as a half-sage, she did not dare to move around without fear. Fortunately, there was a peak superior grade martial sage senior in the group. Although he rarely made a move, he helped Yingyu share a lot of the pressure. Aside from that senior, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, Xiao Chun was familiar with the others in the group. There was no need to mention Yingyu, Feng Feishue and Lu Ruyue. As for the remaining 2, Xiao Chun had not seen them for many years. One was his half-brother, Xiao Jian, and the other was his cousin, Xiao Yulan, who once knelt down to plead for him. Feng Feishue had introduced these 2 to the Heavenly Qin School in the imperial capital. After that, they gained the appreciation of the princess and joined the Imperial Dragon Legion. Now they were Yingyu's trusted subordinates. Yingyu held the Grand Imperial Spear and brandished it. She fought a half-sage ferocious beast alone and killed it rather easily. After that, she looked up at the sky doubtfully. When Yingyu withdrew her gaze, she discovered that Lu Ruyue was frowning as well, shifting her gaze away from the sky. The others also felt doubtful. Earlier, they all felt a familiar gaze sweep through them from the sky. Only that senior, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, did not feel anything. When he saw the strange expressions of the group, he said, "Don't overthink it. No one in the Sky Dome realm dares to move about in the spatial storm in the sky unless they are tired of living." Seeing the senior with the highest cultivation say this, the others did not dare to voice their opinions. Only Lu Ryue still felt confused. That gaze earlier was too familiar. It was just a flash, but it felt very real. Ingyu collected her thoughts and said, "Let's go. The people of the Great Jin Nation are already far ahead of us." The group killed the ferocious beasts along the way and continued forward. After putting in a lot of effort, they finally saw the top of the longevity tree. When they looked up, the group could not help but feel gratified. Aside from the Great Jin Nation's royal court, they were the fastest. As long as they put in a bit more effort, they would be able to obtain some of the 7-colored auspicious signs. They would not have to return empty-handed. As long as they obtained a strand of 7-colored auspicious signs, their cultivation would soar significantly. If they were lucky and obtained a few more strands, their cultivation might even increase by a grade. Haha, indeed it is as I expected. The one following closely behind is indeed you, Princess Ingyu. Before the smiles on the group's faces faded, 3 Great Jin Nation princes appeared at the intersection in front, leading a group of people. There was also a superior grade martial sage in their group. However, the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages were not with them. They must have arrived earlier. When Ingyu and the others saw this group of people suddenly appear, their expressions changed slightly. The Jing Nation's royal court wanted to delay them and monopolize the longevity fruits and 7-colored auspicious signs. The person who spoke was the Great Jin Nation's first prince, Yi Qin. At such a young age, he had already advanced to peak superior grade martial monarch. His talent was only slightly weaker than Ingyu's. Ingyu's pretty face turned slightly cold. She said coldly, "Yi Qin, it is best not to be too ruthless. You scheme so much and use such despicable methods. In the end, you will not have a good ending."